But today, will they have the specs? We've been touching on it, but of course this season, we did things a little bit differently than we have in the past by implementing a spec variety rule. So let's go ahead and give everybody a refresher so you know exactly what we're talking about. The spec variety rule essentially means that over our Division 1 and Division 2 days that have happened here Friday and Saturday, each of these successful runs that either advanced the team's score or shortened the amount of time that they had accomplished a dungeon went down in a little tally marker so that we could sort of tally up at the end of the day how many different specs they had played. The top 3 of those specs that they had played the most are going to be restricted today here for our group finals. They will be banned out, and we went ahead and prioritized this in the case of tiebreakers from tanks to healers to DPS, and our teams were able to select which of those, when it came down to DPS, they wanted to have banned out if needed. Now, of course, we won't be keeping tally today, but we will be seeing how these bans affect the teams, and Dratnos, thinking about that, what strategies did our teams use yesterday that you think might have an impact on them?
Yeah, it was so fun to watch yesterday because we saw a lot of different specs getting played yesterday and the day before, actually. But yesterday we saw 07. They were using prop paladins. They were using all kinds of different tank specs, assassination rogue, demonology warlock, and that was really exciting to see. And those specs worked out really well in the high keys. And that now means that those specs are free for them to use, not those specs, but the Vengeance Demon Hunter, the Disc Priest, the Arcane Mage, the Unholy DK, and the Balance Druid. Those have kind of been the meta specs this season, and those are all available for 07 because they used all of their pocket picks yesterday, right? Their main specs, you can see here, Shelly on that Warlock, Casual on that Rogue. They made those specs do so well yesterday, and they've earned the right to play the full meta comp today. Whereas Firmawand, on the other hand, made only one concession to the spec variety rule yesterday. They did one key without a Vengeance Demon Hunter. So they've saved the Vengeance DH into today, but they've lost the Disc Priest, which they can replace with the Resto Shaman. The Resto Shaman has looked really good when other teams have been using it, so that's okay. But they have had to give up 2 of their 3 other big DPS specs. So we'll see which pocket picks they have ready, because 07 used theirs yesterday. Firmawand are going to have to use theirs today.
Yeah, it's so interesting seeing how this might be something that, of course, is going to affect the dungeons, but also kind of affect perhaps even the approach that we've seen these teams take. But with Vunderbar, as we saw, they played off-spec, and they still were at the absolute top, so player skill 100% plays a role here too. But Zyro, as we kind of have seen how this is shaken out, as our teams have even selected and finalized some of the DPS picks they're going to have taken off the board, what are your thoughts about our current standings with our spec bans?
Like Dratnos said, it's really a tale of 2 strategies here. On the left side of our screen with Vunderbar and 07, they expertly maneuvered around that rule, making sure they could ban out the non-default comp for today. So Vunderbar has banned out Guardian Druid, the Resto Shaman, and the Frost DK, leaving Warlock open just in case they find a reason to play it today. And for 07, they've banned out the Resto Shaman, the Assassination Rogue, and the Demonology Warlock. So you'll notice none of the Vengeance, Moonkin, Mage, Disc Priest, or Unholy DK are banned out for either of these 2 teams. However, on the right side of the screen, you can see many of those default specs are gone. For Drive Pug, Vengeance and Disc being gone. Interested to see what their plan is working around that today. And they chose the Arcane Mage to ban out, which makes sense because Fire is a suitable replacement for most keys. For Firmawand, like you mentioned, Dratnos, they managed to hold on to their Vengeance DH, but they still don't get the Disc Priest, and they've chosen to ban out the Arcane Mage and the Unholy DK. So we'll have to see how they play around that. I know, for instance, in the case of Firmawand, their DK is a DK main. They probably can play Frost DK, which we saw Vunderbar use pretty well on day 1. I don't think it has the overall AoE cap potential that Unholy has, but it's still pretty solid, brings all the same utility, so we'll see how they plan on playing around that today.
Definitely. I mean, this has kind of struck me as we sat here because everybody in chat has been wondering too the last few days, but makes... What are some of the specs you think might be wild curveballs that we could get today, but that the teams might kind of try to pull out to deal with the dungeons that we might have?
Well, I'm not sure if this qualifies as a curveball personally, because we've been seeing them a lot, but of course teams already knew their dungeons, and we know that there is a priority on the menu for today, and I am of the strong opinion that this dungeon on a very high level is just near to impossible without a DK at all. So those teams that don't have the Unholy DK available anymore, they're going to be needing to get the Frost DK in, or potentially even Blood DK, which would be a big surprise, I think.
I love seeing Dratnos' face as you were like, DK. Dratnos is like, whoop, up.
I'm just saying, look, Blood DK is fun. It's great.
Yeah, Blood DK.
The problem with it in high keys is you're very susceptible to just getting like one shot by a couple of autos. But if you can live that, you don't need any healing. You got grip, mass grip, A-bomb limb, like all of those sharpshooters that are jumping around in Priory. Those are under control if you're playing a Blood DK. I'm just saying it would be cool.
That would be super cool. I mean, I would love to see it, right? This puts us in an interesting place where, yeah, you're kind of bending your mind on these teams. Like, what can we play? What do we have? What have we prepped? And can we maybe get away with doing this if we need to? Because, of course, a few of these teams, like we said, won't have as much of the meta to rely on. So, I mean, Zyro, with that in mind, how do you think they need to kind of go about approaching being competitive, right, up against these other teams that will have that access?
I think people get too caught up sometimes on the meta spec just being far and away the best comp to play. Yes, it is probably still the best comp to play, but we're talking about maybe a half key level potential cap, maybe up to a 1 key level cap in some keys. I think there are a lot of specs and comps that are more than applicable to the highest key levels. We've got a team next week calling themselves the Physical God comp who's put up pretty much identical key levels of the highest level playing a completely different comp. So I don't think you can look at the teams today, look at how they played around the spec variety rule and be like, oh, well, clearly we know who's going to make it, because really it still comes down at the end of the day to whether or not you can just play consistently on the day.
Yeah, absolutely. And I mean, of course, it's all about that skill. It's all about players coming through, and even if you have to get a little bit creative, there are still ways to make it work. But of course, as we kind of touched on with Makes, Priory's on the table, and we have a few other dungeons that this season were revealed ahead of time to our team so that they could implement all of these strategies for spec variety and otherwise coming into it. So Makes, with this kind of reveal of the dungeons ahead of time, what are you seeing for today, and what sort of strategies do you think our teams have brought?
Well, I think it's a combination of knowing dungeons and knowing how the spec ban works, right? Because sometimes, like we were mentioning, a DK for the Priory is just so good in a specific dungeon that you would want to have that accessibility to an AMS to deal with the second boss. So I think it's been really, really cool to see these teams kind of map out their days. I don't know if you're agreeing with that, Dratnos, but I feel like every single time I talk to the players, they were really appreciative because it allows them way better to like plan for how they're going to approach these things.
Yeah, especially with like Priory having been a time trial dungeon where all these teams have already done a lot of work to do this dungeon during the time trial stage of this competition, right? But starting off here on the plus 17 level, right? Like, look at Priory. These teams, Firmawand only got to an 18 in this dungeon in the time trials, right? And they're starting off on the 17, so these keys are going to start off very high, and they're only going to go higher. So the teams being able to, say, put up 2 chest runs in the plus 17s is going to be so difficult, but also so rewarding for any teams that can do it. Especially with, I mean, some of our dungeons today are just so tough. Priory is a great example, right? Just the plus 18 being the ceiling for Firmawand, or are they going to be able to go higher? Have they further improved since the time trial time? That's the big question for me.
So I also have a big question. If we could go back to the slide with all of the dungeons, Rook, I don't know what you did, but like, how did you get them to name a dungeon after you? Because you
like,
know, I'm just trying to figure it out.
It took a lot of bribes. No, no, you know, I'm just honored. Honestly, I named myself after the dungeon. I just sensed that one day it would be in the cards. I, had like a dream vision, and then I named myself after it. So, I mean, yeah, I'm excited to electrocute everybody with the many birds that I have in the Rookery and to, toss a little bit of void at them that hopefully they can handle today. But yeah, thanks, Makes. I love it, and I'm really grateful to Blizzard for having named this. You better be prepared. Love it. I mean, amazing to see, especially as we were pointing out there. We have some teams that clearly in Priory and some of these other dungeons are going to perform so well. And Firmawand, they've already, performed beyond our expectations, even coming in at that 21 spot with time trials. We'll have to see how they handle it. But overall, I think we've got a good group here and a lot of competition ahead today. Group A has already been amazing. And I can't wait to see how close this is going to be, because I feel like this is going to be really neck and neck. A lot of these teams have really surprised us.
They absolutely have. Yeah, we're going straight into dungeons, and I love seeing these dungeons. One of my favorite dungeon selection, I think.
Yeah, this one's amazing, and I'm so sorry though, Makes, because you're gonna have to go for now.
That's right.
I know
I'll
you
be
love
back.
this, and I know
Bye.
Bye.
But we will leave things with Dratnos and Zyronic as we start out. Zyro, take us into the action here as we get started in the group finals.
No more waiting. The dungeons have begun, and it's important to mention once again, we're starting at the 17 key level for today, so ideally we're going to be able to see a lot more of the upper echelon of those keys today. Hopefully maybe some world first, Stratnos?
Dude, look at 07. Look at 07's comp here. They have access to the full meta comp, and they are playing a Devastation Evoker in here. Is this,
I see an Evoker.
Here. Oh, we might have different teams, perhaps. Okay. This is.
We got lied
It's not 07. We had slightly different a different spot there for each of the team names. Okay, so 07 have access to the metacomp and they are playing it, but we are seeing some of the other teams with the restrictions on them not being able to play this comp, instead being the ones to use stuff like that Dev Evoker, which doesn't surprise me. The Dev Evoker, a very cool option for this level of key. That spec is actually, sometimes you can see it on these pulls, just doing incredible amounts of DPS.
Yeah, Dev, I mean, the problem with it, right, is that it does insane damage every 2 minutes, but then maybe not the greatest damage outside of that, but it's still very, very powerful, and you can see for our team in the top right-hand corner there, it is the Dev Evoker at the top of the meters before, unfortunately, going down to a shield slam. Might have pulled aggro, or I don't know. We'll have to see how it works for them, but we do see Vunderbar starting us off in the Rookery, whereas everyone else is instantly gone to that time trial dungeon prior to the Sacred Flame.
That's usually what we see, right? Usually we see whenever there is a time trial dungeon, teams tend to start with it because it's just the one that they're most familiar with, right? It's the one that they've already done the most practice in, and so teams feel good about starting there. But yeah, Vunderbar instead opting for the Rookery first, which is I think a pretty fun dungeon to start things off with. You can get some pretty big pulls going in here. It's only 3 bosses as well. Actually, all of our dungeons are kind of short and sweet ones here on Sunday, so...
Oh, yeah.
Should be pretty exciting to watch.
I mean, usually when we talk about keys, right, we've been talking about this all weekend, and, you know, how much time you need to push up each of the keys, you can kind of allocate 3 solid attempts per dungeon, you know, 3 30-minute attempts per dungeon throughout the day to cover the 5 hours of gameplay, also accounting for the 20 minutes of break timer. These are shorter keys, though, and if you go a little bit faster in the earlier runs, maybe you can give yourself a few extra attempts when we do get up to the 19s and the 20 key levels. So we'll have to see if our teams can throw some world-first key levels on the leaderboard today. So looking at our 2 teams that aren't able to run the full default meta comp, what do we think about their substitutions that we're running? Obviously, we see a Warlock and a Devastation Evoker and a Resto Shaman for Firmawand. We're seeing a Guardian Druid and I believe a Frost DK. No, that's not only DK. We're seeing a Guardian Druid and a Resto Shaman for Drive Pug as well. Interesting.
Yeah, the Resto Shaman makes perfect sense to me. That is a very good healer that I think is 99.9% as valuable as a Disc Priest to maybe 100% as valuable, right? Like, it's also just extremely good. So, very unsurprised to see Firmawand and Drive Pug opt for the Resto Shaman. Drive Pug were in the position of banning out the Vengeance DH, so they aren't able to play that. They're playing the Guardian Druid, which has been the most common other tank that we've seen other teams playing. There's, you know, a tiny bit of Prop Paladin from 07, but mostly teams have played a little bit of Guardian Druid, in some cases some Prop Warrior as well, but the Guardian Druid also makes perfect sense to me. It's a great tank. This is a great dungeon for it. It does a lot of the same style of things as Vengeance Demon Hunter, you know, Ursul's Vortex, Typhoon, Incapacitating Roar, giving you similar abilities to control and group up large packs, stop a lot of their kicks, those sorts of things. So that's nice. The other things, though, are definitely interesting. So Drive Pug playing the Fire Mage. Fire Mage is, in some ways, similar to Arcane. In some ways, it's quite different, though. Like, in some ways, the way the damage works here is quite different, where you're just sort of always combusting, right? And if you're not combusting, it's kind of a tragedy, but it's a little bit less... Arcane is a lot more about, like, okay, gotta make sure that I get my good surge off, gotta make sure that I hit my Touch the Magi as it comes off cooldown, and then I'm doing big damage in those cooldown windows. Whereas Fire's like, okay, I gotta make sure that I don't accidentally drop my cooldowns or press it, you know, right as a pull is dying, or get CC'd during my cooldowns, right, and then, like, lose all my cooldown reduction, and then I'm out of combust forever, and that feels really bad. But as long as you can avoid that, the spec does huge damage as well.
Right.
The DK choice definitely makes sense, right? The fact that every team in here is basically playing a DK is unsurprising to me, but Firmawand aren't. So I'm very curious how they are going to handle, say, the second boss in here, Baron Braunpike, has that big AoE circle that you got to go in and soak, and you get the big debuff on each person who soaks it, and it knocks you back and does a bunch of damage. DKs can hit Anti-Magic Shell and Death's Advance, and they can just trivialize that mechanic most of the times that it gets cast. Firmawand aren't going to be able to do that, so I'm very curious to see how they attack that mechanic, especially at this key level. That dot is so nasty.
Yeah, I suspect they'll have to use some combination of tank soaking a couple of dots and then maybe DPS taking one of them. For the actual Vindictive Wrath versions of that, I'm not sure how they're going to deal with 5 of those dots, but we'll have to see what the plan is.
Here's a cook. You're playing a Flame Shaper Devastation Evoker. Flame Shaper Devastation Evokers have access to a hero talent called Life Cinders that allows you to give somebody else a Renewing Blaze at 50% effectiveness. Now, if you put one of those on your tank, they could probably live the 5 stack even with even a 50% effectiveness Renewing Blaze. That would provide so much HPS that I think it would just carry them through stacking a bunch of copies of that dot. The other thing about the mechanic as well is you have like 30 seconds to soak it. Everybody gets kind of panics and soaks it quickly, but you do have a really long time. If you know what you're doing, you can leave it for a while. Yeah,
that's a good point. Yeah, I think there's a lot of good points. I think a lot of these are pretty suitable substitutions for what you see.
Look at that DPS.
Referred to as the metacomp. Yeah, I mean, all of these classes can do insane burst AoE DPS. Destruction Warlock in particular actually has some of the highest AoE cap potential in the game, especially as you add more targets in. I was seeing actually Shelly talk about it this morning in the Warlock Discord about how at 20 targets, Destro sims for like almost 50 million DPS, whereas Boomkin is like half of that. Not sure where you're going to pull 20 mobs in a key other than maybe like this pull that they just did onto the mini-boss. But like, if you're able to pull around those Destro lock cooldowns and make use of that AoE scaling, maybe you can find some efficiency here.
Yeah, the Dev Evoker is definitely another exciting one to talk about. Just when you're playing Flame Shaper, it's such a cool spec because you have this entire hero talent that does a lot of AoE damage if you can set it up properly, and you're also just doing huge burst single target as well. But the way that it works is you have these 2 charges of Engulf, and each time you press them, if you press it on a mob that has a Flame Breath, preferably like a rank 4 fully charged one, it has your Living Flame dot, it has your Empower dot, and you have your Shattering Star on it. It explodes for a huge amount of damage to the mob and also to all other nearby enemies. So very, very big DPS is available if you set it up properly.
Do they have any aggro issues when that happens, especially if they... If it would crit? Yeah, okay.
Yeah, you got to be very careful of that. The ripping threat on pull, making sure you're not in melee so you don't have the extra threat multiplier. And sometimes you delay that or even don't do it because of the aggro situation. Here we're going to see a Fireball take out the Dev Evoker. That is not an aggro issue. That's probably just an interrupt issue. But now going to have to rejoin the group. And with the way that people pull Priory as well, there's some skipping of those first few mobs that you have to do if you die and run back. So more deaths coming out here for Firmawand. Shouldn't be prohibitive to them being able to time this key, but it's definitely not good news.
Yeah, and because we're starting on a higher key level, right, we're on the 17 rather than the 16, the question of whether or not the 2 chests is going to be possible on this key definitely comes more into play. Although, with Prior of the Sacred Flame, we have the... added availability of a lot of runs from the time trials to see whether or not teams were able to 2-chest this key. So, yeah, I'll go take a look at that and see if we did have any 17 2-chests from time trials so we can see if the teams have the potential pace for that.
Yeah, some of our keys today have some pretty tight timers as well, so I'm going to be looking at that Meadery in particular, the dungeon that nobody has entered just yet, is one that we're going to have to see just how big they can go. But Vunderbar here, setting up quite a large pull in the Rookery as they're just going to take these mobs into boss, it looks like. This is going to be really nice for the Arcane Mage. The Arcane Mage just really likes having all of those extra enemies coming in onto the boss, but 07 are pulling pretty much the entire Braunpike trash section here. There are a lot of Paladins in this pull, but they don't all cast Sacred Toll at the same time. So when you pull like this, you are committing to dealing with back-to-back-to-back-to-back-to-back Sacred Tolls, right? It is very scary on the HPS side, but they don't cast simultaneously, so as long as you can top everybody up between each cast, there's sort of no limit on how big you can go in here.
And which targets is Dr. J on the Arcane Mage really focusing down here? Is he trying to get some of the casters out of the group, or is he trying to finish off one of the paladins so they don't have to worry about another AoE cast eventually? You can see the priest is the first to die, so it probably is the priest there.
Yeah, I think if you're fighting two paladins, killing off one of them is great. Because Sacred Toll is so scary, and in a lot of pug situations, even two paladins is a lot. Once you're fighting like 7 paladins, killing one doesn't do much, but Drogo dies to an auto attack from a Templar, and that's going to mean now that the rest of the group is struggling to recover. The mob is pretty low here, so they might be able to get this going, but threat is going to be a huge issue here. You're seeing Meld clicked instantly by Roybin and Jay. Casual as well, but still going down. They try and kite now outside. The paladins, more health than the other enemies, are the last ones to survive, so they are going to be spamming out those Sacred Tolls on the group here. Bang! Another one coming out, not able to kill it in time, and here comes another Sacred Toll, but Roybin, still alive, is able to keep everybody okay through this damage, and the last paladins are going to fall. So 07 losing a bit over a minute here, but are able to stabilize.
So it's okay. In the grand scheme of things, as long as they're able to finish off the rest of the key, they will be okay, but it looks like they're just going to go for a reset here. They think they've lost too much time. I went back and looked at the time trials, Dratnos. Not a single team was able to two-chest the 17 during time trials. So I don't think we're going to be looking for that to happen here. Although, with 07 resetting, maybe there's a chance they've found some time in between then and now in order to maybe guarantee a two-chest. So we'll have to see if they're able to pull that off in a second attempt.
Yeah, it's really interesting because 07 resetting could mean two different things, right? It could mean, oh man, the dungeon timer here is so tight that we think this wipe has cost us the timer. But I don't think that's likely to be where they're at because, you know, they were able to do this key a couple levels higher in the time trials. I think instead it's them saying, yeah, we know we can two-chest this, so if we give up 10 minutes but gain a two-chest is worth 30 minutes, right? You don't have to do that 18, you go straight to the 19, so you save all the time it would have taken you to do the 18. The issue is it's risky because what if you mess up again in the next 17? Now you're potentially throwing more time chasing that two-chest. So I do think it means that they think they can two-chest, though. That would be my guess, especially when you see like Firmawand had a pretty similar size time loss and haven't reset. I think that means that they are instead just saying, okay, we just want to time this, and we think we still can, even with a couple minutes down the drain.
Yeah, I think that's definitely the play for them. Meanwhile, we see Vunderbar making fantastic progress in their 17 Rookery here. Second boss down at 12.5 minutes. I want to see what the play for them is here in a little bit of time when they've dealt with this pack of 3 mobs. We've seen this strategy on live realms become very popular, where once you jump down the hole, you'll use a parasol to skip past a lot of the crash and just go to the very first Void Ascendant. I don't know if they actually have parasol toys on the tournament realm, so if they'll be able to do that. So let's actually see. They're going to jump down the hole here. Let's see what the strategy is. You can see some levitates on some player. Oh, okay, they do have the parasols, so that is the play from them. Let's see the flap from the Boomkin of Clicks as well. Didn't need the parasol to get there. There we go. Instantly onto the first Void Ascendant. All right, cool. Good tech.
Yeah, highly technical move there because you're sort of dealing with the drop pretty precisely. You need to know how to do that before you try it. But yeah, the parasol is on the tournament realm because it's on the vendor, so it's a nice little piece of tech that you can use to manage this section here. There are actually, if you want to do this on the live servers, there's a lot of different parasol toys as well that you can get that all do the same thing. So if you search in your toy box parasol, mouse over them, you can see where they all come from and go pick one of them up. My favorite, I think, is the Shadowlands one that you get from the Venthyr area, Revendreth.
Ooh, I think I have one of the ones from the trading post. Not sure which one.
It's a good one as well.
There's a few different ones.
Yeah, those, of course, no longer available, or not currently available. Actually, I don't know, maybe there's one on this month's trading post that did just change over.
I haven't checked. Yeah, there definitely could be one. They bring them back quite often, too, because people find them so useful. Let's see how Drivebug is able to deal with this first large pull after dealing with the first boss. And what do we think about the timer here for our other two teams in this prior to the Sacred Flame as well? They do have a lot more count, I believe, than we saw from our other team here from 07 when they got to this section of the dungeon. But still, 12.5 minute first boss kill, that seems on the slow side of things.
Yeah, it does seem a little bit slower, but not insurmountably so. And they actually already dealt with the massive pull in here very successfully, using their second Bloodlust of the dungeon. I think they're definitely on pace to time this key, but I don't think they're on pace to two-chest this key if that's something that 07 are going to go for, which could be a big advantage for DrivePug if 07 try and fail to two-chest after resetting in an attempt to get it. But otherwise, that would be big for 07. Remember, we are playing just like yesterday and just like the day before. The big thing is top 2. You need to be one of the top 2 teams this weekend to make it to the global finals. So if you're really scared of Vunderbar, which you should be if you're a team playing in the MDI, you don't have to beat them just yet. It's like the famous adage, right? You don't have to outrun the bear. You just have to outrun the other campers. Right now, Vunderbar are coming into today with everybody expecting them to be the bear, even though it's DrivePug playing the bear, and everybody else is trying to be not the slowest camper.
That's an interesting way of putting it. That makes total sense. You know, one of the things that I'm worried about for our teams that have banned out the Arcane Mage is that this Rookery dungeon in particular has a lot of specific pulls where there are very important targets to burn down. In the first section of the dungeon, you have those Void Riders that you really want to focus down before they get too much AoE damage off. And of course, as you get into this final section of the dungeon, you want to target down the Void Ascendants, you want to target down these large golems as well. Without the Arcane Mage, do we think the Fire is going to be a suitable replacement? I mean, the thing about Fire Mage, yes, you can just swap to a single target combust, but you don't actually gain any real single target funnel from that, right?
Right. Fire Mage sort of does free damage to the adds by combusting into a single target, whereas Arcane Mage does free damage to the boss by having adds nearby. It's a very different profile, even though it looks pretty similar. Even though in both cases, as the Mage player, you're happy for there to be adds nearby. You're happy for different reasons, and the one that's important for timing mostly comes from that Arcane Mage. So, yeah, Vunderbar getting started here on the Voidstone monstrosity. Should definitely be exciting to watch, but I'm also curious how Firmawand are going to choose to deal with this second boss with no DK. You can look on the frames there. 2 stacks on their tank and 1 on their Devastation Evoker on the first set. Not too scary. 1 stack is not too scary. Like you said, the way this boss works is it randomly casts wings at different points. I guess not randomly. On a timer, it's going to cast wings. And whenever it has wings up, all of the mechanics are empowered. And the way that that big circle gets empowered is instead of having 3 charges, it has 5. So they're now going to need to soak 5 total times here. Barkskin is going to allow the Moonkin to take 1 stack. Then they're going to have the Resto Shaman with Wall and the Evoker with Wall take stacks as well. Ooh. And then finally the tank taking 2 stacks. Now, when you actually soak it, it does a burst of AoE damage, which isn't too scary to the rest of your group if you're doing it with like a DK with AMS. But in this situation, there are people in your group that also have stacks of that dot. So it is very scary for everybody when you try and do the mechanic that way. Here comes the next Sacrificial Pyre, this time only 3 stacks. So in some sense, it might be easier to deal with. But in another sense, now they've already used a bunch of defensives. So people who do take that dot are going to have a harder time living. It looks like it's going to be 2 on the tank and maybe 1 on the Warlock here.
One on the Warlock
there comes
with
the Warlock
Dark
with the wall.
Okay.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, okay. That makes sense. It looks like they've got this, for the most part, planned out. The problem is, as you get further and further, get more sacrificial fires, especially the empowered ones, how do you, allocate your cooldowns out to deal with that? And if they do end up having issues on the next empowered sacrificial fire, which actually is coming out right now, they got to wait for the Castigator's Shield, of course, to go out, and look how low that drops their health bars. That's okay. They got time to heal it up here, but got to think about how we're going to deal with this piracy. 1 on the Evoker, 1 on the Shaman. Looks like they're just going to be spreading them out, just like they did last time around. This time it's Warlock with the Wall this time, not the Dark Pact. And I think, again, it's going to be the tank to take the last 2 stacks there. Yeah, looks like they've got it. They've got it figured out. Now, the question is, what's the scalability of this strategy? Is this something you can do with this comp in a higher key level?
Yeah, because if we look at how DrivePug are handling this, you can see instead they just have their Death Knight basically hitting Anti-Magic Shell every time and making that, when you have Anti-Magic Shell and you run into it, you don't get those stacks at all, making it much easier to deal with. So that is a big difference between the strategy that these teams have. And I agree, this looks so scary in the plus 17. Firmawand only were able to do this dungeon on plus 18 in the time trials as well. If they try and go higher, I don't know if it works with actually healing through all of that damage. And, the higher level the key goes, you're actually have to deal with this last Sacred Pyre instead of just letting the boss die while it's out, right? Mm-hmm. Like, you look here, both teams, they're getting a Sacrificial Pyre. but it's at the end of the boss's health, right? So you just ignore it now, and you just go boss, and you say, you know what, that pyre, we're going to kill the boss before it expires. Actually, it looks like Drivepug maybe are posturing to soak it if they need to, but yeah, the boss is low enough they don't need to. They will on the higher key level, though.
Yeah, the thing is, Firmawand, like we talked about, they banned out on Holy DK, right? They do have access to Frost, though, if they know how to play it. So, I don't know. We'll see. I guess the fact that they're not playing it here means that it's not something they're considering playing, so... You know, that's a discussion for another team. In the meantime, Vunderbar have gone into yet another damage F phase on the Voidstone monstrosity. The Bloodlust is active. Can they burn this boss before it gets another shield? The Surge in Execute is coming out from Gingy, and it looks like they're going to be able to finish this Rookery off way under the 2-chest timer.
Great news for Vunderbar. Yeah, Vunderbar, our team that is definitely the favorites of potentially the whole MDI. I think that's a big discussion is, are they favorites over teams like Mandatory that have looked so good in the absence of Echo? When Echo left, now Vunderbar is back, though. Is that going to be, which of those teams is going to potentially come out on top if they meet at the global finals? But right now, Vunderbar just very happy to get that 2-chest on the board. I think they are a team that would be disappointed if they got anything other than 2 chests in all 3 of the plus 17 keystones. So, meanwhile, our other teams, a lot more tenuous at getting potentially that 2 chest to start off the day. 07, their pull that they wiped on is going to be coming up here, but Firmawand are now making their way deeper into the dungeon. Another great pull here for our Dev Evoker. So we've got over 10 million DPS and not a huge target count here. Sometimes you see numbers like 10 million DPS and it's like, okay, but they're fighting 20 mobs. I mean, this time it's only like 8 mobs, and that Dev Evoker dealing more than 1 million DPS to each of them.
Yeah, tons of damage coming out from the group. Damage, again, not the issue that we're really worried about here. It's just more making sure you can lift through these packs, because look at the damage as these footmen die off here. Not able to get stuns off on all of them as they fall and they explode for AoE damage on the group. So they'll be able to get most of this trash outside of the light spawn, so it's not going to heal up any of the remaining trash. I do have a question about their timer. I'm looking at some splits from live keys. Their Baron Braunpike kill at 20 minutes 15 seconds is a little bit concerning for me. It means they probably have maybe 2 minutes of wiggle room in this key if everything were to go perfectly from here on out. So they need to make sure they are absolutely perfect in this section of the dungeon as they finish off their trash. Meanwhile, we do have 07 with their second attempt at the pull that took them out in their first attempt earlier today. It was Drogo that went down after about 1.5 minutes in combat with his particular pull. Let's see if they fare better this time around.
Yeah, this is a very, very scary pull. Again, you have a lot of paladins. The paladins are doing a lot of damage to your whole group, but also there's just a lot of auto attacks in this pull that do a lot of damage to your tank. And this is one of the pulls where your tank can't take any of your healer's attention because your healer just has to make sure that the entire rest of your group is okay. Although with the Disc Priest, incidentally, the tank is going to get a bunch of healing because anytime the disc is ramping, they're casting that Power Word Radiance, and that hits the entire party. So the tank does feel safer in this comp than with some other healers. Some other healers will have to be choosing who to heal, whereas Disc kind of just heals everybody with a lot of their effects. Although Oracle's a lot about casting Power Word Shields on people, and none of those are going to be going on your tank here if anybody else is low. Looks like 07 have figured it out this time, and I'm not surprised that this looked so clean for them. They wouldn't have reset and gone again if they thought that the pull was inconsistent, right? They thought it was something they couldn't do reliably, because otherwise you would just be resetting and then having the same thing happen again. 07 reset that dungeon because they know they can 2-chest it if it works out properly, and they want to make sure that that will happen. Whereas Firmawand have way more deaths, but didn't reset this dungeon. Another death even coming out to that Purification Beam, because they're only here to time this key. They don't want the 2-chest. I mean, they want it, but they're not going to get the 2-chest. They are just coming in for the success in the dungeon, even at the 1-chest speed.
I'm even more worried about the timer now with that death on the board. That was also the Dragon Rage gone for their Evoker as well, so the damage on this pull is not going to be nearly as high as they're used to. Oh man, are they going to be able to get through this dungeon in time and get it in time? They still have a couple trash pulls left after this before they end up engaging Prioress Murphy as well, so see if they're able to get this done. We did see for a brief moment there, Vunderbar went right back into the 19 Rookery, so they're going to be working on that and doing the initial pulls there. We'll check back up with them in a little bit. In the meantime, I think Firmawand is a story here. Can they get this dungeon done in time? And you can see the health bar starting to just completely rot out to this mini-boss here as the Resto Shaman is struggling to keep them alive.
Yeah, look at the mana bar here as well. Resto Shaman, when you're playing Totemic, it is very easy to run out of mana on that spec, and there's no time to drink here. There's not even a mage to conjure refreshment, so you have to have remembered to buy water before the key, which that's an issue I have on my Resto Shaman because I play with the mage so often, and then whenever I don't have one, I don't have food, and so my mana is all gone. But yeah, Firmawand at 93% here. 6 minutes left on the clock. Do they need to just take this into boss?
I think it would be the safe play as long as they're able to land those stuns on the footmen as they die. Oh, do they actually have to pull this? They need to get the here as well. They need to pull everything. Okay, wow. This is scary.
This can't go on to boss at all then.
No, this is Pot agreed. They have to go for this to time the key. This is scary.
Yeah, that light spawn channeling the purification into their warlock. Luckily, a dark pact, or not actually even any defensive was available either, so just needed to get healed through that, but it did work out. And now Pact is available if targeted once more. Here comes Infernal. Here come a bunch of those CDs. Dragon Rage still being held. Is that coming out as well, or are we saving that for the boss at this point? 5 minutes and 23 seconds left on the clock. So the math is you need to press that Dragon Rage in some point in the next minute, or else you are going to lose a use in this dungeon. So it's actually okay to hold it here, because you will still get 3 total casts, as long as you press it sometime before there's like 4:30 left on the clock. This is going to be close on whether or not we're going to get another Dragon Rage this key.
We need to land these stuns on these footmen. There are 6 footmen in this pack. If any more than 2 of them die at the same time without being stunned, it's going to instantly destroy the group. There's the cap totem, but there are still some mobs alive. Good knock-up. All right, they've managed to pull it off there. That was actually super clean from Firmawand there. 4 minutes and 45 seconds for Prioress Murphy with no lust, though. This is going to be quite tight, but like you mentioned, they will get full value of all 3 of those Dragon Rages here, so that's pretty valuable.
Yeah, the thing that kind of sucks is that we don't have a power infusion for our Dragon Rage. Whenever I'm playing Dev Evoker and I don't have power infusion on my Dragon Rage, it feels so much slower than when you do. But Firmawand, unfortunately, their ban situation means they can't have access to a power infusion, at least from a Disc Priest. So they're going to have to deal with it without the power infusion and without the lust. Now, without either of those haste increasing effects, the Dragon Rage is severely diminished in its potency, but it is still an incredibly strong cooldown, so hopefully they will have the damage to get through that boss. The good news is they didn't miscount at least, so they have full count. Meanwhile, 07 finishing off that second boss. You can see there what it looks like with the DK comp handling out those sacrificial pyres, but it is going to be Firmawand with 3 minutes and 50 seconds left as they work on Prioress Murphy. Drive Pug also on Murphy. They have a little bit more time by virtue of only having 2 deaths, or sorry, having 7 deaths instead of 8. It looks like, is that 7 or 2? I can't see it down at the bottom right.
I think it's a 7.
But I think it is, yeah. I think both of these runs have been similarly death-filled, so both teams needing to improve as the day goes on, but they might still be able to salvage these timers. Damage on Murphy has been looking good so far, but remember, there's going to be an intermission soon.
There's going to be an intermission soon, but they have plenty of tools to deal with those ads as they spawn. I'm more worried about making sure they can break through that shield before the second wave of ads spawns. We do have an Infernal that's going to be off cooldown here, but it really looks like that's the only cooldown they're going to have available to them.
We got a Warlock Gateway. That is a huge piece of time save here. So now we can go and save like 10 seconds on starting the shield damage here. You don't have to just all run up or find other ways upstairs. So that is really nice. That's going to mean they might, even with a little bit less DPS, be able to break this shield before the second spawn because they just were able to get on the boss a lot sooner. Although players are running out and using their CC globals to keep the neophytes from running in. Might be a little bit of a damage loss. They are able to land the kick. Let's see if it was before. It was not before the second wave of neophytes spawn. So they need another set of CC on these. Now, they've already used Sigil of Misery. They've already used Landslide. Let's see what they use on them the next time here. There is Ursul's Vortex and Typhoon available. And it looks like that should be enough to keep these neophytes away as they slowly burn down. The Capacitor Totem's going to come out, and they have the talent that means you get a second Capacitor Totem when the first expires, and those are going to combine to be enough to keep it away.
Man, the health
look at
bars
where
from
their
every single one
standing.
of these AoE splits. Yeah, nice spot. And I think they're
Nice
going
spot.
to have enough time here. Yeah, boss below 30%. 2 minutes still left on the timer. Firmawand should have gotten this down here. Need to make sure they don't accidentally get blowned by the boss. That is a word. Look it up. but I think they've done it. Drive Pug as well on the bottom right-hand corner. I think they should be fine as well, although as I start to look at them, they do have their boomkin go down, and I don't think they have a battle res either in the bottom right corner. Can we take a look at Drive Pug? I think they're going to be okay, though. 2 minutes left on the timer, boss at 10%. I think both of our teams that came in today without the perfect meta comp, they're going to be able to get their first runs done, and that's huge for them just to start off the day right.
Yeah, both teams, it's going to be, by the skin of their teeth that they are able to get through these 17 priories, but they have done it. They have at least put the first key on the board, which is a very, very big deal. We'll see whether they decide to come back and do the 18 priories, because the thing is, look at these timers, right? A minute left on the clock for Drive Pug. A similar situation for Firmawand. Actually, pretty much identical timing, because they had the same deaths and they started at the same time. So there's 0.1 second apart between the two teams.
That's crazy.
Impressive closeness between the two teams. But the worrying thing is if you are less than 10% like under the timer, which both teams are, that is bad math for trying to do the key one level higher. So we'll see if they attempt that, or if they decide to start heading to these other dungeons instead, such as Vunderbar, who went to this Rookery, doing a pull here that you often don't do if you are doing this kind of just the press W strategy. This is one of the packs that's easiest to skip because it's out to the side, but it's a good source of count if you can fight it. Vunderbar fighting it right now and able to skip some other packs, that parasol skip later, letting them skip some much more difficult trash.
Yeah, fortunately, even though the timer looked scary, they did both have a lot of deaths, which mounted up to 2 minutes extra on the timer, so if they're able to keep it clean in the 18, maybe they can go for it. We're already seeing the choice from Drive Pug is to not go for that. They're heading over to the Rookery to see what they can get set up over there. Firmawand, however, right back into the 18 priory. So let's see if they can keep it clean and go for that second timed key on the exact same comp. So we're not switching anything up. There's going to be no DK to help them out on Braun. That's going to be scary. We saw how low they were getting just the Castigator shield casts alone. Interesting. We do have some nice tech on this skip here from Vunderbar, though. You can see it looks like they're in combat, but it's fake combat. They're all out of combat. They skipped past that one Void Diffuser, and now we're on to the double Diffuser pack, which is, I believe, they're going to pop that second Bloodlust of the key.
Yeah, not surprised at all. This is a huge pull, and then they're going to be able to grab the other enemies in here and take them onto the boss for Arcane Mage Cleave as well. So, great pathing through the dungeon for Vunderbar. Great timing of the Bloodlust, and a clean run so far. 0 deaths up to this point as they're nearing the end of the dungeon. Looking really solid for Vunderbar.
Yeah, I mean, we really didn't talk too much about how ridiculously fast their 17 Rookery run was. Again, they were 3 minutes under the 2-chest timer, so this 19, we know the timer is not going to be an issue for them. It's just about whether or not they can keep it clean. Fortunately, this is a team that's won 9 or 10 MDIs. They won pretty much everything for 5 years, so keeping it clean is something they're very good at doing. And this pull, I've seen claim many lives on Live Realms. They make it look easy. They're already through both of the Void Diffusers, even though Arcane, lowest DPS on the meter there. I guarantee you they were one of the top DPS to the Void Diffusers alone there. And like you mentioned, we'll be bringing down the rest of the trash in that room to cleave on top of the boss, give that Arcane Mage more funnel. Let's take a look at this comp for Drive Pug in the Rookery here. Like you were talking about, we've got the Prot Warrior, but unfortunately their first attempt with this comp, not going the greatest. Instantly death on the Resto Shaman, also a death on the Unholy DK. They're probably going to reset this pull.
Yeah, I suspect, with things going wrong this early, but I love seeing this out of Drive Pug, the comp that they are running, because some teams yesterday and the day before decided, okay, we have a second best comp that we are going to play slightly more than 50% of our keys in so that we can ban out specs from that, and then play this meta comp in every dungeon on Sunday. Drive Pug, on the other hand, are saying, you know what? We have a bunch of different specs we can play, and we're going to choose based on the dungeon here on Sunday, right? Which of these specs works out best against that specific dungeon. So say the Prot Warrior, the MM Hunter in Rookery as well. I don't know if you've played MM Hunter in Rookery. It feels good. There are some great pulls for the Marksmanship Hunter. They do incredible burst AoE, especially in 5-ish target situations. They can just do some insane DPS. It's also really fun as well because if you can proc a lock and load at the right time, you will do damage numbers that are just completely unrealistic. And whenever that does happen, it feels incredibly good.
I do know it's up there with like the Dev Evoker and the Ellie Shaman Ascendants as some of the burstiest damage in the game, with True Shot being an insane cooldown. So if you can find good lineups for it, it makes total sense. We saw Velocity yesterday making good use of it before they kind of started to melt down a little bit and had some mistakes. So we know the class is good. It's just about whether or not they can make it work, and we'll see in the second attempt. Oh my god, look at the damage Marksman is capable of on the Pulver Drive Bug here. Can we get a full screen of them so we can show off that Marksman Hunter damage? Wow, outbursting the Unholy DK at the start of the pull.
Yeah,
a little bit of blood is life, but all good.
There comes the blood is life. This pull has a little bit too many targets. If you're a MM Hunter and you're playing with an Unholy DK, this is one of those pulls where you're like, yeah, they're supposed to beat me, whatever, but still doing some incredible DPS on this pull. A nice thing as well is your MM Hunter can just play so far back on some of these fights. You have like infinite range on a Marksmanship Hunter too, which on the last boss, for instance, you can just play wherever you need to. Whenever you're fighting that first boss too, you can be anywhere in the room and it's all good. But 07 now playing for that 2-chest timer, as we predicted. The reason they reset this key earlier, they're going to be the last team to put a point on the board, but it's going to be with a 2-chest in the Priory, which neither Drive Pug nor Firma 1 secured. This is really important for 07 because coming into today, sort of the default expectation is, okay, Vunderbar is very likely to be one of the teams that makes it out of this group. The other 3 teams are fighting for that other spot potentially. Of course, Vunderbar are not a sure thing by any stretch, but 07 are a team that is on paper one of the favorites to get that other spot out of this group. But yesterday they looked very vulnerable, and today they came in and had to reset their first key. So it is big for them that they are able to actually put this 2-chest on the board. It's super important for their chances today, and for, you know, those ever important variables of morale and momentum that we love to talk about for teams.
Yeah, I mean, that's the plan coming into play, right? When you make that decision to reset the key, you make that knowing, okay, we're losing 10 minutes of our day, but the trade-off is that we know we're capable of 2-chesting it. The question is, can you capitalize on that 2-chest? And for 07, on the very next attempt, able to get this done. This is incredibly impressive. Throughout the 5 days of time trials in Priory of the Sacred Flame, not one of the teams actually 2-chested a 17, so to see them pull that off in competition and have the confidence to go for that is huge. Question now, do they go straight back into the 19, or do they go somewhere else? Interestingly enough, we saw Dr. J has gone offline, so he could be swapping to another character, perhaps swapping from an Arcane to a Fire Mage, which is a question that I had looking at their comp, why he was playing the Arcane in Priory. Maybe they just wanted a little bit more single-target focus damage on the mini-boss ads, because when you go and you look back at the time trial runs for this dungeon, almost every single one of the top runs was focusing on playing Fire, not Arcane, probably for some of those bigger AoE pulls just for safety of the group. Although, we have Dr. J on... Is that an Ellie Shaman?
All right. I mean, I'm sure it is, right? Actually, I'm not 100% sure.
It is. I see the Storm Ellie. It's an Ellie Shaman.
Yeah. All right. So an Elemental Shaman for 07 as they advance to a plus 19 Priory of the Sacred Flame. Very cool piece of tech here. And it's especially cool to see Dr. J doing it too, because Dr. J is like he's a mage main. He's been a mage main for years. There's been MTIs where he's been the only person to play mage. And the fact that he is going to be swapping off of mage onto Ellie Shaman means they think Ellie Shaman is like sick for this dungeon. And I'm inclined to agree. I've played with some Ellie Shamans this season that have done ungodly amounts of DPS on some of these pulls.
The thing about Ellie Shaman, I am an Ellie Shaman enjoyer, and let me check something. Who do we have casting? I hope Tettles is on next. No, he's not on for like another hour and a half. He's going to be so unhappy that he doesn't get to cast the Ellie Shaman, because I know he's been playing a lot of it recently too. Ellie Shaman is such a fun class to play. Ascendance is literally one of the best damage cooldowns in the game, and let's just see how much that Ellie Shaman can pop up as they set up this first pull here. They do a ton of AoE damage, but actually they kind of secretly do a lot of funnel damage to single targets as well through Lightning Rod, so they can do a lot of focused target damage to these mini-bosses. And check out the burst. No procs just yet, but once you do start to proc, maybe get some DRE procs, your damage just goes through the roof.
Yeah, the DRE, so you're talking about deeply rooted elements, which is when they proc Ascendance. Now, it sounds like one of those sort of standard talents, right, where it's like, oh, you get a few extra seconds of your main cooldown, but the really nice thing is, whenever you do proc deeply rooted elements, you also put a bunch of Flame Shocks out, so you're getting a bunch of free extra DPS that is over the next, 18 seconds. Now, the build that you're playing in Mythic Plus as an Elemental Shaman is not super focused on Flame Shocks and Lava Bursts and any of that kind of stuff. You're focused on the Tempests and the Lightning and that side of the build, so it's a little bit less exciting than proccing it with the raid build, the Farseer side of things would be, and applying a bunch of those Flame Shocks, but it is still a lot of hidden extra value. If you can be proccing those deeply rooted elements and maintaining free Flame Shocks on 5 extra targets, it is extremely cool. And if you are ever interested as well, we do have an inspect tool that you can use if you want to go and see the talents and the builds and the gear that everybody's using in chat. I'm sure people are putting the command and the link in chat as well, where you can go and click on that inspect tool. I think it's also a overlay on Twitch, if I'm not mistaken, too. But, ooh, Dr. J gets shot here. So, unfortunately, going to have to release, and I think they might even just reset this dungeon at this point. Yeah, 07 going to give it another try, but a strong first pull for them. Can't wait to see them go for it again. 07 resetting another key, though. Potentially a little bit worrying. The thing that I'm really encouraged about 07 is that they had the guts to reset an imperfect 17 and go for it again on the 2 chest, because even if you know you can 2 chest the 17, it's hard, and it is so scary to make the call of resetting to go for a 2 chest, because if that turns out to be a mistake, you feel so foolish.
So here's the question that I have. What was the reason for the reset? And I have a proposition. Let me know if you think this is a little bit too nitpicky for them, or if it's something that this team would actually do. I noticed they got an extra Thunderclap at the very end there. Maybe they expended a little bit of extra cooldowns, but something else I also noticed is their Unholy DK was at the bottom of the meter, which leads me to believe they didn't get any good Blood as Life procs. Do you think that 07 would just reset a key because they didn't get good procs on the first pull to give them more time and a better chance of completing the key?
Maybe. I don't think you would do that this early in the day, because doing something like resetting until you get good procs on a first pull, that could cost you a lot of time, and you might not have that time to spend, right? You don't know in the first hour of the day how valuable an extra 10 minutes is going to be for you at the end of the day. So you would rather save that kind of decision until the end of the day, where you know, okay, we've got an extra hour, let's pull a stretch goal key that we need procs to time. I don't think that that's something that they would really do. I think it was more okay, this pull went wrong for us. It was a lot slower than we thought it would be. We have these deaths, so let's just reset it, go again.
Okay, it might have also been because they just expended too many cooldowns. Maybe they needed to have the last resort from their Vengeance Demon Hunter for one of the later pulls, and they're like, well,
right,
we expended too much on this pull, let's just go again. Let's see how it goes this time around for 07, though. As you can see, that Unholy DK rightfully reclaiming his spot at the top of the damage meter for the team, doing over 30 million DPS this time, actually doubling his damage from their first attempt. Looks like this is more where they want that first pull to be. We do have Vunderbar, though, on the main screen here. In their 19, just once again, going at an insane pace. I don't think they're on... Yeah, they're not going to be on pace to 2 chest on this time around, but still, plenty of time to time this key.
Look at this. They pulled a bunch of afflicted civilians here. Not only does this mean that this is going to get them count, but they also kept them to the side, and now they are just putting them in a perfect position for Gingy's procced arcane orbs to fly through them and give him extra funnel onto the Voidstone Monstrosity during this burn. Incredible piece of tech there by Vunderbar. You can see they had that world marker as well. The idea is okay, keep triangle clear. Don't drop the puddles on triangle, and then we're going to pull the trash onto triangle, because Gingy's going to be behind triangle and shooting the orbs through it. So really cool strategy for this boss that might mean they can do it in one less phase, because Arcane Mage gets a bunch of damage from that funnel.
Yeah, that's actually just huge tech, and I wonder if they're going to be able to pull any more of those civilians from the side of the room behind them, although I doubt that those are going to be accessible to them because they parasol down, so there should be a Voidstone Monstrosity in the way. We'll see if they're able to get some of them, though. If there's anyone that's figured out a strategy to give them more single target damage on this boss, it's probably going to be these guys. But again, we're not looking at 2 chesting this key. We've got about 6.5, 7 minutes left on the 1 chest. We just want to make sure we walk it in, get the +1, move on to the 20, which, based off the speed they're already going through this key, I think 20 is certainly on the table for them.
I agree. I mean, at this pace, they're almost on the pace where 21 would be doable, although is it livable is the question that I would be having.
I mean, hopefully. You can only hope that it pays off and you all live and you don't have to reset. But we'll have to wait and see ourselves exactly how it's going to pan out. And here we'll actually have Zyro stepping off the desk, at least for the time being. So we'll see you later.
Bye.
Bye. Nagura's going to be coming in. Hi.
Hello.
And will be joining us here as we watch some of the ends of these runs and as we get into some other runs for 07 and Firmawand. But, I mean, from what you've seen already with our team starting off today, how is the opening of our Group A finals looking to you, Nagura?
Yeah, I mean, obviously at this point anything can happen still. All of the teams are looking pretty solid so far. Of course, Vunderbar having this incredible performance in his Rookery and showing some tech as well, which is really cool to see. We've been talking about this a little bit yesterday to see if would the top teams be like saving strategies, like hiding strategies for potentially like the global final even. And to see Vunderbar show some tech at least doesn't mean that they show everything, right? It's still possible that they're hiding something, but it's cool to see some innovation and some cool stuff coming out here from them.
Yeah, they actually had the Voice of Monstrosity at 35% health when it got that second shield, which it's actually a big deal whether that was 35.1 or 34.9, because if it's below 35, your Arcane Mage is doing a lot of extra damage to that last shield they're burning through. But yeah, Vunderbar looking absolutely phenomenal as they get into this final burn potentially. Will they be able to take it from 35 to 0? They have another set of cooldowns, but they don't have a Lust here, but they are in Execute. But pretty much everybody has CDs, except they don't have a Power Infusion on this set. Is it going to re-shield? It's going to be close. I think it might. 4%, yeah, it is going to re-shield at 4%, so they are going to have to deal with one more phase here. A little bit too much damage for them to be able to do. But the good news is now they can just press their cooldowns as they come up, because as soon as they push it one more time, it will definitely die.
Yeah, so this is interesting, right? This kind of means to me that, like, yeah, they could have probably made this. Like, maybe in practice they made it a few times and didn't get the shield. But they're so far off the timer, and this is not the maximum key level that we're going to see, right? So the value that they're getting from it, maybe not so high. But I guess once we go to the super high level keys, like to the actual top keys that they're doing, at that point, maybe they need that extra damage to be able to get the next shield skipped and not this one that we're looking at right now.
Yeah, absolutely. I think that they should be able to kill it in the same number of shields as this in one key level up, so it shouldn't be a huge added time penalty, because that's one of the things. There are some dungeons where going up one key level costs you way more time than others because it adds extra phases to bosses, but I think they're going to get that exact same amount of shields on the next key level up, so I think they are on pace to do the 20, but not the 21 in that dungeon. I don't think Rookery goes up quite that high, nor would they even have the time to really attempt that, because they have two other dungeons they need to get done as well, and there's only 5 hours in the day. But that is a great success for Vunderbar. Let's see where they decide to go next, whether it is just straight to the 20 Rookery, or whether they want to start pushing up these other keystones. Meanwhile, 07, deeper into this plus 19 Priory, where they are busting out that Elemental Shaman, although unfortunately the Ember Storm is going to take out Dr. J on that Ellie Shaman. Ellie Shaman pretty annoyed by the Ember Storm mechanic in general, because you just have to do so much movement, but one of them you do get to use Spirit Walker's Grace on and totally ignore it, which is a really good feeling.
Yep, definitely a very good feeling indeed. I did quickly want to mention that I do think that it's maybe possible that we could see some of those really high push keys, because of course we're starting on 17 today, and if Vunderbar is going to continue their two chesting on the 17s, then I guess there is a potential to see like 21s be done, but maybe Rookery not one of those, as the other dungeons are going to be more likely to go higher, especially since we've seen them in the time trials already. But yeah, there we go. Dry Fuck now on Stormguard Goran in their 17 Rookery, and I mean that Hunter, I've seen the damage earlier while you were casting, and I like it a lot. I think MM Hunter might be a good pick for this dungeon.
Yeah, it works out super well on these like 3 to 5 target pulls. It can do some incredible burst damage on those. There are a lot of dungeons where the 3 to 5 target pulls are They're like filler pulls where you're just kind of waiting and you're recovering cooldowns. But Rookery is defined by some really tough small target pulls. But unfortunately, we're going to have a Reality Tear taking out their Moonkin. Lingering Void, I think, then going to jump unexpectedly to their Shaman. And that's going to take out 2 players for Drive Pug. Now, they do have Battle Res. They also have an Ankh available here, that Reincarnation available. But QWERTY is standing... His body is in the puddle. So, unfortunately, not able to safely Ankh here. Going to go for it anyways, and is able to survive, but not before Worst has gone down to that Chaotic Corruption dot. And now Drive Pug, with only 4 players left, their tank is in danger. The rest of their group now running around, but it looks like they are maybe going to be town portaling this one, as the rest of the group is starting to fall. Unfortunate for Drive Pug, but it is now Firmawand getting ready to pull the second boss here, pulling a couple of Lynxes in here as well, but unfortunately, that means on pull, we're going to be down a Warlock. Now, luckily, we didn't have CDs, so no Infernal is lost, but we also got to watch out for threat here on our Evoker, because our Evoker actually doesn't have Dragon Rage, so it should be okay. No threat issues likely.
Okay, this was incredibly scary. I think they might have recovered this pull now, as we do also see the grip come through on the Sharpshooter, but that didn't take in so much damage. This boss known to do a lot of tank damage, and then having other mobs on top of that as well, just making this even more difficult, especially with those issues that they had at the start. But once those trash mobs they should be able to recover this on their 18 that they're in. Another Warlings jumping in, and that Sharpshooter a little bit difficult to control, as it doesn't really move. And of course, it also jumps away if there are targets that aren't quite in melee range, and they have to spread out a little bit for the other abilities from the Lynx, for example, to be able to dodge that jump, which we've seen right there very nicely. So as long as you have a timer for the jump, you're able to sidestep it, which of course means that Sharpshooter jumps out, as we just saw, but it's low enough that it should go down soon.
Yeah, Evoker actually makes this a lot easier than it would be with some other specs, because you have Cauterizing Flame to remove a bleed or 2 from your tank whenever they're most vulnerable, and you have Zephyr to give your entire group some damage reduction against that Holy Radiance pulsing damage. So I think that's why Firmawand feels comfortable fighting all this trash with his boss, is because they do have that Evoker providing a little bit of extra group survivability. But we do have a quick look that we can take now at how Vunderbar started off their Priory while they were off on one of our smaller corners of the screen, as a death actually comes out here. But let's take a look at this replay. So we start off with this Sigil of Misery on that 4-pack running through, and then the rest of the group stacking up. Invis Pot coming out here, letting them skip again through.
Oh.
And now they're going to head up to the side, now grabbing a bunch of these enemies with his Sigils and with those thrown glaives. And they're going to run up through some of this pack here, skipping the triple Sharpshooter side, but grabbing all the rest of the trash here, and then line of sighting up with the stairs to group everything on triangle. Really cool start to this dungeon.
Wow, this is actually very cool. So what we've seen here is the Fierce Sigil, and then now, of course, being the first to get aggro, which means that the rest of the team can walk through without being incumbent with them. Then using that Shadow Meld to drop aggro from that first pack once everyone else was passed, using the Invis Pot to skip even more, and then they skipped the Knights as well. I don't think there was any Knights in this pack either, so they managed to skip a lot of the very dangerous mobs here and just do still a very big pool that they were gathering up that they used the Bloodlust for. This is actually very cool to see, and I wonder if they can execute that as well on the higher key levels. Thankfully, it's the first pull of the dungeon. That means if they do not manage to pull it off, then they can just go again, not lose out too much time. A very cool tech again. Coming in from Wunderbar. In the meantime, we have some issues.
Drive Pug. Look at Drive Pug. They're coming back into the Rookery, and they're playing a different comp now. Oh. They've changed it again. Now we have a Windwalker in our dungeon for Drive Pug. Unfortunately, going down here, but it looks like Drive Bug are going for... They're trying to play every spec in the game today, it seems like. They've swapped off of the Prot Warrior and back onto the Bear now, and they've cycled in the Windwalker Monk, which is not doing very good damage on this pull, but that's just because of the death there. Windwalker... So Windwalker is sort of like Marksmanship Hunter, where There are a lot of dungeons where it's just tough because the pull sizing is so large, and you don't do very much damage beyond 5 targets on a Windwalker. But Rookery is a great dungeon for that, as another death actually does come out for them. So maybe they'll restart this, or maybe they'll just keep it going. But yeah, in these sort of 5 target-ish pulls, Windwalker can do some incredible damage, and it's also great single target, which is really good on these difficult bosses in this dungeon.
This is interesting. Do you think they switched because potentially maybe the tank wasn't super comfy on prod, and was thinking, because the tank died on that second boss earlier, right? Maybe the tank was like, you know what, I don't want to do this, I want to play Guardian Druid, and then their Moonkin had to, well, it didn't have to switch on something else, but obviously if you have another Druid in your group, then you would want to have something else, and obviously the Windwalker also providing some utility as well for the melees in the group, and for the physical damage from the Hunter too. So actually pretty nice fist damage comp. They did lose the shout though, from missing out on that prod warrior. Yeah, interesting switch for Drive Puck here.
Yeah, my suspicion is that the bosses should be really easy for this comp now, but the trash sections might take them a little bit too much time. But we will keep checking in with them over time as we swap back over to Firmawand's Bloodlust pull now, working towards Baron Braunpike here. This is scary pull. The deaths already come out here as well. There's no more B-reses available for them. This Lust expiring shortly here. A lot of mobs still alive, and unfortunately, this is going to be a wipe for Firmawand. But Drive Pug, the action does not stop here in the MDI. We have 4 teams fighting, and there's always something exciting to watch as Drive Pug now starting off a pretty ambitious pull on this side of the dungeon. This should be a really good opportunity for the Unholy DK to just put these target-capped specs in the dirt. Some of these specs look really good for the target-capped specs, but unfortunately, it's actually going to be another tank death for Drive Pug here on this pull. So Unholy DK not even going to be able to do the full burn there. So they're going to wipe and reset. Let's see if they come back in with a different comp next time. Yeah. Swap it out. Let's get the Brewmaster in here.
Yes. Where's the Brewmaster? We'll see what Drivefuck is going to cook up now to see how they can finish up this Rookery dungeon here. In the meantime, Wunderbar did manage to reach that first boss. Up to 36.67% trash. So this is actually something that I want to keep an eye on because, of course, Wunderbar, with that skip that they did early on, they were skipping quite a lot of trash at the start. I'm not sure if they maybe pulled it back afterwards because that's still something that is possible. Like maybe they just did this to get the last on this pull that they were doing and then pulled some trash afterwards. I didn't really take a look at that. But yeah, still interesting to compare the enemy forces that I have up until this point with the other teams. In the meantime, we do also have 07 on their 19 priority, which we haven't looked at too much. Of course, they have that elemental shaman that Syra loves to see so much. And they had this little bit of an issue earlier where they lost Jay on one of their packs. But they have their personal cooldown Ankh to get back up. And right now they're still on 2 battle dresses. So they're looking pretty good. Wunderbar about to finish off that boss though. Also, they killed that boss so fast. I feel like I looked away for 10 seconds to look at 07 and the boss was dead.
The Vunderbar has just been blasting through this dungeon, seeing the strats that they're using, these pulls, all the tech. It's incredible. Really amazing to see this run from them, but also really amazing to see. Chat kind of pointed it out. We had people asking all weekend, when are we going to see Monk? When are we going to see Monk? And I wanted to jump in really fast and ask you, Dratnos, is this, with Windwalker, have we actually managed to get every class represented this weekend, do you think?
Okay, let's think about it. We've seen all the plate wearers, the leather wearers. We've seen all of those, right? The rogues, the demon hunters, the monks. Is there another? I feel like there's 4 leather classes. Maybe I'm wrong,
Druids?
though. Druid, yep, we've seen a lot of druids. Yep, good comms. Mm-hmm. Then there's 3 male classes. There's hunters we've seen. There's evokers we've seen. There's shamans we've seen. And then the clothies, we've seen all the clothies, I believe, as well. So yeah. We've seen every class now so far this weekend, and we've seen a lot of different specs as well. We've seen 2 different flavors of druid, 2 different flavors of DK, 2 different flavors of mage. So a lot of different styles coming in today. 2 different flavors of warlock as well, and shaman. It's all over the place.
Still missing out on those other priest specs. Where's the holy priest, the shadow priest?
But hey, Holy Priest is getting buffed next week, so, you know, any day now.
I think Make saying that all specs will be played at the end of this MDI might actually come true. looking at this weekend, at least in this group, it is technically possible that the other groups, obviously they're watching Group A here unfold, and maybe they see some specs that they really like, and they just kind of adjust and play those specs. But I honestly don't think so. I think we actually are gonna continue to have a lot of variety in these comps and in the specs that teams are playing. But let's take a look at Vunderbar. So they are finishing off this trash here, which we've seen some pretty big pulls coming in. Gingy going to the left, sheeping. I believe it was a priest, conjurer that. Either a priest or conjurer that he was sheeping to the side to make sure they don't need as many interrupts while dealing with the rest of the trash. And it looked like now was going backwards a little bit. It almost looked like there was trash in the back that he was pulling in, but I didn't see anything coming. So maybe they're just, I don't know, maybe just like jumping around, walking backwards, pressing S.
Yeah, the S key is something that you're not supposed to press in PvP, but it's definitely good in PvE to be able to backpedal a little bit as a tank. You can see now doing it right now, able to keep these mobs grouped up and in front of him and carefully managing their position, especially with all these consecrations that are forcing them to keep the pack moving.
Yep, definitely doing a good job. We can also see that Vortex, Typhoon kind of grip come in to be able to get them out of some of these AoE puddles on the ground. Of course, Kush being the only melee here. Not too big of a problem for the rest of the team. Well, and now damage too, of course, too. Not like tank damage doesn't matter, as you can see. Now is pumping quite a bit on all of these pulls. And that should be the last pack that they're doing before they can move on to the boss.
Oh, wait.
And now they're going to be
They're heading
more
backwards.
stuff.
What is this going to be?
Brown pike, very likely. We're going to be seeing some extra trash pulled here. Light spawns, even. Yeah, that's
Gingy
interesting.
grabs
We've seen
the
one
light spawn. We also have the mini boss that was off to the side. So they skipped this mini boss, and they are fighting it now. And that's good. The mini bosses give a lot of count. You really want to make sure that you kill those. They give like 50 count each. Really valuable. So they're doing this big pull with Lust right now. And this is really a good timing, right? The only way you could do this pull with Lust is if you waited until now to do it. Gives them a great target on that boss. I like the way that Vunderbar are just always placing a world marker for where the pull is going to be as well. That lets people with ground targeted effects place them where they want. We actually had a taunt out by clicks as well, it looked like, of that light spawn, keeping it out of the group so that when it dies with that burst of light, it doesn't heal any of the other enemies in there. Really high tech play from Vunderbar, and now they're just going to go into the boss with the remains of the mini boss's health because it has so much extra health, but it's just going to die for free next to the boss here potentially. Where is it? Is it with them, or did it actually die already? Maybe they killed it and then they ran up into here.
Look like it, interesting. So one thing to note about all of this, Tettle's just notified us. There it is. There's the mini boss. So apparently now was going back. Like I kept saying, the now is going back, but I seemingly didn't pull anything. So what ended up happening is now went back, pulled a dual maul and shadow melted off the aggro just to bring the mini boss closer, because the mini bosses don't reset their position when they leave combat. They just stand there, right? So he walked back, pulled it closer and closer with the different kinds of shadow melts that they had to make sure that they were able to do this pull that they just now did without losing too much time. So whenever there was downtime, whenever they were waiting for stuff, they were pulling dual maul a little bit closer apparently, which is very interesting, and I would love to see the POV of that one. And I wonder if other players were doing the same thing. Like maybe it wasn't just now, maybe it was also Whippy, for example. As you can see, Shadow Melt on cooldown for Whippy right now for a couple of seconds. So maybe they were just kind of inching that mini boss closer.
So one thing they did that was really cool just there was Kush is AMSing and soaking those sacrificial pyres, but at this key level, just the initial damage is going to break your AMS, and then you're going to get the stacks of the dot. But what they did is they put pain suppression on him so that AMS would last for more hits and mean that they didn't get any stacks of the dot from that sacrificial pyre. This run from Vunderbar is so full of tech that we actually have some tech from 5 minutes ago to show you as well, with this polymorph on a priest that they did as they pulled into Captain Dalecry. So we do have a replay to show you of this. Off to the side here, you can see Gingy heading over and then throwing a polymorph on one of the patrolling priests that is now behind our camera. And that mob is actually not linked by combat to the patrol. Usually if you pull it, it's going to pull you the whole patrol. But if you can separate it from the group with something that doesn't put it in combat and then you pull it, that rest of that patrol is now not in combat with them, but they were able to grab this priest and get some extra count basically for free into this boss with this strategy. So Vunderbar's run is just so full of tech.
And this is actually crazy. Just one thing happening after the other. I'm trying to figure out one thing that they're doing, and while I'm trying to figure that out, there's already a new thing that is happening. So really crazy. Now, obviously, this being a time trial dungeon, I assume that that's the most tech that teams have because there's just so much time they can prepare for this one. So a lot of tech, especially in those time trial dungeons that we'll see. But we do see Jay go down again. Jay actually, I think, responsible for all 3 deaths that I have in this dungeon. So how is Elemental Shaman survivability actually in comparison to some other range classes, or generally just the meta comp that we have currently?
I mean, it's not bad, but if you're a mage main and you come onto it and you have like 7 keybinds for defensives, and you only put 2 abilities on your bar, then you maybe feel a little bit worse. So you have a couple of different options. You have Stone Bulwark Totem, but that's a 5-minute cooldown. It's a very long cooldown on Stone Bulwark Totem, but that's a nice bit of shield that you can get. It's sort of like Dark Pact. It doesn't, just it gives you a big shield, right, when you put it down, and then it gives you a small refreshing shield over the next 15 seconds. But most of the value is just in this upfront shield that it can give you. And then you have Astral Shift, which is a very powerful wall on a short cooldown. But outside of that, you're not really looking at a lot of defensive options. You can talent into Ghost Wolf, giving you a stacking damage reduction, but that's really annoying to have to do, to go into Ghost Wolf for a few seconds to get that damage reduction stacked up. And then the other thing you can do is you can throw out an Earth Elemental. Earth Elemental taunts, which is kind of annoying, but while it's active, you do have more health, so that can also stand in as a defensive. It's better on bosses because you don't want it to taunt things randomly, and it'll die on trash, but it won't taunt the bosses, so that can be nice. But usually using it's a little bit difficult to set up, not to mention the fact I believe that summoning it will desummon your Storm Elemental, so you've got to be really careful about when you do that. So yeah, Elemental Shaman a little bit trickier to live on than Mage, which has, if you're about to die as a Mage, you could just mash 5 different buttons and all of them will save you. You've got Barrier, Mass Barrier, Invis, Ice Cold, Mirror Images, right? All of those different options, Alter Time even as options that when you are playing the Mage instead. Although Ellie Shaman can cast Healing Surge, so that's something Mage can't do.
That is indeed something Mage cannot do. The one thing.
Yeah, they can do it in Season Discovery, so if you're a Mage player and you feel bad about not having a healing button, go play some Season Discovery.
One thing I also noticed as well is that Shamans cannot be Night Elves, right? Well, most of the other classes that are playing can be Night Elves, and Mage can be a Night Elf and also has Invis, which is incredibly good for a lot of these pulls here in this dungeon because, of course, the Light Spawn is draining people for a lot of damage, and Shadow Melt is going to stop that from happening. I don't believe Stoneform works for the same thing, right? It has to be Shadow Melt or something that drops target from the ad. So not having that, if you get a little bit unlucky, if you get lots of fixates in a row and you can't drop any of them as a Shaman here, so I guess that would be a pretty big downside. As we do see 07 now on that last boss, we do have some trash on top as well, which hopefully is going to be enough to reach the 100% enemy forces that they need.
This is a scary spot here. These footmen explode when they die. Now you can stun them as they die and they won't explode, or you can try and stagger their deaths, but it looks like one mob does go down. There are now 2 footmen left. The anti-magic zone comes out, but it's going to be entirely destroyed by that holy flame. Unfortunately, Casual DK standing inside of it is going to get killed even through the AMZ, but it looks like they're going to be able to get one of those mobs stunned as it dies. The other one exploding isn't too scary, and now 07 just have 5 minutes to deal with the end of this fight. That should be enough time if they play it properly. They have 2 B-reses as well, so as long as there isn't a catastrophe here, I think 07 are through the worst of this.
Yeah, I think so as well. They are doing pretty well. As the second phase is coming up, though, in a moment, and they'll have to deal with those ads as well coming through. In the meantime, Drive Puck is having a death on that first boss in their Rookery here, and they don't have a Battle Rust available, so they will have to finish off this boss with only 2 damage dealers alive if they want to continue this run. But yeah, let's take a look at 07 as they're about to get into that second phase. Now, they do have a lot of CC that they can use on these ads because, of course, the ads are just kind of dying on themselves, on their own, while they're walking up to that second phase. There we go. This started. We're probably going to see some vortexes and some CC coming out, probably sigils as well, to make sure that these ads don't even reach the top layer, because obviously the range can walk away and kite them and they'll die eventually, but the melee players will have a rough time dealing with those neophytes if they aren't CC'd properly.
Yes, you can see they're all standing on the same side of the boss to try and cause the mobs to all run on this side of the room. And this is going to be more effective the second time, as well as all of the enemies are now coming from the same side. This is really good tech to use on Murpray, because now one CC ability can hit all of those mobs much more easily. You can see the Earthbind totem is down. The Capacitor totem is down as well now. A cheeky Earthquake as well might land a few free CCs and also do a bunch of extra pad damage, which is always nice. Onto them. Dr. J, never one to turn down some free damage, as 07 are going to be now charging towards the end of this dungeon. But yeah, while this is happening, DrivePug swapped to a different comp in their Rookery, where they put back the Moonkin. They're saying, yeah, Double Druid is fine. No Windwalker for us for right now. And Vunderbar are also now on Murpray. They are 2 key levels lower than 07, but they are on such a fast pace here. They are also angling for a 2 chest in this Priory, and they're going to have it by a minute or two to spare as well.
Yep, I think so too. As with all of this tech, definitely looked like it was saving them some time here and there for sure. Now, one thing about, something to mention about all these things that we saw Wunderbar pull off. I do think like they're not as much faster as you would maybe think with all of this tech coming through compared to what 07 did in the 17. And I think it's mainly because sometimes these like tech things, they just take time to set up, right? If you need to like use a sigil, go past Shadow Melt, Invis, run past, pull something back, pull on the side, blah, 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 right? Like all of this takes time, and we'll see how much it's going to pay off on the higher key levels. I think in the lower key levels, it's not going to be as big of a difference. Sometimes that's something we see in the previous format of the MDI as well, where it was about speedrunning keys, where teams were just kind of pressing W most of the time.
Right.
Because the time that it takes you to set things up that require an insane amount of tech, it's just not worth it in the greater scheme of things. But of course, in the higher key levels, it is going to pay off for them quite a lot.
Oh, now, unfortunately, messes up the double jump there and then is out of line of sight when the hunt cast would finish, so loses a second there. But yeah, it's a great point. When you think about stuff like tech, often the tech costs a flat amount of time, right, to execute, right? It's like 15 seconds of running around. But then the benefit that it gives you is like a percentage of mob HP, right? Like you're fighting more efficient enemies. And so that time save scales with the dungeon level, whereas the cost doesn't. The cost is a flat amount of time of running around. So I agree with you. I think Vunderbar, the value of these pieces of tech that they showed off is going to be even higher when the key level goes up, and it should mean that 19 for them should be really good. That'll be good news for them on the time tiebreak, and of course, this might be part of the reason why they could maybe do this dungeon on a 20, and the rest of the field might be stuck at that plus 19 or plus 18 key level here in Priory.
Yeah, we'll see if that is going to be true, as 07, at least for now, is not attempting that 20 Priory, as they did finish off that 19 and are now moving on to the Rookery. This doesn't necessarily mean they don't want to do the 20. It just means that they don't want to do those push keys immediately. Just make sure they get at least 2 runs of a dungeon up in all of them before they maybe attempt those push keys, which has been a strategy we've seen quite a lot. So yeah, 079 Rookery, DrivePug, looks like that they are going again. So even though they did finish up the boss with that one player death that they had for most of the duration, they still decided to just reset eventually, thinking that it wouldn't be making it. But yeah, look at the timer for Wunderbar. I mean, what a run.
Speaking of going again, Firmawand also restarting their keys. So every single team has done a lot of restarting today, except for Vunderbar. Vunderbar not resetting anything just yet. They've now completed 3 dungeon runs. 07 has completed 2. And DrivePug and Firmawand have both only completed 1. So there is a big race underway here between these teams. But Vunderbar have certainly come out of the gates the strongest. DrivePug working on this first pull once again. And unfortunately, the Bounding Void on the return is going to come back and take out their tank for DrivePug. Meanwhile, 07 flying towards the second part of the Rookery here. The first pull went a little bit better for them. They are on this more standard meta comp that they were able to save themselves for today, whereas DrivePug have been experimenting with a bunch of different off-meta options as they are not able to use this comp here. In fact, they are the only team that is not allowed to use a Vengeance Demon Hunter today, which the amount of their issues that have looked like tank issues has maybe made it look like it would have been really good if DrivePug could have juggled things around a little bit so that they would have had Vengeance DH today.
Yeah, definitely would have been nice for them to maybe do that strategy that we saw Keela and Pi do on that first day in Division
Even
1. Where they
Firmawant,
had...
right?
Oh, Firmawant did the same thing. Yeah, true. Yeah, Firmawant did the same thing, where for one single key, they played another tank that wasn't a Vengeance Demon Hunter, which saves your tank for Sunday if you have all of the other specs played in all of the dungeons, right? So yeah, that was a really good tech to keep your Vengeance Demon Hunter DrivePug. So not thinking of that, or maybe not
they
wanting
just fully
that
prioritized qualifying to Sunday, right? And then now they are trying to figure it out, and we are getting to see that process of them experimenting with these different specs, these different comps. It's been very cool to watch, but DrivePug, unfortunately, are under a lot of pressure now because Vunderbar and 07 are doing so well today, and DrivePug need to try and get into that top 2 to make it to Global Finals. Now, there is still a chance at that happening, but they need to stop resetting this Rookery.
Yeah, definitely struggling quite a lot here. I did also want to mention that 07 is switching now to the mage, so they're not sticking to the elemental shaman in all dungeons. They are actually going back to the mage for this Rookery, so it's really just a spec they want to play in this Priory in particular, because they think it's just better. In the meantime, we do have Vunderbar now moving on to that 19 Priory after 2 chesting at 17 with all of this tech coming through. We will be able to see that same tech applied again on this 19 very likely, and we'll see if it's paying off even more in that higher key level, as we mentioned earlier, to potentially be true. And we might also take a look at how now pulls that mini-boss closer and closer. Click's also moving to this side of the area, which I personally never use. I never go behind the wall. So nice to see that side of the wall as well for once.
Yeah, we get to see all of this beautiful dungeon that has been designed for us that we never look at. But this is a really nice area to fight because you have that pillar, and if you can tightly stack, you can get all of the mobs, including the casters and the sharpshooters, in range of a sigil of chains, and that's exactly what Vunderbar have done here. And now they're just going to keep this under control, all nice and tightly grouped, getting all hit by that AoE CC. Look at Clicks here as well. He's likely to... Actually, I don't think they even will need to taunt out this light spawn because it is the highest health enemy here. In some of their pulls, they like to taunt it away as it's about to die, but it looks like in this pull, it's going to die last. This is one of those mobs where if you're playing with an arcane mage, the light spawn is going to die first as Whippy goes down to a fireball here. But because they're playing with the fire mage instead of the arcane mage, the light spawn is not going to die before the rest of these enemies. It does look like a heal has gone off on this sharpshooter, so they are going to have to probably keep this with them for a while. It looks like they've swapped into focusing damage into it, but this burst of light is going to be kind of annoying here. Death grips are coming out. Are they going to get these mobs out? A footman gets a little heal as well, and sharpshooter back at full health once again. They're just going to be unbothered by this and say, you know what? They're coming with us.
Yeah, I mean, a sharpshooter, no problem, right? On a 19, I mean, how much damage could we possibly do?
Yeah, go ahead and heal us.
Yeah, just heal us, Whippy, as we let the fireballs go through and let you die.
It's just over there free casting in the back, and the problem is the death grips that they have are already assigned to group up these other mobs, but when another one comes off cooldown, they are able to grip it in, so we are once again able to fully cleave everything here nicely.
We did also, in the meantime, have a death on Royben there for 07 on the Healing Priest. They did use that battle rest available to get her back up, but of course no more battle rest available for quite a while. So you need to make sure they're being careful. It is a 17, so I think for 07 that should be no problem, but we've seen a lot of issues in the 17s already. I mean, these are really high key levels coming in. Jinji actually getting hit by one of these traps, taking a lot of damage from that dot. Did manage to survive. The Cauterize now procced too, as Kush is also being fixated by the light spawn, by the purification, not having Shadow Melt available. So lots of things to heal for Whippy here. as Gingy just not avoiding those traps.
Yeah, those traps can be tough to see when you have all of these mobs grouped up like this. A lot going on, but right now, Gingy and the Conjurers agree on one thing, and that's cast some Flame Strikes and see what happens here. The darkness comes down to try and get them through this next AoE damage. And it's not just AoE damage, it's like random shoots on people, random purification beams on somebody. You can see Whippy gets that purification, hits that shadow meld to cancel it, and Clix is going to taunt out the light spawn. It dies out in the back, but the other light spawn is still alive. It's going to fixate onto Gingy. Gingy, no invis, no meld, no cauterize, no more health bar.
Is this a planned pull? They have 2 light spawns. Like, this seems like an absolutely insane pull.
I think it is. I think the problem is that the extra sharpshooter being in there complicated things a lot, and it was adding a lot of extra damage to the group. I suspect that was a lot of the issue.
Yeah, it could have been. But yeah, seeing those double purification beams come through on the team just seemed absolutely crazy. The amount of damage it takes for is insane. Of course, they do have a lot of shadow melts on all of their players, and they also have the great invis as well, but at some point you do just run out of those, and yeah, as you mentioned, having that sharpshooter as well attack constantly just makes it so much harder. But looks like they're continuing. They did have Gingy go down, of course, and they'll have to get a out of combat rest out as soon as they're done with this, or maybe even have him release and run back eventually. But yeah, it looks like they're not running out. The 17 looked so good, of course, they 2-chested it, which means that I guess the timer is not really a concern for them.
Yeah, exactly. The timer it's going to be an issue in some of these keys, but as of right now, we're not yet watching any of the keys where it's like, oh, a perfect run is going to be a few seconds under, right? Right now, we're just watching keys where it's like, okay, you can afford to make 1 or 2 mistakes, but not 3 or 4, right? I'm very excited for later in the day, especially for Vunderbar. A lot of our other teams have lost a lot of time already, but Vunderbar have not, which means by the end of the day, they might be in a situation where they are pushing some incredibly high-level keystones.
And I really hope they do, because I guess there is a potential, if they're really far ahead at the end of the day, because they continue timing all of their keys and just kind of one-shotting them while the other teams maybe not, then I guess there's a possibility for them to say, you know what, like, we don't have to do the hierarchy levels because we don't want the other teams to see that we can do them. But then there's something about Vunderbar. They have a lot of pride, right? And we do know that if they can do something, they kind of just want to show it off, and they really just want to let everyone know that they're capable of doing those hierarchies.
Absolutely, yeah. I think Vunderbar very likely to, if there's tech that they haven't shown yet, they won't show it if they think they've already won. But I do think that they will go for some high level keys. But yeah, 07 tank death here, not good.
I think it was a skip.
Okay, maybe okay then. Yeah, maybe a planned tank death, so maybe good. And then the res, yeah, actually it did look like that was maybe part of the plan for them. So all good. It does look like Vunderbar are also doing well on that mini boss, but here's 07 setting up this double void diffuser pull. This is an incredibly dangerous pull. Vunderbar made it look very easy, but it is not easy at all. The damage on the group is so much here. It's so intense to try and survive, and they're on the clock. They need to get these diffusers killed before they run out of cooldowns. Darkness is now down. Power Infusion has ran out. Some personals are still available here. I expect to see Barkskin. Yep, there it is, by Shelly as he is targeted by that next one. There's also a barrier and an AMZ coming out, but there's not much left. Bear form being used. Couple of health points still left on that diffuser. The mobs are jumping around. They're getting spread. This is getting very sketchy. Only a few more seconds before players start dying.
This is just so sketchy. You can see this is probably the Bloodlust pull that they want to do, but in 17, not having that available just yet as they're pulling this. Of course, it's coming up now, but it's too late. They did manage to finish it off, or at least the diffuser. No, wait, never mind. The diffuser is still alive here for a second, but there we go. They did finish it off now, and yeah, that was incredibly dangerous there at the very end. And you can see that if those mobs would have just died like 10 seconds faster, they would be perfectly fine. But as soon as the defensives run out, as soon as these offensive cooldowns run out, and them not having this Bloodlust for the pull, definitely just complicated things so much, which means that maybe on an 18, this pull would actually be easier for them with that extra Bloodlust that they might have available then. Unless they want to save it for this boss pull too. Wait, I do think the trash pull is probably more dangerous than this pull, though.
I agree, yeah. Although the Lust is going to melt this boss, the 4 Crushers coming in as well is really big for Dr. J's arcane damage onto the boss here. It's just so much free damage that you can do on the mage because those extra targets are there. Look at Dr. J's DPS. I mean, this is a lot of damage. The rest of the group's doing a lot of damage as well, but Dr. J is going to be doing a higher percentage of his damage to the boss than the rest of the group here with how Arcane Mage works. So, yeah, that boss is just getting absolutely melted by this combination of trash pulled and cooldowns.
And then, of course, the chaotic corruption is being dealt with the tank and also casual addict on that DK as well with the AMS. Just removing that debuff, which is a very nice... AMS actually works on a lot of abilities this season, kind of just nullifying it or just making it a lot easier, which is very cool to see. Of course, being able to use that utility to such a great success and a great benefit to your group, always very nice. If you actually do use it, you could also just ignore it and let everyone else deal with it. But of course, Casual Addict doing that for 07 here, as you can see the debuff on him right now. Actually, didn't have AMS this time. Wow. I say stat that. He actually just didn't use it.
It's a bit of a weird dot as well, where depending on the interaction, some immunities it'll just skip over and it'll just go on to the next nearest target as well. So got to be a little bit careful depending on how you're planning to play against that debuff on this boss. But yeah, 07 looking really, really solid overall on this fight. And in this dungeon, 2 deaths for them, so it's not perfect, but it's definitely going pretty well. Meanwhile, a quick survey of Vunderbar as they are working on this huge pull. This pull we've seen wipe 07 before. We've also seen it claim deaths for our other teams. And this is a very high level key to be doing this pull on. You can see the group dropping a barrier. Look at that barrier placement as well. Oftentimes you place a barrier on top of the group here, but really heads up play by Whippy, placing it on the edge of the group so that they can kite through it as they have to keep kiting these paladins from that consecration cast. Those little plays are the kinds of things that, really show that people have thought through the entire strat here, and they really are practiced on it.
And then now is following up with that darkness, doing the exact same thing, and now also Kush with the AMC as well, making sure that they can stay in it as long as possible while cutting backwards. Very, very cool to see. But look how much damage there is that comes through on everybody with all of those AoE casts coming out from these paladins. Absolutely crazy. As the priest, of course, being marked with Skull, the only mob that they have to interrupt as well. I think that's the one that they actually succeed also at the very start. That's why it was still so high HP. Priests do have a lot lower HP compared to the Paladins and the Templars, but I do think there was like a sheep coming out initially, and then they did break it eventually once the pull was a little bit safer. 07 though do have a death on Dr. J there on one of their trash pulls after the second boss. Looks like they did manage to get them back or maybe even released here. Either way, looks like they're continuing. And Wunderbar now, again, on one of those insane pulls. I mean, all of these pulls seem to be insane, in my opinion, in Priory, when you have so much AoE damage coming in from these paladins just constantly. And the amount of interrupts you have to do. You can see the skull, the triangle, and the square marker are all out on the priest. But we do see Drivepack having more issues on their 17. They're up to 5 deaths now as their hunter does go down. This is the most dangerous pull that we talked about, that 07 did not have Bloodlust 4. Drivepack, on the other hand, did have that cooldown available and still had issues. Did manage to finish it off, though, which is great for them because they struggled so much in this key so far.
Yeah, very, very good that they're able to keep this one going. It's going to be very important to get this on the board, and soon. We are already almost an hour and a half through our day, which means there's only 3.5 hours left. And that is not a good rate. It's not a good pace currently that Firmawand and Drivepug are on. They've only both timed 1 dungeon in the first 90 minutes of the day. They need to accelerate if they want to have a chance of catching up with 07. 07 have timed 2 dungeons today and are about to put their 3rd on the board if all goes well in this Rookery. So 07 on good pace, but of course the best pace of any of our teams is from Vunderbar. Vunderbar on their 4th dungeon of the day right now. They've 2-chested both of their 17s, teams, and they are now working on this massive pull. Now, they lusted this pull before in the 17. This time around, this pull does not have lust available. It's just a pure efficiency pull. It's not a pull that lust is required for. It's just the way that it worked out in the 17 was that they had the lust because they were faster. But this time around, they lusted one of those big paladin pulls and are instead just fighting this pull naturally. This includes that mini-boss that they kind of melded away a couple of times so that it could move into a good position, and they also have a light spawn in this pull. As that light spawn gets low, look for Clix to run out of the pack, and he's going to taunt it and take it away from the rest of these enemies, so that now can keep the rest of the enemies all stacked together. And you can see, actually, yeah, there it goes right now. Clix taunts that light spawn, and it starts casting that burst of light harmlessly up on the stairs, and that's going to mean no bonus healing lands on these sharpshooters or this mini-boss.
And the way they moved in this pull as well, this was so great to see. And next time they're doing the same pull, you should pay attention on the positioning of everybody. So the way they're playing this is they have the cats in there, the lynx. And as I said earlier, when they jump on players, they actually do damage. But if you walk fast enough, you're able to dodge it. So they were kind of spreading out in a circle around the trash group, and they were stacking up to make sure the sharpshooters aren't jumping out, and also for healing purposes. But every time the cooldown of that jump was available for the mobs, they were walking out in kind of like a circular motion, and then they kept moving to make sure that the lynx does not do any damage. And then once both of the cats had their jump on cooldown, but once both of them used them, they walked back in, and then they used their AoE defensives, like the disc bubble, within the area to make sure that everyone gets it, and also made sure that the sharpshooter doesn't jump out. So really, really cool execution by Vunderbar here for this crazy pull.
Just love seeing it, honestly. You know, Vunderbar, the spirit of Echo, alive here, even though it's unofficially Echo. But incredible to see them back in form, because this really has been a phenomenal priory that we've seen from them, even as our other teams are working on it. Now, Dratnos, for now, we're going to let you free from the desk, so, you know, go frolic. We'll see you in a little bit.
Time to go delve. Head into the side street sluice.
Have a great time. And we'll be bringing Tettles in here. And actually, as we are kind of looking at priory, as we're thinking about priory, I thought, Tettles, you're so great at doing these sort of summaries. So for anybody who maybe has missed it, can you tell us a little bit about this really impressive tech and sort of highlight some of the biggest points in Vunderbar's runs of priory?
Which one?
Blazing real quick. They are doing some of the craziest stuff in Priory that I've actually never considered routing-wise in this dungeon. First and foremost, apparently this dungeon, it just doesn't have a lot of mobs that are linked together. Multiple times, if you end up watching back their run, Gingy is body-pulling trash mobs. He body-pulled a light spawn. You saw him do that polymorph on that priest patrol. He also ends up body-pulling one of the paladin packs to make sure the Templar's not pulled. So that's the first really cool thing. Their first pull of the dungeon is also excellent. It's not really one that's like typically seen on live, but they end up grabbing links into that first pull, and they end up skipping chainmail, so they have to get a lot more count. But chainmail is just as a mob sucks. It keeps leaping out of melee range. Your melee DPS don't have good uptime on it. It just takes a really long time to kill. So of course they have to get other trash. But by grabbing the additional linkses and just like hard stacking and melee on those linkses, then those links don't jump on players at all. That seems really cool. I think that the Tainer dual maul stuff that they're doing, where now is like back pulling that mob, melding it off, moving it around, and then able to pull it into other trash mobs or potentially even the boss like we saw on the 17, is absolutely insane. Like I don't even know like where they began to cook up all these strats. It's just one of those things that clearly they were in this dungeon for 5 days consecutively during time trials, and that's why you see them look so dominant in this place on the 19.
Yeah, just absolutely incredible stuff coming through. As 07 unfortunately does have another death. Dr. J does go down here. They do have a Belarus available in just a moment, so they can get him back up and they can still time this. But the 2-chest timer, I mean, it's not going to happen anymore, right?
Nah.
They also don't have the enemy forces, which it is possible that they're pulling in stuff here, like we've seen Wunderbar do, to be able to get that extra funnel into the boss. And maybe that's what's going to give them the extra count that they need. But it's only 1 count. So maybe not. Maybe they did actually miss something.
Yeah, maybe they need citizens. So citizens do give 1 count per, but I can't see if off to the side there is like a citizen pack that's sitting there, because I wonder where you would even miss a count in this place.
Yeah, I mean, it would really just be a citizen, I guess, that gives 1 in here.
Oh yeah, look at that. Okay, so you
Oh,
can
they
see
got them,
we
okay.
moved. There's those civilians that are off to the side. So whenever you do that double caster pull that puts the heal absorb on you, typically you grab those civilians into that pack whenever you're doing that pull. But a lot of these high-end teams so far have actually been skipping them, kind of like you were saying earlier, Nigro, just for that funnel damage.
Yeah, but there we go. We do see the Bloodlust come out as well, making sure that they can get as much damage as possible onto the boss here in that phase. They do have no more battle rest available now. They need to make sure that they actually keep everyone alive here, because I mean, the timer is obviously very good to be able to time the dungeon. The +2 is not happening for them anymore. But I mean, unless there's no way.
No.
They're getting the boss really low here, but they obviously have to play another shield phase. Probably two shield phases, I guess.
It'll be close. I think 2 more shield phases. You might be right with that. How have you felt about 07's gameplay so far today?
I do think that they seem pretty good, but obviously there's like some inconsistencies here and there where they have a death here, a death there, like they don't seem as clean as Vunderbar, but outside of that, I do think that they're performing really well, especially because I think yesterday what I saw 07 do, they seemed a lot closer like to the rest of the teams that were in their division, but of course they also maybe saved some strategies, maybe they saved some comps, right? They played off meta in some of the dungeons as well. So maybe that was the reason, maybe. But I do think that they're playing better today than they did yesterday. What do you think?
I tend to agree. I feel like they've been playing a little bit better today than they did yesterday. On top of that as well, I think it helps that they're on compositions that they're hand-picking for each and every single dungeon, as opposed to compositions that, I guess, kind of like make it to Sunday. How have you felt about the rest of the field with Wand and Drive Pug?
So I mean, Drive Pug definitely seems like they're struggling a lot. I don't want to say it, but it almost feels like Rookery is like, it almost feels like that, they switched the comp a lot. They went from Prod Warrior to Guardian Druid to Windwalker within the same dungeon.
Where's the Hunter?
Like that to me just means like, okay, they're kind of winging it. So it really looks like Drive Pug maybe was really, really focusing on their group stage and definitely put like the dungeons, the Sunday dungeons, a little bit on the back foot. Because in case some of you guys don't know, that are watching, these teams now get to know the dungeons that they're playing on all 3 days. So before the tournament starts, Blizzard is telling them, hey, you're playing these dungeons on Monday, these dungeons on Friday, these ones on Saturday, and these ones on Sunday. So DrivePuck knew that they're going to be playing Rookery if they make it to Sunday, but of course, for them coming in as maybe not the highest seed, they were probably thinking, you know what, we should really focus on our division to make sure we make it to Sunday, and then whatever happens on Sunday, that's like a secondary kind of problem to deal. That's like a future DrivePuck problem.
Yeah, exactly. That's a future me issue. And then, what do you even think about Wand? Kind of similar thing to DrivePug, similar situation?
I do think Wand is Wand is doing well, though. Like, I don't think they're necessarily looking as unprepared as maybe DrivePug looks for this Rookery. I do think Wand definitely has a plan going into the Priory that they're in right now. But of course, they also had quite a few issues. Still not having that second dungeon on the board. They're nearing the end of it. Yeah, again, losing one of their players here to this Purification Beam. And I guess Priory is a dungeon where you would assume that they're performing pretty well because of it being a time trial dungeon. And we haven't seen them in the other two dungeons yet that were not played before. So yeah, I think they're also in a similar boat to DrivePuck, but maybe performing a little bit better in comparison.
Yeah. Ooh, Wunderbar here having a third death there, Whippy with the light expulsion from the Footman exploding at the very end of that pull. But fortunately enough, they're still really far ahead of their timer. You want like I would say like a 21-minute maybe Baron Braun Pike split for you to be up against the timer pretty close. Them being at 1935, they're pretty far ahead. They also don't play all of the trash in this boss room to be able to get count. So it's not one of those situations where they're really worried about their timer. They just need to play clean from here on out and not have any wipes to either this final mini boss or the final boss of the dungeon. And Wunderbar should be in a great position to time this on 19. And then it kind of calls into question, where are they supposed to go next? Are you supposed to start this into Remediary, or are they going to throw attempts at the 20 Priory of the Sacred Flame? Because we did see them time the 20 Priory 2.5 minutes under the timer during time trials. Where do you think they go next?
I definitely think they're going Cinderbrew. I think they're not in a rush to start doing high keys just yet. I think they can just make sure that they're playing as safe as possible, making sure they get those points on the board. And then at the end, we'll probably see them go for those higher like push keys. Because yes, time trials, a plus 20 in time trials is one thing, right? But in the time trials, you're not as time restricted as you are in the tournament. So not really sure how successful they are with their plus 20. I don't know how many tries they needed in practice to be able to execute it, or how secure they are, because obviously this 19 is already incredibly difficult, as we can see with Vunderbar. Even with all of this tech that they're applying here, still having deaths here and there to just the insane amount of damage that this dungeon does. We did see in the meantime another reset for Drive Pack, unfortunately.
Yeah.
Oh no, I think Firma 1 also had to reset.
Wait, weren't they?
No,
They were pretty deep in their 18, weren't they?
They were really far in. They were in the last boss room.
Oh, no.
I wonder what happened to them. I did not quite catch that. But yeah, very unfortunate. A lot of time loss here for Firma 1 and Drive Puck as well. 07 now in that 18 because they did not manage to chest the 17. So they're going to have to run it back into the 18 here first.
I think it's one of those situations where if they didn't have the 4 deaths and they didn't have the death in the last boss, there was a chance that they could have 2-chested the 17. But I think it just kind of proves how impressive the Wunderbar run was whenever they were able to 2-chest the 17 earlier today. Where it's not just something that is automatic, okay, every team is going to be 2-chesting the 17. But I think that 07 is actually putting themselves in great position to be able to make it to global finals so far, I think, with their play.
Oh, definitely, yeah. So even though they had an issue here and there and they didn't quite manage to 2-chest, obviously, it wasn't nearly as much issues as we've seen Drive Pack and Firma 1 have. Firma 1 is actually taking their first 5-minute break here. All of the teams, of course, still have to take those mandatory 20-minute breaks throughout the day, except during the first hour and during the last hour of the tournament. And now Wunderbar is in that last boss. I do want to take a look at their round because they are doing that 19. Of course, we already saw 07 time it earlier before they went into the Rookery. And we'll see if Wunderbar can follow through as well. The timer definitely looking fine as they have 5 minutes left on the board. And the boss is already about to reach that second phase. But yeah, just a lot of damage coming through here.
This is actually super sweet. So this fight is either very easy or very difficult, and there's almost zero in between. And it's based on when you get the inner fire cast, which is that pulsing AoE damage, relative to the turnaround. So what a lot of teams will do is they actually just won't kick the boss at all. And that can kind of sink you into a good spell queue sequence to make sure that you have that inner fire always happen after that AoE. But sometimes if you use like a really long mage lockout as the last kick in the sequence as well, you can also guarantee it and then reduce the amount of damage that's taken on your tank. So Wunderbar is doing a really good job of making sure that they don't put themselves in weird positions where the inner fire happens at the exact same time that turnaround cast ends up happening, because that's kind of the situation that sets you up to have potential deaths on this fight.
Yeah, very nicely done here to make sure they line up that sequence, as we also have the CC come through on these ads in that second phase. We did see one side being kind of Now's responsibility as he was using Fierce Sigil on that side, and the left side being Clix's responsibility and the Moonkin using Vortex and Typhoon to make sure those ads die before they reach the top. Really nicely done there, as the boss does drop lower and lower again. Of course, perfect enemy forces done, and a little bit less than 4 minutes left, which means that they're not only are they going to be timing this, but they're also going to have a pretty good timer when it comes to tiebreakers as well, in case they don't want to do the 20 at some point, right?
All right, give me your way too early prediction. Do they do a 20 today of Priory of the Sacred Flame?
I think they will.
Okay, all right, I'm also with you. I'm a believer. All right, you know what we also believe? I believe we have a replay of what happened to Firmawand in the Priory of the Sacred Flame earlier. You and I were kind of wondering what ended up happening. We knew that they were in the last boss room. There's a lot of stuff that can actually go down there. Here, let's kind of take a look at what happened. So it looks like some of the footmen are exploding, dealing a decent amount of AoE. Purification beam. Yeah, with some casters going off at the exact same time.
Volley.
And then somebody missed a volley cast. Oh, that's...
Yeah, and then the downside
tragic.
of the Evoker, right? Like, that's why I'm kind of wondering, well... Like, the fact that we saw 07 play the Elemental Shaman, yeah, I understand it's a very good spec for her damage, right? But because you can't be Night Elf, because you can't have that Shadow Melt, it's actually a pretty big deal for these pulls, right? As well for the Evoker. The Evoker, of course, also not having Shadow Melt available, meaning that you cannot get rid of that Purification Beam. Maybe if they had Shadow Melt at that point, might have been able to recover and get that kick. Maybe it was the Evoker's kick that was missing for that mob here in that volley, right? So yeah, not having the Shadow Melt for some of these beams is pretty crucial.
Sounds like we have two teams on break now with Firmawand and Wunderbar electing to take a break. I think Firmawand's on a 5-minuter that you called out earlier. Wunderbar is starting a 10-minute break, which leaves us just with Drive Pug and 07, both in that Rookery. Drive Pug, you kind of called it out a little bit earlier. They've been trying to figure out what comp they want to play in this place, whether it be something with an MM Hunter, something with a Windwalker Monk, a Bear Druid versus a Prot Warrior, I think has been shown off as well. They're trying to get their footing in terms of what comp they really want to show off here.
Yeah, maybe they just want to make sure that all specs are being played within the tournament. That is very considerate of them. Make sure we can fill up that graphic and show you eventually see that indeed the new spec rule is working out and we can represent all of those classes and specs. But yeah, there we go. They are down at 17. Unfortunately, earlier they did have a wipe a little bit, somewhat late in the dungeon, I guess. So they did manage to get past quite a few things and then ended up still wiping at the end, which is very unfortunate for them. Same thing for Firmawand, as we saw them reach that last boss room and then unfortunately wiped to that big pull and with that volley going through and the Purification Beam. 07 though, looking a lot more solid on their side as they're in the 18 and they still have 0 deaths on the board.
What's their time? Maybe we can get them on the big screen. I want to see if their first boss split is.
Let's see if production's listening. We're just going to be silent until they...
That's why they hire us. But yeah, so basically, it's like a really good split for the first boss in Rookery. Like the minimum available split for you to be able to time the key is around a 10-minute first boss split, and they are way far ahead of that. A 7:49 first boss split that puts them well under pace to be able to time this on an 18. So. They just kind of have to coast and make sure that they don't have any large catastrophic mistakes. And I think that 07 and honestly Drive Pug as well. Drive Pug looks like they're going to put up a great split in here. I think that both of these teams should be able to easily time this. But again, it's about that consistency of play that we're looking for.
Really fast, Nagura, you were just mentioning about the spec variety rule, right? As we were before we were comparing some of the particular split times. And actually, chat has had some questions about this today, because if anybody wasn't able to make it to the pre-show, this is something that's different this season. So Nagura, I was wondering if really fast, while we keep an eye on the action, could you kind of recap for everybody what that spec variety rule sort of does and how it's affecting today?
Yeah, of course. So the spec variety rule is completely new for this MDI here this time around. So the way the rule works is that at the end of your day, so for each team this is going to be individual, all of your specs that you're playing for a dungeon that advanced your score or made your time shorter, so if you just like did the same dungeon, the same key level, and they had a faster time, then those specs that you played within the dungeon will kind of be locked in and kept track on by the admins. And at the end of the day, so at the end of Friday, it would be for Division 1, where Wunderbar was playing, for example, they will add up all of the specs and they will look at the 3 most played specs. And those 3 specs will actually be banned for Sunday if you make it to Sunday. Yeah. And the same thing, of course, happens on Saturday as well. There's some intricacies to it when it comes to like ties. So let's say you have 5 specs that you play in every single dungeon. Well, which 3 specs are going to be banned for a Sunday then? Well, the way it works then is that your tank spec will always be banned first, your healer spec will be banned second, and then you can choose as a team which of your DPS specs is going to be banned.
It's kind of interesting as well because it's one of these things that it seems like the strategy that the absolute top tier teams are doing is they're basically playing 2 separate compositions, and they play one of the compositions, the one that they deem to be quote unquote worse, for let's say 6 of the dungeons, and then they'll play the composition that they deem to be quote unquote better for 5 of the dungeons. And this kind of leaves them in a situation where there's a lot of, you can get punished pretty hard playing, like we almost saw 07 not make it to Sunday. They are our 6th seed on the weekend, and we saw them almost get upset by CTV yesterday, which was it was very, very close. And it's one of those things that you kind of have to prioritize or figure out whether or not you're prioritizing making it to Sunday or whether or not you're prioritizing having the best available compositions available to you on Sunday. And it's this weird situation where there's a lot of risk not playing what you think is the absolute best composition.
Yeah, it adds a lot to this tournament. Number one, it makes practice quite a bit harder for these teams, right? First of all, they have to figure out, okay, what are we doing? They have to figure out what their approach to this spec rule is before they start practicing, because they will, of course, need to know the comp that they're playing for each dungeon before they practice, because it's incredibly difficult to practice a route and then just switch the comp around later on, right?
Yeah.
Because, of course, you would be changing all of your utility and damage patterns and whatnot. So you kind of have to, there's a lot of different approaches we've seen so far from the teams. Some of the teams, like the highest seeded teams so far, for example, Vunderbar and, as you mentioned, O7, they kind of stuck to a full-on off-meta comp for most of their like lower keys and only played their quote-unquote best comp for the highest keys. While we've seen some lower seeded teams either completely ignore the spec rule and just go with all of the best comp that they think is the best just to make it a Sunday. That's, for example, Drive Puck. Drive Puck did that exact thing, which meant that they have their Vengeance Demon Hunter banned, their Disc Freeze banned, and then they also banned their what else did they ban? Arcane Mage. No.
Oh, I was going to say DK, but yeah, I think it has to be Arcane Mage.
Yeah, Arcane Mage. And then Firmawant, though, they did something similar to Drive Puck, where they did play the meta comp for most of the day, but they ended up playing one dungeon where they played a Prod Warrior instead of a Vengeance Demon Hunter. And because they did that, it saved their Vengeance Demon Hunter. Because Vengeance Demon Hunter is always the first spec to be banned because they're the tank in a tie. So what they ended up doing is this smart little play to make sure that they can continue to play the Vengeance, but they still have the Disc Freeze banned and 2 damage dealers banned from that top comp.
Yeah. It's really interesting. I think that the compositional differences are really interesting. One thing that is also notable is that it's not going to be in play for Global Finals, so we're going to be able to see the absolute highest level keys in Global Finals. We're also getting the Turbocharge gear and Corruption available for Global Finals as well in a couple of weekends after we figure out what teams are going to be in the Global Finals. And I think we're going to see some insanely high keys. I'm predicting like 22s, maybe even 23s. Could be absolutely crazy.
Really?
It's going to be a movie.
So one very interesting thing about that increase, like the corruption and like the extra, like everything that they're gaining, it's mostly damage, right? Like again, it's like a lot of damage that they're gaining, not too much survivability in return. So a lot of these keys are going to become a lot more volatile, but things are going to die a lot faster. As we do say that everyone is back from their break and are in their Cinderbrew, the first team to actually enter that dungeon, and Nairo did go down to a B there, actually getting aggro, which I guess it's one of those issues that Evokers have, Devastation Evokers, right? Having so much burst at the start of a pull, and also being a little bit closer to melee range compared to like another range, they usually have a little bit of problems with that aggro thing, but everyone did recover and managed to finish out that pull after all.
Yeah, it's pretty common to see your Dev Evoker rip the entire pack off of your tank. I think that if you play with the Dev Evoker on this patch, that is a common experience. Them, and whenever you get a Blood is Life proc and on a Holy Decay, also very common for them to just rip the entire pack off the tank.
At least with the DK, you have a warding, right? You can be like, oh, I got a proc. Watch out.
That's true. Looks
Not
like
that they can do anything about it afterwards, but yeah.
I think Wunderbar's coming off a break soon. It looks like their green dot has moved to that Cinderbrew meadery. Mm-hmm. I really want to see the first pull of Cinderbrew. I think that the first pull of Cinderbrew might be some wild stuff. We unfortunately didn't get to see it for Firmawand, but I heard rumors that teams were practicing triple muscle as the first pull.
Wow. Okay, that seems pretty volatile.
No, you can reset the key over and over again.
Yeah, we did also see the parasol skip here from O7 to make sure they can glide to this area. Then we saw a grip on Shelle.
Yeah.
Which maybe didn't quite make it or just didn't hit the wild charge. Or maybe it's just intended for Shelle to be pulling something on the side and then getting gripped up. Because we did see the Shadow Melt come through from Shelle as well, so I guess that is a possibility.
This parasol skip is actually a huge time save because being able to pull those double Void Ascendants together is a massive deal when you get to skip the rock guy. All right, so oh my god, wait, hold on. Is that
that's
a
a
warlock? Warlock spotted. Wait, where's our Moonkin? Yo, wait.
No, don't replace a Moonkin.
Oh my gosh, Chef Chewy's in the first pull. Chef Chewy making an appearance on pull number 1 here on the 17 Cinderbrew meter. It looks like it's double muscle and Chef Chewy. So any of those throw chairs like you were talking about and the keg explosion from the muscle is going to be doing insane amounts of damage against Wunderbar. This is basically a press every single defensive and we either kill it or it's going to kill us kind of a pull here.
Okay, that's absolutely crazy. And they're also missing out on the versatility buff as well, as they're all gathering in melee to get into that disc bubble. And it just continues to just throw out so much damage. You can see they're not even focusing Chewy here. They're making sure they're finishing off these muscles first, because they're the most danger, or they just die faster than Chewy. So they are making sure that they're finishing them off. As an AMC is coming out, everyone does get knocked out of it, and they're moving back in. There we go, the muscles are down. And
Was that triple muscle in Chewy? Whoa, that might not have even been 2. I think they might have actually got the one that was on the left.
You think?
Oh my gosh.
It's possible.
I think they have everything with Chewy as the first pull. What is going on?
Let's see.
Oh my god, they did. They did grab everything.
Yeah.
Holy moly.
Okay, do you think they can do this on the hierarchy as well? Or is this more like we're doing this on a 17?
I just have a simple question. Is the blood life?
Okay, we're doing this on a 19 because, of course, they're two-chesting this Cinderbrew right here.
Oh, for
with this
sure.
pull, and then we're also doing this on 19. I guess another thing, right? If they don't execute, like, they don't need a really high success chance at this pull. They just need to be, like, maybe, like, 60% would be enough because it's the very first pull of the dungeon. So they can go super risky with it, honestly. As long as it's, like, above 50%, maybe, then they can just try and do the pull over and over. If they end up missing or losing like 6, 7 minutes, 8 minutes, you know, in the greater scheme of things, it's still not that bad.
Yeah. Production, can we get a POV on Firmawand real quick? Look at this. Their Warlock and their Moonkin are stacked on top of these boxes, trying to bait out the Hobgoblin charges to where they don't have to move and dodge out of the way of those Hobgoblins. They were literally just planted on top of these boxes here. Super cool strat. There's a lot of terrain in these dungeons where the Hobgoblins will run into the terrain before they contact you. There's like specific notches in walls and barrels and a bunch of other stuff that you can like stand on top of to be able to bait those Hobgoblins, and seeing Firmawand doing that with their Warlock and their Moonkin is just honestly a great strategy.
Yep, definitely very cool. Of course, also with their Evoker being able to just group somebody up there as well, which is nice. So yeah, really nicely done by Firmawand. Still only on that one death that we saw earlier on Nairo, because potentially aggro, at least that's what I was thinking. But other than that, still looking very strong. And they also didn't use the Battle Rest there either because they were so close to the entrance or to the release point. So really nicely done, as we do see Tull not making the Parasol skip and Worse not making it either. Which means that they're gonna have to... They do have 2 Battle Rests. So if their Guardian Druid managed to get them both up here, they're going to be able to continue this. Drive Puck really needs to time this key. They have been in this 17 Rookery for so long. They want to make sure they get this on the board as soon as possible. So I really hope they can finish this one off. But there we go. Both of their death damage dealers are now back alive.
I think it's definitely possible for them. They're just going to have a really fast last boss is kind of what's going on for them. For Firmawand, they're having a pretty good run inside this 17 Cinderbrew meadery. A 641 Brewmaster Algier is a fairly reasonable first boss split, depending on how much trash you end up getting. Typically, you want anything below like a 7-minute first boss to be able to have time to be able to time this key, assuming that you're playing clean. Now, that assumption is very difficult, especially in this dungeon. There's a bunch of nonsense that can happen, including not killing the barrels and stuff like that. But they've already made it, in my opinion, through one of the hardest parts of this dungeon. This IPA wing is insanely difficult, and I think that Firmawand, assuming that they continue to play clean, they should be able to time this pretty easily.
Yeah, I think so as well. One more thing to mention about Firmawand here is that we've seen them in that 18 Priory for quite a while. They wiped at the very end of the dungeon. Well, they wiped a few times earlier and had to reset the key, and then they ended up making it all the way to that last boss area. Ended up wiping on one of the trash balls there, and then they took a 5-minute break. And I guess during this break, they discussed, okay, what are we doing? Are we going back, continuing to try this 18 Priory? or are we moving on? And it looks like they decided to move on, still not having timed the 18 in the other dungeon, but maybe just like refreshing their minds, doing something else will help them to get back later on to get that 18 done, which of course they would also need if they want to compete with the top teams. So far, Wunderbar and 07 in the lead on with the score here. 36 for 07 and 38 for Vunderbar. I think Vunderbar not reset a single key so far.
Nah, they haven't. Why need? They don't need to. Like they've been playing out of their minds this entire weekend. I was saying in our caster chat, just watching how they've been playing this entire weekend, I feel like the old Echo is back, and I feel like they are in peak position to be able to win the season's MDI. Just my way too early prediction is that they are in insane form, and I don't know if other teams are going to be able to catch up with them. It's crazy watching them play.
It is absolutely crazy how well they're playing. One thing to mention though as well is I do think that we've had times and TGPs and MDIs where teams looked incredibly strong in a group stage, and then something happened for the global final, and they didn't deliver. Maybe they didn't practice as much there, or maybe they just kind of like set on their strategies, because that sometimes happens too, right? You're doing so well in your group stage with your strats, and then you're kind of confident in them, but then other teams are taking your strats because you showed them and improving on them and adding even more, and then all of a sudden these other teams are going to be faster than you if you were just sitting on them. I don't think Vunderbar is a team that just sits back and just doesn't innovate on their strats, because obviously they're a team that always wants to improve and always practices a lot and puts a lot of time and effort into these tournaments. But yeah, I do agree with you. They're in an amazing form today, and also on Friday as well. I mean, they're just really showing up.
07 right here that we've just moved to the big screen. I was watching them. They almost two-chested this dungeon on an 18, which makes me think if they didn't have those 4 deaths in that 17, what could have been? Should they already have been in the 19? Was not two-chesting that 17 a bit of a blunder on their end? Are they going to now go to 19 Rookery, or are they going to start their Center Brew Meteor? What do you think, Nagura, as to where 07 goes next?
I think 07 is going to do another Rookery.
Okay.
Yeah, I think they want to have the 19 at least. What do you think? Looking at the time of the day, it's 2 hours in. Yeah, they can do the 19.
I think they need to do the 19. I think you're right. I think that doing the 19 of the Rookery puts them in a great position to continue to advance over this weekend. And I think that they're so far under on the 18 that even with a couple of mistakes, they should still be able to time this dungeon on a 19. So I think that they'd probably stay in the Rookery. I think you're right.
I do think so as well. Wunderbar now gathering up another pool right before Busby here. So going to Bank Busby before they go to IPA.
Why?
That is interesting. Yeah, I wonder too. I guess it's like bloodlust timings for hierarchy, but it's like what kind of bloodlust do they want?
Yeah, so for really high keys in this place, the typical strategy is you do the first boss room, and then you do one pull towards the Ben Busby room, and then you beeline towards IPA. That pun intended. And whenever you do it like that, it allows you to have the second bloodlust of the dungeon on that 10-minute mark. That it's around 10:30 that you press it, but it's on a big trash pull in the IPA wing. But in a 17 for Wunderbar, they're too fast, because, I mean, look at their Brewmaster split. We talked earlier about having something that was like sub 7 was a good Brewmaster split. A 441 is like rarefied air. That's like unheard of in terms of how fast this is to kind of deal with. So I think it has to do with Bloodlust. I don't think it really is much else. Now, the real question is, where do we think they're pressing this next lust as it comes up in 2 more minutes?
Yeah, I wonder. So if they go to IPA, I mean, they could be doing like a hobgoblin pull where they just pull a bunch of trash together.
Yeah, I can believe that.
There's not much else they could do, I guess. They did pull a lot of trash here, though, I do want to say. Like, look at the amount of enemy forces they're up to. I guess it is possible that they may be doing a skip even at the start, and then, do something big in the IPA boss room. On the boss.
I wouldn't be shocked if the next pull of the dungeon is that entire long corridor hallway with both of the corner packs grouped together, and they bloodlust that. I feel like that could be the bloodlust that we're going to be seeing out of Wunderbar here.
Maybe, yeah. It also is, I mean, I guess it's also possible that we don't see what their bloodlusts are right now because it's 17. And I assume that the strat that they're playing or the route that they're playing is kind of optimized for the hierarchy levels, right?
Yeah.
So maybe they would just have the bloodlust for the boss here. And this, I mean, that's probably what they would do on a hierarchy, right?
I feel like this might not be their route.
Maybe not.
I think this might be the 17 route. I think that they might have multiple routes for this place.
I guess, yeah, you might be right. Yeah, you might be right. Like, if a team is going to have multiple different routes, depending on the key level, then it's going to be Vunderbar. And I guess it's also also just like triple muscle chewy pull at the start. Like, I kind of want to see it at the high key levels, but you can only go so far with that one.
I mean, I've heard rumors that the triple muscle pull is the first pull of the dungeon for a lot of these MDI teams. Now, I don't know if it's with Chewy. That guy's menacing because he has his compliments to the chef buff, which makes all the mobs surrounding him do bonus damage, and so that's really nasty, especially if you have triple muscle. I don't know how you're supposed to heal through all of that, but if there's a team that's going to do it, it's probably going to be Vunderbar. For Drive Puck here, we have the last boss of Rookery down to 40%. They are pushing into this next burn, but they only have 2 minutes left, so I don't think that they can afford any more mistakes, but I do think they have enough time to be able to get one more additional burn and still be able to time this. This is like pretty close though, right, Nagura?
It is pretty close, but can we put some love in chat for Drive Pack here? They've been struggling so much on this Rookery, and I just really want them to time this key, as they do get that hopefully last shield. If they get one more, then they definitely won't have enough time, I don't think. So this has to be the last shield for them. They need to make sure they have enough damage in that next boss phase. And I really, really want them to time this Rookery so they can move on. I want them to move on to a different dungeon too, right? I don't want to see Rookery anymore from Drive Back. Go somewhere else.
We gotta get out of here.
I want to see Cinderbrew, or I want to see something else. But this Rookery is definitely not their lucky dungeon today.
Yeah. And it looks like the shield is about to get broken off. Oh my god, they're taking it! Battle Res. We got a Battle Res that guy. Insta. Oh, okay. We're getting the... That's fine. Ooh. Oh, wait, no, the tank busters are on Boomkin. Our tank busters are on Boomkin. He gets hit by the tank buster. Okay, so break the crystal. Can't do it. Break the crystal. If we break the crystals...
23 seconds. Unless...
The boss is taking 100% bonus damage. Are you sure that we can't do this?
Maybe.
You gotta pump. Oh my god, we gotta pump.
Just more damage, guys.
Oh my god, please. No. 10 seconds. If the boss gets shielded, we lose. If the boss... Oh my...
No! Oh no! Tragedy for a Drive Puck. As they were so close, they almost had it and didn't quite work out for them in the end, as their tank does go down there, and they almost recovered it too. Unfortunate. In the meantime, Vunderbar now, this is their Bloodlust pull that we were talking about, and they are in the IPA room, right?
They made it to the IPA room, and this is their last.
I didn't think that they would just like skip past a bunch of stuff here.
So I think that this is going to be their Bloodlust on like the 19 and potentially the 20 level. Now, I think that they're not going to be killing Bink Busby early enough to where they can actually kill that boss prior to making it here. So in that aspect, I don't think this is going to be their route, but I do think that this is likely to be their lust, especially in higher keys.
Yeah, I think that makes sense. It's a pretty dangerous pull. Yes, and then they now did spawn IPA, and look at their timer. I mean,
they're fast.
This almost looks like they're 3-chesting a 17 at this point, which would be absolutely insane. Obviously, they won't be able to 3-chest it because they still have IPA to do. They still have to do a bunch of trash, spawn the last boss, and kill the last boss. So they're not going to be able to do that in 5 minutes. But they're going to be pretty close to it.
Yeah. I'm really interested in seeing if they pull out... Oh my god, Genji going down to the dot. The Burning Fermentation dispellable dot from the boss. It's pretty dangerous, but especially whenever you have these taste testers on top of the mobs as well, and you have any additional damage that's happening, the Pyromaniacs can also be really scary, so the Pyromaniacs also can eat a dispel. This pull that Vunderbar is doing is really, really sketchy.
Yep, definitely very sketchy coming I mean, all of the pulls Wunderbar is doing is sketchy. Fervent Wand.
Another play.
Fervent Wand on bank boss speed.
Timeable.
Did manage to finish up the boss with those deaths though. They're now up to 8 deaths, but it doesn't matter because it's only Goldie Baron Bottom left for them, and they do
don't have
have
count.
the. Oh yeah, that's why we see for. Oh, they missed the ads in the corner. Okay, they do have to count now. It's okay.
Okay.
We're good. 6 minutes 30. That's gonna be good. Yeah, they have Bloodlust.
Yeah. Last boss is
Pretty
like
good single target damage.
last boss is probably somewhere in the order of 330 with Lust. It's pretty short.
Yeah.
It's actually a relatively short fight.
Yeah, they got it.
I'm really interested in seeing if Wunderbar ends up snapping some mobs up to the Goldie Baron bottom room. So this room that Firmawand is in right here, I've been watching some of the top Chinese runs, and there are some of the top teams that are snapping trash mobs up to here. There's a lot of really weird ways that you can get the mobs snapped up here. I wonder if Wunderbar is going to be electing to do any of that snapping in the 17 in their run, because Firmawand isn't.
Yeah, I just thought of something, like, maybe that's the Warlock's purpose. Maybe it's the whole demonic circle thing that they're gonna do.
I think the Warlock's purpose is like 8 million DPS overall.
Yeah, okay. Listen, I understand the Warlock does a lot of damage in this round, so it's not the only purpose.
Yeah.
But I do think missing out in the Market of Wild is actually a pretty big deal, right?
I agree,
And
yeah.
the Warlock does a lot of damage, but so does the Moonkin, right? So I was thinking this whole time, what is the Warlock doing here? Like, I understand, yeah, it does more damage than the Moonkin, but does it do so much more that would make up for the Market of Wild missing? I'm not really sure about that.
Can we get Wunderbar on the big screen here?
Maybe it is a demonic circle thing.
What's their count looking like?
They have a lot of count, I think.
I think the Yes Men give, I think they're 4 count apiece. I can't tell what Wunderbar's at. Okay, it don't really matter.
Another, once you're up here, can you actually jump down, or how do you get down again? Can you get down?
So typically the Demon Hunter will run and like snap the pack and like get life grips up top. There is a gate. Ooh.
Oh. Okay.
I don't think the gate's for anything. I think they have count regardless. I don't think they're. Actually, no, they definitely don't have count. Okay, so we're snapping something up. Now the question is, what are we snapping up, and when are we snapping it up? So I think that a lot of teams were doing it into these Yes Men because it's pretty easy, but I think that Wunderbar is taking it a step further, and they're going to be snapping trash into the boss in order to be able to get funnel for this Arcane Mage on the boss.
Control Mind, do you see that? Look at the spell.
Yeah, you want to explain the Dominate Mind on the Yes Men?
Yeah, so basically, when these mobs die, obviously they heal the other mobs to full HP, but they also give them like a damage buff. They change them to a different mob, and then they'll do more damage. And if you dominate mind one of them, then that mob will actually not get the buff. So they're kind of just making sure that doesn't happen. You can see the re-mind control as well. So they actually DPS it super low to like 5% as well, so that the last mob that is alive will just die super quickly, and they won't have to deal with that for too long.
Yeah.
Or is there any more attack that I'm missing?
No. That was it. That's 100% it. So basically, those mobs aren't CCable after they promote, though. So that's why you have to leave it in MC. It's like a bolstering effect, right? From the past, where you couldn't MC a bolster mob. Okay, now the question is, what is now gonna do? How are we gonna get mobs into the boss?
Oh, he's leaving.
We're leaving.
Okay, it's not a demonic circle attack, at least.
He Sigil of Flames the pack that's below him, and now, bang! Okay, just immediately snaps up. Everything snaps up right on time, and now we have, what is it, a flavor? It looks like double flavor scientist, taste tester, pyromaniac. So this is 2 kicks. One's going to be on the taste tester. That's likely to be the B Cush's kick, and then Gingy's going to be kicking the pyromaniac on CD. Whippy's going to have to dispel off the pyromaniac circle, which is actually kind of dangerous, because whenever you have these burning ricochet dots on you, if you also have the pyromaniac circle, it can be pretty problematic, but the burning ricochet dots by themselves are also a little bit sus. But the boss should die rather quickly. I mean, look at how much damage the entire team of Wunderbar is doing with just... They don't even have Bloodlust. They are absolutely smoking this boss.
Yeah, they're just blasting through this boss. And I guess there is no demonic circle tech after all. Unfortunately, I would have loved to see that. But there we go. Everything is going down on that first AoE as the disc bubble is coming out through as well. They have now. They have count now. For a second, I thought they still don't have count, and they might be pulling something else even. But no, they are at 100% enemy forces now, and all they have left to do is finish off this boss. And they are, of course, going to be two-chesting it as well. They have more than enough time to do that. So Wunderbar showing how to two-chest that 17 Cinderbrew. Hero 1, though, they are also about to finish up this boss. They do not have the two-chest because they had quite a few issues, up to 8 deaths in this run. But still, so good for Hero 1 because they had so many issues, ended Priory 18 earlier, took that 5-minute break, and came back and just got the 17 Cinderbrew down at least, and making sure they get that score on the board. So this is something that I really like to see for them, and hopefully they're going to be improving moving forward from here.
They're also working on the resilient 17s, because that's kind of important to make sure that you have. It helps you continue to push your keys up higher.
Alright, so let's take a look at Vunderbar as they're still finishing off that plus 17 Goldie Baron bottom. 5 minutes 15 left for that two-chest time, which is absolutely insane. The route that they were running here almost reminds me of like speed running, like MDI route, right? On a 17,
yeah,
which is absolutely crazy.
Yeah, so if you guys were really missing the speed running element of the MDI, good news. They have just two-chested convincingly a 17 Cinderbrew metery. The first pull of this dungeon. Okay, do you think that they could do the first pull of this dungeon the way that they did it on a 17 on a 19? There's no way they could do chewing the first pull, right?
I mean, I think they'll do it. I actually think they will.
Oh my god.
One thing that I'm wondering, like, so let's say you pull 3 muscles, right? And not pull Chewy. Then when are you pulling Chewy? Are you just pulling it by itself? Like, that seems pretty inefficient, right?
Well, I mean, the 3 muscles by itself is good enough to be more efficient than anything else that you're going to do.
Yeah, but still, I don't know. I think we're going to see 3 muscles on Chewy. I think it will happen, at least on a 19. And if they have to reset like 2 or 3 times, it's fine, right?
All right.
The thing though is, I guess, that you don't need it. You don't need to be that fast because you're not going to two-chest at the 19 unless.
I love the hanging unless. I mean, this is very exciting, and of course, as we can see on the screen for comparison, the fastest Cinderbrew metery on live was 26:28 by Vunderbar. So, you know, maybe looking to outdo themselves a little bit here, but we will be saying farewell to Nagura. Nagura, we'll catch you later.
See you later.
Bye. And we're going to be bringing Makes in instead. So Makes, obviously you're jumping in here. We have this exciting sort of run that's happening. We've seen Vunderbar performing out of their minds today. But of course, our other teams have a lot on the line too. So as you jump in, well, you know, what are some of your thoughts as we approach the sort of midway point through our day today?
Well, I think we kind of have a clear separation between our teams right now, but the day isn't over yet. So I've been reading chat, of course, and we all know Twitch chat is always right, but I think Twitch chat is maybe calling this one a little bit preemptively. So we'll need to wait and see how it all works out for our teams. I personally would really like for some teams to maybe leave the Rookery eventually. It was absolutely heartbreaking to see the tail end of this one for Drive Puck. That just happened, and now they of course have to rerun it again. And at the same time, Tuddles, I think you were saying earlier that like, oh, you're calling it way too early, but Wunderbar is going to be a team to look out for in like the entire MDI. I low-key want to agree. I think we've been seeing some crazy polls, and they're back here in that 19. Let's see if we can. Yeah, that's 3 hired muscles.
Yeah, so it's
back in there.
It's triple muscle, but it looks like they don't have Chewy. So Chewy, with his compliments to the chef, 15% damage aura, unsustainable whenever you're doing triple muscle. But triple muscle on a 19 is brutal. That's something if you accidentally body pulled that in your pug, that immediately wipes you. There's not really much going on there. It's crazy that Wunderbar is doing this as their first pull.
Yeah, I personally love seeing it. I would have been crazy surprised if they had Chewy in here, to be honest.
Clix has Imp Dispel out. Look at our interrupt tracker. So that's not Fell Hunter. That's actually his Imp Dispel being tracked right there. So he's actually using it to dispel off the Pyromaniac circles off of their team right here. Really cool tech. Moonkin can't do that. Noobs.
That's right. More reasons for the Warlock to be greater than. I appreciate that you're switching side cells. I'll just let it happen, okay? I'm in favor of this.
Kettle Salad is a powerful Warlock. I'm ready to play him again.
Earlier today when we had that poll in the 17, I saw Zyro in chat saying like, what did I say, chat? Look at the Warlock. And it's like, yep. They're doing some crazy damage in these massive polls, so it's just awesome to see all of these different specs really shining here today. I love seeing the Monk as well. I love that Firmawan is playing that Death Evoker. I know the other casters were talking a little bit earlier on. It's just been so cool to see how these classes are faring in some of these keys.
I'm sad that I missed the Ellie Shaman. I love Ellie Shaman. Ellie Shaman rocks.
Yes, I saw you crying in our production chat.
Dude, I have a project Ellie Shaman right now, and he is a very big project, but I love playing Ellie. Ellie is really fun.
You are still maining that Moonkin though, right? As of right now, so
well, of course, Moonkin's
probably
OP.
not too sad about that either. It's a great class right now. Not being played for this moment by Wunderbar, but we're going to be hopping over to Drive Pug, and they are definitely eliciting to go for 2 Mark of the Wilds. Now, that's not how that works, but we'll just enjoy that we're getting to see the Guardian Druid and the Moonkin here.
Yeah, Drive Pug, a very unfortunate wipe in their 17, or actually not even a wipe. They had very, very close deplete to the last boss. They really got to kind of pick it up if they're going to want to be able to complete all 3 of the dungeons. I mean, this Rookery's had their number all day so far.
Yeah, it's been kind of sad. I think for Firmawand, I'm also a little bit upset on how it has been unfolding after how crazy they looked yesterday, right? You kind of get a little bit of a flashback of how their previous TGP season was, where they did really well in day 1. And then in that final day of the group weekend, they just unfortunately couldn't keep up with the rest of them. And it is looking similar, but like I said, still plenty of time to catch up. Looking at our dungeons, we can see that some of the teams are starting to have all 3 of these dungeons on the scoreboard, which is Wunderbar. And then the other ones are still working on that. Where do you think we're going to be capping out? You had some crazy theories about the dungeons yesterday, so let's hear it.
Well, I think... All right, so I don't know about what we're going to end on, but I think the cap for Cinderbrew for a tournament like this is 20. I think the cap for Priory of the Sacred Flame is also 20, and I think the cap for Rookery is probably 19 for the purposes of this tournament. Timing that dungeon on 20, the timer's really tight. It's maybe doable, but I don't think that you would spend a ton of time in there. I think that getting the 20 Cinderbrew metery and the 20 Priory of the Sacred Flame are probably the first 2 endeavors, but I do think that something like 19 for the end of day could be pretty reasonable for teams to qualify for global finals. What are you thinking?
It's a good question, right? Because from what we're seeing right now, Wunderbar is looking like they might be unbeatable, but then between the other 3 teams,
yes,
it is not as far spaced. So like Dratnos was saying earlier, you don't need to be first. It's enough to be second. You just need to be 2 instead of 3 teams. I'm not going to repeat what he said, but
something about a bear. I don't really know what it's
and some campers. Yeah, let's not go there.
You don't have to outrun the bear. You just have to outrun something. I don't really know what's going on. Or like if you don't want to be first, then second's what you want to be. I think it was the other line.
I mean, yes, you definitely want to be second. Second qualifies you to the global finals. That's where, ideally, all of our teams would like to go, but only top 2 can do that. So that is what they're looking for. I think, as of right now, you're probably not thinking about, oh, how can we usurp Wunderbar? But how can we be better than the other 2 teams that are in Wunderbar?
I think you should figure out how to usurp Wunderbar. That's just good strats, honestly.
I mean, it would be good preparation for the global finals. I just think, having seen them in the Priory specifically, and I believe it was also you were calling it out, it's just a dungeon they obviously spent so much time in the time trials that it's just been crazy how many cooks they came up with in that one.
Dude, look at this. We're getting more use out of this Warlock. We still have the Imp out for clicks. He's still Imp dispelling the Pyromaniac dots off of people as they have the Pyromaniac on the pole. So Whippy doesn't have to spin that global dispelling. Instead, he can just heal the 2 people with the debuff from Brewmaster Algier. That is That Warlock's getting good value. The Imp Dispel is really OP in this dungeon. It's also insanely good for IPA to be able to dispel debuffs off, and Goldie Baron Bottom to be able to dispel debuffs off, which is why you see Adu for Firmawand also playing that Warlock.
That's right, and we are getting some extra insights from our local Warlock main, which is ironic in our production channel, saying, okay, this is kind of crazy if you want extra Warlock talk. Clix is not even playing a full AoE build. He's playing Soulfire / Decimation for extra single target on bosses instead of going for unstable rifts. So still playing for kind of optimal damage all throughout that dungeon and not just these giant gigapools, while also helping Whippy here with these T-spells, as you're calling out.
Looks like he's getting power infusion as well. He got power infusion on his Infernal here, and he's playing 2-minute Infernal, it appears.
If I was Kush, I would probably be crying right now, so...
Well, you wouldn't be crying, you'd be commanding power infusion.
To lose the power infusion.
Yeah.
But no, it does make sense for sure. They might also be switching it around a little bit. We've definitely seen that from them in the past. Just try to slam that power infusion wherever it makes the most sense for the moment.
The power infusion roulette is certainly something that does happen because the DK, the unholy DK's got 1.5 minutes, so it's not always synced up with the priest. The mage has 1 minute 18 second cooldowns as well, so again, also not really synced up with the priest. The Warlock having nice natural 2 minutes can allow you to get more power infusing usages out of the entirety of the dungeon. But at the same point, the mage is probably your primary single target damage dealer. So on any pull of which you would be like hitting a boss or something like that, it's like a pretty big deal to continue to PI the mage, if possible. What you actually caught, like if you were, for the keen-eyed viewer, if you saw Whippy there, you saw that he was using a Flame On ability. And what that is it's actually the engineering buff out of this dungeon. It is a flamethrower, and what it does is it does 1% of the mob's HP per second for 5 seconds, and then it will disorient them for 5 seconds. It's actually a really big deal, and I mean, if you take a look at the damage meter, most Disc Priests, particularly Oracle Disc Priests, I would describe them as pacifists. They don't do damage. They'll end a dungeon, they'll be like 300k DPS. So the fact that he's doing 1.8 million DPS in this pull just shows you how OP that flamethrower truly can be.
Yeah, we saw him pick it up right there as well. It's just in that corner right behind us on the right-hand side. So cool to see them utilize those profession extras in these dungeons as well as they are making a way towards Bank Busby. Now, I know you and Agora were talking about this a little bit, but how are you feeling about them going for Busby as second boss rather than IPA?
It's atypical. I think it's really interesting to see them doing it in a 19. So in the 17, it made sense in terms of lust timing. Their second lust of the dungeon was on a very large pull in the IPA boss room. That is the live key standard second lust. Now, I don't know where they're about to lust right here. They're still a little bit too fast. Typically, you do like one pull towards the bank room, and then you turn around and go towards IPA to allow your lust to come up around the 11-minute mark. And you press it whenever you like walk into that IPA room, and it lines up really nicely. I don't know if Vunderbar is too fast, or if I don't know if they're actually just like cooking a new route. I feel like they're just, and this might sound insane because they're doing a 19. I think they're just too fast, and so they're kind of
I
just.
love the little quest NPC.
Yeah, we don't need that guy.
Vibing.
He's always here. What exactly does he do?
True. I'm not sure. I think it's the dungeon quest. It's just he's just here helping us if we want to get a quest done that's complete the Cinder Brew Meadery, but nobody ever picks him up, so he's part of the team. He's there for the vibes.
My stream always yells at me to pick him up, and I'm just like, no, I want this guy here every time. But I never really knew what he actually does.
He's just trying to give you the dungeon quest. You know, usually those NPCs sit at the entrance, and then you never see them again, but he is quite a persistent little fella, so he just walks with you. I was taking a look at 07 because they're back from their break, and they have entered that 19 Rookery here as well.
Oh, wow, they're
and
blasting.
I just wanted to check in with their timers because they looked really fast.
Dude, they are so fast. I mean, an 850 first boss, like you need like 10 minutes to be able to time it. The fact that they're on an 850, and then a 1619 Stormwatcher Gorin, or Stormguard Gorin, you need like an 18-minute Stormguard Gorin. So if they continue to play as clean as they are right now, they're on a deathless run. If they continue to play as clean as they are, they should be able to absolutely dominate this dungeon. Now, the last boss, it can be multiple times. So it can be between 4 4 minutes and 30 seconds, 5 minutes and 15 seconds, or 5 minutes and 45 seconds, depending on how many shields you kill the boss in. I think on a 19 you're probably doing a 4th shield, so I'm thinking they're going to be around the 515 kill mark. But if they could get the 430 kill, that would be phenomenal.
So I can actually give a little bit of insight to that because I pulled up the 19 Rookery that we saw from Vunderbar, and they had 18 on Curious, 1458 on Stormguard, and for them the last boss took 5 minutes 40 seconds, and they finished this dungeon at 25:19. So they were even faster than what we are seeing from 07 right now. But I mean, still 07 with a very fast time here in this Rookery.
The legendary 545 last boss, my favorite. This boss, by the way, this final boss here gets ridiculous the higher key you go. Whenever I'm pugging this key, you'll do like 3 or 4 shields. Sometimes your DPS are absolute chimps and they won't press their cooldowns on the damage burn for some reason. I don't really know for what reason. It seems like it always happens in my pugs. But then the fight gets really, really long. But ideally, like especially in these high-end groups, you press every single available cooldown on the burn every single time.
Yeah, for sure. I mean, we can see that it's definitely going to be taking a while based on what we saw from Vunderbar. Of course, they also still have to clear out this area, which notably takes a bunch of time. I am happy to report that for 07, no oopsies with a parasol. We saw a little bit of a tragedy earlier on, but it all went right for them. In case you're not familiar or you haven't been tuning in earlier on, a lot of the teams are using the parasol toys to land on these kind of corners here to skip the earlier part of this platform, because the bonus of the parasol is that you can steer while you are using it as you are falling down.
Why would you skip the earlier parts of this platform?
Well, because you have to do this part anyway, right? So you need to kind of check where your timer is and what kind of percentages you are doing. A lot of the teams are listening to do like a very big pull at the beginning. And so it's just a lot of extra time spent that you don't want necessarily, but if you cannot skip it, you have to, right?
Yeah. The Void Stones are also... These guys are really slow. Yeah, they have that debuff that makes you do decreased damage whenever they're active, right? Whenever they put that Void Extraction debuff up on you. So it can actually be really long to pull them. I think that's one of the bigger reasons as well that people are looking to skip them.
I'm trying to pull up one of our Cinderbrew metery runs from live to get us a little bit of comparison to what we're seeing on Vunderbar here now. I'm not sure they're going to be having Bink Busby as second boss, so it will take a little bit of arranging on how we're going to be dealing with that, but I'll try to find some.
I don't know if I've seen a Benk second boss in a while on live. Most people... so we have a team that's playing next weekend, Missed Count. They started innovating this IPA second route, and pretty much everybody started copying them. And I haven't seen a Bank second route in weeks, I don't think.
Well, it's maybe we're gonna see that meta flip after today. I wouldn't be surprised. Yeah. So I have pulled up one that was under the timer by 1 minute 24. So I would say a decently fast one by a CN team. And they did IPA second with 16:24, then Bank Busby with 23:33 as they were dealing with the 19th Cinderbrew metery. But I cannot find any of these that have Bank as a second boss.
Yeah. I'm really interested in where Vunderbar is going to end up pressing that second lust of the dungeon, because they're 15 minutes in and they still haven't ripped that second lust. It's like a 33-minute dungeon, and most of the time you really want to press the lust on CD to maximize your lusts, but it seems like they're going for the strategy of get the best lust, not the most frequent usage. But Cinderbrew metery aside, we see Drive Pug here. They made it back to the last boss of Rookery, 45%, and they only have 4 minutes and 20 seconds. How are we feeling about the timer here, Makes?
Well, that depends a little bit on how long we're going to be taking for the Voidstone monstrosity. You're kind of lining out what we are expecting. It is a 17, so it could be a faster boss than the 5 minute 45 that we saw on the 19s. Positive notes, We have all of our count done. We are burning the boss right now. Negative notes, no bloodlust available anymore. We are using cooldowns as of right now, so it is going to be a little bit slower, but I want to kind of call it and say with 4 minutes on that timer, they hopefully this time around will defeat the Rookery and will be able to move on. But we're going to be taking a little look over to Firmawant because you're doing IPA second, as we kind of expected.
How are you feeling about their boss? What did you say that you needed for this boss? Like a 1630?
1624 on the 19, so this is an 18, but
It'll be
we're a
tight.
little bit slower than that. They were also a little bit slower than the first boss push I saw in the 16, which was 621. So I think just taking that first area a little bit slower is where that dungeon timer is coming in for them.
Yeah. Oh, okay. Look at Wunderbar here. They've actually pressed their second lust of the dungeon. They pressed their second lust of the dungeon at the exact same point at which most teams on live are pressing it. It's this very, very large IPA room pull. So they end up, I think they're, again, like I said earlier, I feel like it's just an issue of they're too fast, which is, again, a good problem to have.
But we sat on Lust for quite some time for Team Vunderbar.
Yeah.
I mean, their timer still seems incredibly fast.
Oh, I think we're going to be like,
So
I wouldn't be shocked if they're like 5 minutes under the timer makes. I feel like we're so quick. like we were blasting this
absolutely
tea.
ridiculous. The fact that you are saying this out loud, I don't know. But Drive Pug finally finishing out this 17 Rookery. If I was them, I don't know how you're feeling, but if I was them, I would go to a different dungeon. Just like get a mental reset for once.
Yeah, now they got to go to the B dungeon. We got to meet the
B
BEO
dungeon?
herself. Yeah.
I love how much flavor that dungeon has, and that is pun intended. It's
Dude,
just
this dungeon,
so good.
This dungeon owns. I think this dungeon is fantastic. I love the flavor in this dungeon. I always play with the voice. Do you play with voice lines on?
No.
Oh,
But
you,
I know
you
there's
gotta-
some great voice lines in there, yeah.
You got it. This place is fantastic. Outlander,
All right.
help me get my meadery back.
Can you give us a couple more?
Old man signed a bad deal with Goldie Bottom, and now I'm the new BEO.
I think they should hire you next time for
Oh my
those
God.
voice lines. I think you're doing great.
They're already hiring me for this.
Perfect,
Not
perfect.
for
That's
that.
right. It is a way of talking anyway, but we do have a replay ready from Wunderbar because while we were taking a look at Drive Pug and them finishing out that Rookery, let's see what's going on here.
Oh,
It's just
dude.
lining, no?
So yeah, this is crazy. I actually hadn't considered doing this. I was trying to figure out like what Now was doing whenever he was walking back. So the scientists, the flavor scientists, whenever they spawn those barrels onto players, the barrels always spawn on the tank. But you can see Now drops that failed batch into the corner right there. And I was trying to figure out like what was going on. I thought they were pulling the corner pack, but then they weren't really pulling the corner pack. So Now drops that failed batch in the corner and it allows it to blow up. And that allows you to do a lot less damage to those failed batches. This comp is actually terrible at killing off the failed batches. It's only the DK's death coil. That is a that's huge tech.
Yeah, that is not huge tech though. Fill her up.
That is bad
Taking
tech.
down both clicks and we have bad wrestles. Another one in 6 seconds, but we need to be a little bit careful now. A bunch of damage has probably been lost here as well. All right, recovering? Question mark.
I think we're okay. I think we're stable
That
now.
did not sound convincing.
Well, I was looking at these mobs. So we still have the Pyromaniacs and the Taste Tester on top of the pack, which is scary. The Pyromaniac, it puts out the circle dispels on the players as well. And Whippy is already using his dispel to kind of deal with the dots from the boss, which is why you see Clix is still talented into that imp dispel. You can notice it because he doesn't have the command demon interrupt. He's got the fell imp interrupt. And so this is like still scary, even though that they did recover that, they got all the brew drops killed off. Just having those mobs up that's still a big difficult part of this pull. It's one of those things that like if you accidentally pulled this in a pug or something like that, or if even if you just like did this in a high key on live, you would probably be wiping this pull without just a ton of coordination on your team.
That's right, but Wunderbar has gotten it back together. The extra interrupt mobs have died off, and we should be nearing a boss kill as well. I just want to check back with their timer, because I was kind of giving a timer earlier on for what we were expecting, and that was 23:33 on Busby. Now, of course, the story is a little bit similar here, because as soon as you have both of these finished, you are going to be able to go to Goldie, Baron Bottom. So within that, they are still 1 minute and 30 seconds faster than the fastest run on live in this dungeon.
Okay, but they're a little bit low in count, aren't they? Is it 94.2% too low? These yes men, they only give 12, or they only give 4 count per. How are you supposed to get count?
You're doing a great job of sounding like you wouldn't know, Tettles. I appreciate it. No, but we saw it earlier. We're gonna do a little bit of snappity snap, right?
Yeah, but before that, we gotta kill off these yes men utilizing mind control as well. So once one of those yes men gets really low, all you do is you mind control it, and then you make sure that it doesn't get the promotion ability whenever they're active, and that's a huge deal. But Firmawand here, we have them on the 18. What split time are we looking for Benk Busby?
So that was 23:30 for the fastest.
Okay.
We are
for
below
the
that.
slowest.
We have like 1 minute 25 of leeway, which at this point, it's maybe starting to look a little sketch, Tettles.
This is a point right clock kind of situation here, where we got a boogie. I don't feel great about our timer here, Makes. This is gonna be really tight.
I'm starting to it would be like 25, right? Which is 1 more minute for 30%. I think they can do it, but it's going to be like right on the money for Firmawand.
Like
they
20.
really need to floor it, and they cannot have any more deaths.
Is it not going to be like 25-15? I think it might be past 25 even. We'll cross that bridge when we come to it. The other bridge.
That's right.
Look at this. Now is walking over to this bridge after this agreed gentleman ends up getting killed off. You're going to see now walk over to this little landing area, and he's going to drop a sigil of flame beneath him. And what he's doing is he's tagging a corner pack. So they don't actually play all the trash that's in the IPA room. And instead, he's going to tag that corner pack, and it's going to snap up, I believe it's a scientist, a taste tester, and a pyromaniac, or maybe it's like 2 scientists or something like that. And that's kind of what Wunderbar is looking to do right there with the trash. And Firmawand having a death makes... All right, how about 25, 25-30? How about that?
Listen, my name is not Mathnos, so take this with a grain of salt, but in my head, the math is maybe not mathing anymore, and we are seeing more chaos ensue as they have 2 deaths now coming in as well. 1 battle rest would be still available, but I think for Firmawand, the timer is just a massive issue. Let's see. It looks like they are moving on. They're still going to give this a shot. Maybe, they can cast up some magical damage there towards the end and race it. Wunderbar definitely seems to be able to have that ability as they are working away at Goldie, Baron Bottom with the remaining trash now snapped up.
Yeah, I mean this trash is really efficient damage for the mage to be able to continue to funnel. Now the scary part of this is, I kind of called it out earlier, it's those barrels. The exploding barrels. This comp doesn't really have a lot of damage for it. The Warlock's not doing a ton of damage to them. Like, they could Chaos Bolt them, but that would be terrible. Havocing them would also be really bad. The Mage doesn't have really efficient cleave on those barrels at all. It's just Death Coils from the DK. Now, it is only one of these failed batches because we only have 1 Scientist, but it's still like a decent amount of damage that's going to have to be sunk into those barrels to be able to make sure that they're killed off in the middle of a raid boss fight, effectively.
Yeah, that's true, but they were successful with that. Now it's all just dodging and making sure you are not standing in any of these frontals. So now is going to try and clear most of these off, and the rest of the team is just, if there's one nearby, they might be taking it. If they can just plant and keep on hard casting, then they would probably prefer to do that and just let now do the rest of these frontals. And then they're going to be hurtling up in the middle to try and have that clear space to deal with the remaining explosions.
Tanks love to deal with this entire fight by themselves and not let your DPS actually have any possibility of messing it up. That's optimal for them.
It's true. I mean, I love when a tank goes in here and says, "I do all." I'm just like, "Yep, you do all."
Good point. Great work.
Zug, zug.
Yeah. All right. What's next for Wunderbar? Are we going 20 metery, or are we going 20 priory?
So that's a great question
10-minute
because
break.
in the time trials, I think it's probably going to be the break. But after that, they still have to go somewhere. And in the time trials, they did the 20 priory. Now, I will say we have to take that one with a little bit of a consideration because the dungeon was changed since time trials.
Yeah.
So we are not sure how doable this 20 is. I will say though, with how they've been playing it, I think they can totally do that 20. And I think they showed off most of what they do in that dungeon already, so I would like to see them back in that priory.
Yeah, before the day started today, I asked Mirez for what numbers Wunderbar was going to be putting up today, and he told me... Yeah, so that was actually
Yes?
a really impressive and enlightening conversation that I had with Mirez. I'm really interested in seeing Wunderbar goes next.
But I was looking at my camera feed, and Tattles is just sitting there with like his hands in front of his face, just like staring at the screen. Great work, Tattles. So thank you for giving us these phenomenal insights.
Look at this, dude. I called it 5 minutes under on the timer. Bloodlust has been popped for Wunderbar, and we are going to be 5 minutes under here.
It's crazy. It is absolutely crazy how fast they are here. I mean, with that, you kind of have to say, okay, the 20 Cinderbrew metery surely is on the table for this team looking at the timers, no?
The Kings are back.
I love that they picked their old MDI name as well. I think many people are not actually realizing that, but it's kind of like an homage to how they first entered the scene. They have a little bit of a changed roster as well, and it's just been so cool to see.
Yeah.
We might need to take a look at Firmawand now that Wunderbar has finished at 19.
Oh, this is winnable.
3 minutes to go. They actually were able to floor it.
Oh, wait, hold on. This is totally winnable here. I wonder if they're going to get if they're going to get Lust up at the very end, but I actually don't think it matters. I think they're going to kill the boss even before the Lust comes up. Okay.
Does the Lust come up?
This is great.
I don't think so.
This is great news for Firmawand. How do you feel like Firmawand is doing compared to some team like 07, who's currently in second place with 38 points? Do you think it's like still a really outside chance? How are you feeling about Firmawand's chances here?
So we have the leaderboard in the bottom right. We also have confirmation that Wunderbar is on a 10-minute break. Let's take a look. So the Rookery wasn't entered by Firmawand at all. That would be running the 17, ideally +2, running the 19 that they would have to do. Now, in the brewery, they of course now have the benefit of hopefully finishing out this 18. So they're in the lead, they're over 07. And then in the Priory, unfortunately, they weren't able to get a +2 on that 17, so they will need to run an 18 and a 19. That is at least 4 dungeons that they will need to do today, whereas for 07 it looks more like 2. So I would say 07 is definitely in a higher lead, but it does depend a little bit on how they're going to be doing in those Cinderbrew meteries, which is what we're seeing right now. Looking at their first boss split, I would say at least that went right. I'm not sure how big they went here, but it is of course also quote-unquote just a 17.
It's going to be kind of interesting to see if they're able to two-chest this. We saw Wunderbar like convincingly two-chest the 17, but Wunderbar's first boss split was like 440 or something ridiculous whenever Nagura and I were casting earlier, off the back of doing triple muscle and chewy as the first pull of this place. But it's kind of cool to see that 07 is also playing the Warlock in here. Do you think that this is just like a Cinderbrew specialty where that Warlock is just better than that Moonkin?
Honestly, I think if Shella has an opportunity to ever run a Warlock in a situation where it's like even just equally good to a Moonkin, he will go for it. I mean, he is like the Warlock player of the MDI in my brain,
Yeah.
so I love seeing it, you know, it's always great, and as Zyro lined out, it's definitely very valuable. You are missing out on that Mark of the Wild, of course, but I think with having that extra Dispel as we were lining out, with having that extra damage, you also, of course, get a little bit of benefit from the utility of Hellstone, so... Firmawand, 30 seconds to go, they are able to get that 18. Sometimes you just gotta slam it for morale.
That's good. Yeah, it's always pressed right there. What do you think? What do you think Firma One does next? Do you just go and start this Rookery now? Probably a break, actually.
We have a little bit of an update on our break timer. So Firma One still needs to do 15 minutes of break. Wunderbar, once they come back, they're done. Drive Puck is also done, and O7 needs to take another 10 minutes. Of course, all of these teams still have over an hour to take this break, so there's no rushing just yet, and I doubt today is going to be the day where we trick any of these teams into missing their break timer. But it's definitely something they'll need to keep an eye on. Well, yeah, you know, there's this, is today going to be the day where a team messes up?
Hold on. What do you mean we?
Callback of the knockhood of mandatory.
I would never do such a thing. I cheer for all.
Said that yesterday.
I cheer for all the teams equally.
Don't we all? Don't we all? But we do have break timers running right now. And that allows us to take a little bit of a closer look on how O7 are doing here. It looks like they're actually opting to also go for Busby as second boss, which I found very interesting.
Yeah, I think that it's due to the lust timing. At the same point, maybe this just is the best route. I mean, Wunderbar did this route in the 19. Maybe this just is the best route and more teams should be looking to adopt it. But it's one of those things that Wunderbar was just so fast. I don't really know. Maybe this isn't a 4 lust dungeon. Most teams play it like it's a 4 lust dungeon. Do you see that from 07? They mind soothe those purveyors and that sleeping harvester, and they actually just got these additional beelets for 10 bonus count. I wonder what they're going to be able to do with that 10 bonus count. But more than that, it's good for funnel.
It absolutely is. And I mean, if you want to skip anything, I think in the Cinderbrew Meadery, it is that like hobgoblin part of the dungeon where we generally see a lot of skips either of the first pack or the second pack. So any count you can get anywhere else is usually good count in my book if you don't have to deal with too many of these. We also saw that from Wunderbar. They were also skipping right before the IPA room. So I really like seeing this. I think that's just phenomenal tech, and maybe more people will pick that up. However, if you're a mage, be careful. You're going to be blamed if it goes wrong.
Okay, so Cinderbrew Meadery is a 33-minute dungeon, which means the 2 chest timer's 26:24. Wunderbar was like 4 minutes under that, and they're 17, and they killed Benk off at 11:05. I think it's doable for 07, but I actually feel like their 2 chest is going to be a little bit close. What do we think Benk is going to be? 13 something?
Yeah, probably 1330 maybe is where I would put it. Just looking at it, it's a bit hard to gauge right now.
Yeah, I think it's probably doable for 07 whenever you're looking at the Wunderbar splits, but it's I think it's going to be a tight 2 chest for them in the 17, where it was very convincing for Wunderbar.
I'm really curious on how 07 is going to handle the part that comes after Busby, so we'll need to take another look at that once it comes, but in the meantime, Firma Wand has ventured over into the Rookery. This is the first time we're seeing them here. And of course, they also have some spec bans coming into today, which doesn't allow them to play that Arcane Mage, which doesn't allow them to play that Unholy DK. But what they still have access to is Nairo actually playing that Frost DK, so bringing it into the Rookery here.
No Mage in here is tough. I feel like Arcane Mage is... So, Arcane Mage, we normally describe it as a timer specialization, where it's a specialization that it might not always look good on the damage meter, but it always, like, it makes your timer faster in every single situation, in every single dungeon. This and Theater of Pain, so Rookery and Theater of Pain, are probably the only 2 dungeons in which the Arcane Mage can, like, top overall in, and actually be, like, insane. I think that Arcane Mage is really, I would say required, but it is super, super valuable, especially if you're trying to push this up to, like, an 18 or a 19 mix. This is, I feel like, the ultimate downside of this comp. Now, they do have this Frost DK. Frost DK does a surprisingly large amount of single target damage, so there is a chance that they could be able to kind of get through it with the DK, but I don't know. Is the no mage... I'm a little bit concerned about it. What do you think?
I'm not sure, because I really like the Warlock as well, so...
Yeah?
You definitely don't want to miss out on the Mark of the Wild, right? So, unless you are running Guardian Druid, you kind of have to bring the Boomkin. I think Rest or Shaman is really good, and then it's just a question of between Warlock, Frosty K, and Mage, what like do you value the most?
Yeah.
And I do think there's a fair bit of interrupts you also want to be hitting in this dungeon. So maybe the extra melee does make a little bit of sense in that regard, especially because TK is pretty good at living on their own.
Yeah. Kind of interesting. I'm really interested in seeing how the part in between Stormguard Gorin and the last boss, the Voidstone Monstrosity, that's the part where the Arcane Mage really comes alive and just shaves minutes off your timer. So I'm really interested in seeing how Firm 1's going to be dealing with that. But we do have 07 in the Center Brew meter in the top right if we can get them pulled up to the big screen. I'm really interested in seeing where they're going to be popping their Lust. It looks like they're probably going to be doing something similar to what we saw with Wunderbar earlier, where they are going to elect to Lust on that IPA trash bowl. Oh, look at this for 07. This is genius. So we saw this earlier for Wunderbar, where they dropped that scientist barrel on the corner. 07 just used that notch along the wall to be looking to LOS that barrel, allowing them to not have to spend all the damage, the precious DPS, trying to kill that stupid failed batch.
It's not stupid, okay? Sometimes you have to do
It wipes
experiments, and failure is necessary to grow, Tettles. I'll have you know, but
I should be way taller than failure is required to grow.
we definitely have a rare side here as well, because we have a Disc Priest actually waiting for mana to come back, so we know they've been flooring it ever since Busby, and a lot of healing was required, but here is where that skip should come in. So we're seeing the cage to make sure that the scientist stays on the side, then Drogo goes in fight with the Hobgoblin. Gate is being utilized, and now he's going to jump on over, and that meld should be coming in. Yep, there it is, to make sure they don't actually have to fight the double Hobgoblin in the alleyway. I think that's pretty much the same thing we saw Wunderbar do.
Yeah, I mean, those Hobgoblins are huge time losses. If there's any routing suggestion that I could give to people who play at home, if you can somehow figure out a way to skip that double Hobgoblin, whether it be paralysis and Ring of Peace, whether it be Sleepwalk, whatever it may be, where you don't have to necessarily Shadow Meld it, but you could. If you can skip that double Hobgoblin patrol, that's a huge time save in this place. And we were kind of calling out where is 07 going to press their Bloodlust? We have found it. It is this big IPA room pull.
Yeah, it's the same thing that Wunderbar was doing. They're a little bit faster here, but noted it is a lower dungeon in comparison. So I'm not surprised to see the same route out of those both teams, and they just need to make sure they're now dealing with these failed batches that are going to be coming up. We do have Royben and Jay both on the elevation here, making sure that nothing is going to mess them up on the Hobgoblin side of things, and they can just free plant cast on anything. Failed batches are up, but both of them have been defeated. They've just done with this wonderfully hyper fast.
Ooh, Firmawand here. They've actually elected to take Trash into the boss. The Trash into the boss is, honestly, it's pretty efficient. The downside is if you have any of those like Storm Rooks or other mobs that can do AoE to you, it can get a little bit scary. But this pack that Firmawand is elected to pull into the boss, it's only a Thunderer. And with that Restoration Shaman, they have plenty of kicks to be able to get that Thunderer kicked every single time. They're also using the Curse of Tongues. Look at that on the Thunderer. They're reducing the cast duration on that Thunderer. It just allows a much easier time of kicking it every single time.
Dude, every single time this giant frontal comes in from Curious and I look at a ranged DPS perspective, I am freaking out. Did you see how little space Adu had in that previous one? He just stood in that nook there, hoping not to get sliced, but it all worked out well, and now they're in that intermission.
I don't judge you whenever you're fell rushing around in VR, and even though it gives me bad anxiety, you don't judge me whenever I've carefully calculated where I'm going to stand, okay? These are the rules.
Listen, I wasn't judging. I was impressed. I was glazing even.
I just get bad anxiety watching Demon Hunters play, though, and that's just the truth.
Sometimes I also get anxiety, but it's just you have to do it. It's part of it. But yeah, doing phenomenal here on Curious as well. We did have a little bit of a death there pop up and fade away as we are looking at a replay on our main screen here. I'm kind of scared whether or not DrivePug is having more issues because this replay keeps on going, but it might just be the loop. So that is a death on DishPay, but they're able to probably solve this, hopefully. Does it keep going? Oh no, no!
Well.
Oh no.
All right.
It all went wrong.
Is it resilient?
It is resilient. They can just go right back into the 17. It's all good.
That's fine. Yeah, just go again.
You take a wipe 2 minutes in. 2 minutes in is always acceptable.
Perfect. It's resilient. That's all we need to know.
Love that. But yeah, Firmawand is going to finish out this dungeon. We can see that, of course, both 07 and DrivePuck are still working on those Cinderbrew meteors, and Wunderbar should be coming back from their break rather soon as well. How are we feeling about the teams on the overall now that we only have 2 more hours to start those last dungeon runs?
I feel like, just looking at the score, I think that I think that Wunderbar, I don't think they're completely locked up, but I think that they're very, very likely. You see them in the bottom right, they're starting this 20 Cinderbrew meter. We were kind of talking about the priority versus the metery. They're starting this 20 Cinderbrew metery. I think that they're by far the most likely team to take our number 1 seed coming out of Group A. Then the second team, it looks like it's between 07, DrivePug, and Firmawand, where 07 is in a pretty decent lead over Firmawand and DrivePug, but I still think that there's a chance for 07 to continue to make some mistakes, and then allowing a team like Firmawand and DrivePug to be able to come back. 07 in the Cinderbrew metery as well. Their path to victory, they really need to be putting down a 2 chest in this Cinderbrew. It looks like it's going to be pretty close, but I think it's still doable.
I hope so, personally. I think there's still some room because of how hard the dungeons are scaling and where those teams are hitting some of those limits already.
It's true. I mean, we have to see just how far they can go, but of course it seems like some of our teams like Vunderbar are reaching really high while others are trying to just get those scores up so that they can have a shot here as they continue to narrow this gap between the teams. But we are going to have Tettles head out. So Tettles, thanks so much for the insights. He's already gone, so I'll say bye on his behalf, everyone. He's like, bye, see ya.
See you later.
Tettles is gone, but Zyra's here, and Zyra, word on the streets is that you main Warlock, and you've been confined to chat for a little bit. So do you have any Warlock gameplay? Yeah.
Some would say I dabble. Some would say I'm not a Warlock main. Some would call me the Betrayer. You know, I've gone by a lot of things.
That's a great name.
I love that.
How'd you get that one?
It was when I swapped to Mage back in Legion. The Warlock Discord was not happy with me. Either way, yeah, I've played a little bit of Warlock in my time. And, you know, I offhandedly mentioned earlier today that Warlock has some of the best AoE scaling in the game. It actually is one of the few specs that actually still scales past the typical, like, 8 to 10 target cap. And, you know, the more targets you add in, the better and better and better it gets. And part of that is because of the way the new Hellcaller hero talent abilities work. You know, in the past, you could apply Emulates to a bunch of targets and give you a bunch of shards, and that let you cast a bunch of Rain of Fires, which usually was enough to do a bunch of AoE damage before. But now, with the way Wither works, every time you cast an ability that costs soul shards, it puts a stacking debuff on that Wither, which can then be expelled for even more damage through the Blackened Soul talent from the Hellcaller hero talent. So, not only are you spamming Rain of Fires, which is already a good ability to press for damage, but that's increasing the damage of your Withers on all of the different targets that you have out. So if you were to look at the overall damage for a Warlock in one of these keys, Wither and Rain of Fire is probably upwards of like 50%, maybe up to 60% of your overall damage. And, I mean, you know, I'm glad that I offhandedly made that point at the start of the day, because these teams are making Destro look insanely good in this Cinder review.
They are, but we're also seeing the Warlock on Firmawand in the Rookery. So Tettles and I were just briefly talking a little bit about, like, between the Frosty K, one death there on Wunderbar, 2 deaths there on Wunderbar. Are we, whoa, okay, this will go again.
Go again.
It's okay, it's a resilient 20, we're good. But yeah, we were talking a little bit about the Warlock Mage Frosty K, like, what would you prefer to bring when that Boomkin is locked in for Mark of the Wild? Where would you land on that? I'm curious.
If I had to swap one of those out for a Moonkin?
Well, you play the Moonkin and you have 2 slots. Your options are Warlock, Frosty K, or Mage, but not Arcane Mage.
But not Unholy DK either? Specifically
not
Frosty
Unholy
K?
DK either. Yeah, both Arcane Mage and Unholy DK are banned for Firmawand.
I think you probably would drop the Frost DK.
True range DPS.
Reason being...
Opinion talking.
Well, no, so reason being, obviously, the Mark of the Wild is nice. The Frost DK is kind of going to bring the same profile as Warlock, right? 2-minute class, good AoE damage. The Warlock is covering that already, and you want to keep the Arcane Mage in so at least one of the classes in your group comp does some sort of focus damage to the priority targets, right? So that's my thought process there.
Well, you can't have Arcane Mage. You can only have any other mage.
Well, still, Fire Mage can at least single target combust. I think it's still probably going to be better at prio damage than the Frost DK.
All right.
Also
disagreeing with Firmer Wand here. All right.
You know, it's
Fair
nice.
enough. We do have something that's kind of imminent, though, because we were talking about like how our teams are doing on the overall, and we were talking about how many more runs each of the teams has, and I was saying like in a good scenario to get where Vunderbar are right now for 07 would take 2 runs, the 17 plus 2 and then the 19. But Zyro, looking at their timer of 1 minute and 28 seconds, it is going to take 3 runs, isn't it?
No, they're just going to activate turbo mode a couple weeks early and just blast this boss here when that Bloodlust comes off cooldown. It's easy. 1 minute 15 seconds, no problem, right?
Okay.
No,
That is not what I
this two
expected
chest,
you to say, so I'll
this
just
two
go with
chest,
it.
this 2 chest is not happening, right? They're going to get the 1 chest here. I mean, here's the thing for 07. I think Vunderbar is out of reach right now with the way they've been played today. Yes, 07 still had a fantastic day. They had a couple hiccups early on in the day, but I think they're very solidly locked into that second position right now, barring any disaster in the last couple of hours here. They don't need to worry about catching up to Vunderbar. They just need to make sure they stay ahead of our other 2 teams, Drivepug and Firmawand, who have been having issues today, right? They've banned out some of those meta comps like we were talking about because of the way they played on day 1 of the weekend for them. And, I mean, it's really costing them a lot today. The consistency just really hasn't been there, which is, a little surprising to me because we saw Firmawand be so consistent yesterday, but maybe they're just not as comfortable on the classes that they're playing today.
Yeah, it will be shown at the end of the today. I have to note something real quick, Zyro, before chat gets all upset with us. Frost, they're not playing Breath, so
they're not playing Breath.
It's not.
Never mind.
Yeah, it's not on the 2 minutes. It's going to be like 45 seconds. I thought we could just let it slide, but chat clearly is not of that opinion, so we'll just have to put that out there.
Okay, my bad for not knowing about a non-meta spec. Sorry.
That is so rude.
That is interesting, though. When's
my.
the last time Frost DKs have played a breathless talent spec? Actually, that hasn't happened in a while. I feel like.
Well, it's very fun to play all of the time, but usually when Frost is good in keys, you're right. It has been Breath in the past. Hasn't been this weekend though. So anytime we saw a Frost DK, they weren't running Breath at all. I checked all of them individually just to see, but nope, none of them were running it.
My bad. That's on me. I would still take the comp that I said I would take.
Okay, fair. I was going to ask if that changes anything, but I kind of suspected that the mage love was too grand anyway.
Always there. Well, 07's not going to get the 2 chest here, but they are at least going to be putting the 17 on the board, and they have plenty of time left in the day to still go through the 2 dungeon runs required to get to the 19 key level. They're going to give themselves less time to go for the 20s that we're already seeing Vunderbar able to go for now. So, again, the goal here for 07 should just be to secure that second place slot. If they're able to do that, they will have achieved the main goal for the weekend for these teams, which is just qualifying for the global finals.
That's right. That is exactly what teams are after, and we're going to be taking a look over to Drivepug because after having some issues with that Rookery earlier on, we are now working away at that Cinderbrew meadery. It is a 17. We were rather slow with that first death boss split. And then we also have 4 deaths on the counter. So just looking at this, I will take a well-educated guess and say it's probably not going to be a +2, which will throw them way further back than they already are, which is not great news right now.
Yeah, they would have to go for some pretty big pulls here in order to try to pull off the 2 chest. Not sure if that's going to be possible with their comp. They still have to deal with at least 3 of those Void Stones, 2 more Ascendants. There's a lot in this room that they need to deal with before they can even spawn the boss. In 5.5 minutes, I don't think that's going to be possible for them, so they're just going to be looking to time this key, and... where where is our Warlock friend at? Can they get a res off on him there? Maybe he was just out of range, and they have to do the the AoE res here. Yep, we can see that coming out from the rest of Shaman here. They'll get their friend back alive and available for the bowl. But yeah, that death and, just the way they pulled this key, not going to be enough time left for the 2 Jets.
Listen, the person that has never had anyone in their puck fall down and then eventually die downstairs without anyone to retrieve them may be the first one to flame, because I definitely have experienced that a plenitude of times in my keys. So yeah, it happens. We take those, and normal rest could be used. Both of those battle rests are still available. However, we still have 2 of these Void Stones to do. And in an ideal world, Firmawant would really be getting a +2 here, but I feel like that might also be out of the question with how long Voidstone Monstrosity takes.
Yeah, well, I'm not too worried about them getting the key done. They've got the battle reses for it. The third res will come up in just a little bit here.
No, I think done for sure, but the +2 is...
No, +2's off the table for sure. There's no way they +2 it for sure. This is interesting, though. I mean, we're seeing Vunderbar get through that first pull incredibly consistently, which is not something I would have expected to see on the +20 key level. I would have thought that first pull is going to be a crazy, just reset it until it goes right pull, but every single time Vunderbar is under this key on whatever level it is, they've gotten through that first pull almost every single time, so it's really going to be the pulls afterwards that are going to be the problem for them, and the first boss, I mean... that Imp Dispel coming into play like crazy all throughout this key. The Warlock utility is actually quite insane. I mean, they also kind of cover... they're not, Beam is one of the most insane buttons in the game for Mythic Plus, but they can kind of cover a couple of AoE CCs. You can always Shadow Fury. And I actually haven't checked. Is he running Howl of Terror, or is he running Mortal Coil? Okay, he's running Mortal Coil for a single target interrupt, but you can also spec into Howl of Terror for another AoE stop if you really need the AoE stops and keys, so... I think Warlock's kind of a spec that's really been just flying just under the radar for a while now, and maybe once people see what it can do in this key in the MDI, they might be a little more inclined to bring it to some live keys.
I'm actually so surprised we haven't been seeing it in live keys, because every single time I invited Warlocks, they were absolutely pumping. So I'm happy to put you all on that same standing here. I do quickly want to talk about the way that Wunderbar does route through that Cinderbrew meadery, because you weren't on when they started it, right? So they have been going to Buzz first, which we also saw 07 do. And we were kind of talking about like, it's probably because the big pull right before IPA, that's where they want to have Bloodlust, and it just takes so long, as they are having 2 deaths here. Is this all okay on Wunderbar? Is now gonna live? Whippy is not with the team?
That is a problem for them. Now can stay alive on his own for quite a bit of time, and they only have a couple of the remaining trash mobs alive, so I think they're going to be okay. It's a question of whether or not this is enough for them to consider going for a reset, but remember, in the +19, they finished that key 5 minutes under the timer, so I think there surprisingly is going to be quite a bit of wiggle room in this +20 for them, but I think if we have any further issues like this, that's probably going to warrant a reset. Oh, this is a replay. Okay, never mind.
Yeah. It's they were tricking you.
I missed the replay on the bottom right there. Yeah, if they have any further issues, I think we can go for a reset, but I think just these mistakes alone isn't going to be enough to go for a reset now.
They definitely had like so much time under 19. They were like 5 minutes under, so 3 deaths I think is still within the realm of possibilities. Just checking in on Formula 1, we were saying it earlier, the +2 unfortunately is not going to be happening here. They have plenty of time to just deal with this end boss on its own, and count is looking good. So all they need is to play it down clean and be good here. I would assume that they run it back after. They still also have to push up the Priory, but we of course know from the time trials that their highest Priory in the time trials was a +18. We don't know if they went back and were able to time some higher ones, but that was definitely one of the dungeons where I was looking at Firmawant when I was preparing for this and saying like, ooh, if they make it to day 3 and they have the Priory to do, it might be hard, and it looks like that's exactly what's happening.
Yeah, it's just been a struggle today for Firmawant and Drivebug. Completely different looking team than we saw earlier this weekend. And at this point, I'm just rooting for them to have a consistent end of the day here, because realistically, Firmawant is not that far off from 07. When you think about it, they're only 2 or 3 dungeon runs away, which, if 07 starts to struggle a little bit in this Vunderbar metery, which has proven to be quite a difficult key, Firmawand plays the way they played all yesterday, even with this off-meta comp, they might be able to steal it away like they've done so many times in the past, but again, it is a long shot.
It definitely is, but it's always possible, Never say never. If you ask me, there's still plenty of time. And then, of course, for anybody that's not familiar, at the very end of the day, when the timer runs out, any key these teams are in, if they are able to complete it, they can do so. Dungeons will be locked. There will be no more do-overs. But whatever they are in at the moment of the clock striking, they're allowed to finish out. We're going to be taking a closer look at 07 here, because while they weren't able to get that Cinderbrew metery +2'd in the 17, we're now back in that 18 and working on getting that pushed up. And that is what they need to maybe catch up to Vunderbar here and keep the other 2 teams out.
Yeah, again, 07, a little bit of struggle today after starting the day off with a pretty quick 2 chest and Priory. They just quite haven't gone at the same pace as Vunderbar from what we would expect from a team of their seeding, but honestly, Vunderbar has played just about as good as we could have expected any team to play. I mean, they've been completely lights out. I don't think it's far-fetched to say what Tettle said earlier today and call them favorites for the entire competition just based off of the gameplay we've seen from them from the past couple of days. But 07, a lot of time left in the day here. Get these 2 runs in Cinderbrew, put themselves on the 19 score that we currently see Vunderbar on, and maybe start pushing for some 20s by the end of the day, maybe try to play spoiler for that top seed for the global finals, and of course, more importantly, more prize money for the competition this weekend. But right now, Firmawand on the Voidstone monstrosity. Can they finally put this Rookery in the bag? They've already expended their Bloodlust. We're into another damage amp phase on the boss here. Tyrant's coming out for a do here. It's going to be a lot of burst damage. Can they finish the boss off before the final shield goes out? I'm not quite sure. It's going to be very close. And they've finally done it. The Rookery is down. The 17 points are on the board. That's going to be a huge sigh of relief for them. We'll move on to something new here in just a moment.
That's right, but of course we also have to check in with our +20 Cinderbrew metery, and I wish I had said that, because the same thing happened in that 19 as well. Just didn't work out there. Maybe we can actually get a replay to see what exactly went wrong there, if it was maybe one of the CCs that didn't go to call. But that is going to be 15 minutes lost for Team Vunderbar, which is great news if you're fans from any of the other teams, because that allows them to maybe catch a breath and have a better chance at coming closer.
They've got 15 minutes to give. They're okay. I think...
For sure.
I think if any team's going to make a mistake, they're going to be okay. Yeah, that's true, that's true. I mean, here's 07 again, getting through that first section of the dungeon relatively cleanly. That first pull, surprisingly not as difficult as we thought it would be, right? We thought that triple muscle plus chewy pull was going to be ridiculous. Let's see how this went wrong for Vunderbar here, though.
All right.
Got the trash mobs
in. The brood drops. They're just running in. Okay. Yeah, there's no CC. I'm not sure if maybe something wasn't available and the call-up backup sequence took too long to react or something like that, but it definitely was the brood drops that it made go all awry here, unfortunately. I do have one thing to mention, because Firmawand in that Rookery, they've been playing Demo instead of Destro, and we did see Demo before, so I didn't want to call to it too much, but why do you think they're making that decision in that dungeon? Can you talk about that a little bit more as a residential Warlock expert?
Sure. I mean, in general, I think all 3 Warlock specializations are pretty strong right now in dungeons. Part of the reason you don't see them played too often is because they don't really bring a group buff. They bring health stones, they bring curses, which are useful, but they don't bring any particular buff like Mark of the Wild, Sky Fury, or Arcane Intellect that just make your group have an easier time of dealing with mechanics. Curses can do that in certain situations. Making cast longer is pretty nice, but the Warlock specs in general, they kind of have different feels to the profiles. So Demonology is more of a constant damage spec. You have a 1-minute cooldown in Tyrant, but you do a lot of damage pretty much all of the time. It's probably one of the highest potential just overall damage at any point you're ever in combat specs in the game. but it has a couple of downsides to it, right? If you need to call for your range character to pick a mob that's 40 yards away so that it runs in, Warlock can't do that, because Warlock's Interrupt is Axe Toss, which is an ability that also stuns the target that interrupts, so if you interrupt a target that's 40 mobs away with your Axe Toss, it's just going to get stunned out there, and then when it's out of the stun, it'll start casting again. So
Not that good.
there are little inconsistencies between the specs that make you want to play one spec or another. There's really not that many instances in Rookery specifically where Demonology is going to have that problem where they can't interrupt a mob in. And also, it's really nice damage profile-wise for things like the Voidstone Monstrosity. You can have a Tyrant up for every single one of the damage amp phases. You can have damage for pretty much every single one of the big pulls in the dungeon. There's really no downtime that you're worried about damage-wise, so you can kill every single Void Rider at the start of the dungeon pretty consistently. It's just a very solid overall damage spec. I don't think there's any particular reason you would play it over the other two specs. I think all three of them would work just fine. Maybe it's probably just a comfortability pick for Adu, I would have to say.
All right. Thank you for that explanation. I mean, I love seeing them both. I think both of these specs have been doing really, really well. Let's check on in with 07. This is their Bloodlust pull in the 18. We saw this in the 17 as well. And, of course, on Team Vunderbar as well. And they're just going to be trying to deal with this as quickly as possible to not get as many failed batches. There's definitely one in there. They were able to finish that one off, and I think that should be good here. Roybin already deciding that it is safe. She's going to go on down, get that fear out. We're going to get another Blinding Sleet, and that is going to be at the end of that pack. Now, we're going to be going into the boss next. Take a little bit of extras in there and deal with it all. Looking really good here on 07.
Yeah, very, very clean pulls from them. That was that Bloodlust pull. This is the reason they do that first pull on the Bank Busby side of the dungeon first, so that Bloodlust can specifically be back off cooldown for that pull. They're planning their route out perfectly. Once that patrolling Hobgoblin is gone, they'll grab a few extra casters and bring them in, and once again, another big AoE pull. But the surprising thing here, this is kind of one of the points I want to make about Destro, is as long as they can put their withers on every single target, their damage is never really going to be bad. Right? The only thing the Infernal really does is it gives you extra shards to cast more Rain of Fires with. You can still get a ton of Rain of Fires out and ramp up that Wither damage without the major cooldown, so even though there's no Infernal for this pack, Shelly's still doing pretty significant damage on this pull.
We do have one death here on Gingy dying to the dot, as they are dealing with Brewmaster Aldur and some extras in there to try and get the most out of what is a rather long boss fight. But there's a second death coming in, and they don't have a battle rest here. That is going to be it. They're going to be calling it. And Redo, once again, just goes to show how hard that 20 Cinderbrew meadery really can be. There's a reason this hasn't been done before.
Yeah, I mean, when you talk about the 20 keys, we're into uncharted territory for the most part when it comes to keys. If I'm not mistaken, the only two keys that have been done on 20 on live are Motherlode and Darkflame Cleft. And we saw yesterday, those keys seemed to be quite a bit easier to do on those key levels than we've seen from our other keys. So the fact that we're getting the attempts for a world first key today from Vunderbar in the Cinderbrew meadery, and they're actually making it look possible with how fast they're going, is pretty insane.
It absolutely is. I mean, I love watching the attempts, even if, they haven't been working out thus far, but it is a little bit of a question of when. Of course, this isn't like the time trials where they have infinite tries available to them. There is still a limited timer on today, which sits at around 1 hour and 39 minutes as of right now to start that last key. So that's something we'll all need to keep in mind as teams are working away on their day. But 07 doing pretty well here. You can see those brew drops are slowed a little bit. In comes our extra Warlock stun, and they're just trying to cleave them down and knock back from Jay. Extra rude. Just whatever they can to not lose too much damage on the boss here is going to be utilized. And I also love that they're using this little nook here in the corner just to make sure that they're not going to get in fight with anything additional that is waiting in the rest of the room as of right now.
Yeah, this is clean from 07. Cleared out most of the trash in the room. They don't have to worry about that back in the far corner, because obviously we know that can be snapped up to the final boss for a little bit of extra funnel there. Yeah, last 50% of the boss just getting themselves in the corner. Make sure they don't let any of the brew drops hit the boss. We've seen that
one is very close.
Wunderbar a couple times, but I think they're good to go. Yeah, They've got the grips from the DK there. Slappy hands coming in clutch. Very, very clean gameplay from 07 here. They should be able to get IPA down very, very cleanly here. I want to check in with Vunderbar again on this first pull and just see how they're dealing with this pull so cleanly on the plus 20, because by all accounts, this pull doesn't seem like it's something that should be possible. Triple hired muscle. Okay, yeah, that's what I was expecting to happen most of the time. With triple hired muscle, every single one of those throw chair casts, if you don't have a significant personal up or some insane shield from your Disc Priest, it's just going to one-shot you, especially these clothies. But even with the death at the end there, they're still going to be able to just send this pull home. And I mean, still pretty quickly here. 1.5 minutes. Not bad, considering you had the death on the Warlock there.
I mean, I personally was going to say you can tell how much damage it's doing because it's killing a Warlock, but you, of course, scooched them in there with the other clothies, saying like, oh, it's just, you know, Warlocks are very tanky. The fact that clicks went down, there's a lot of damage that went out there, but they are going to be going into Chef Chewy now, so the danger does not stop there. They do the triple muscle, they do Chef Chewy, and then they still have some extras into the boss as well, and we've seen them kind of die individually to what is happening on the boss because the extra dot does go out, and it just does so much insane damage that individual players have just been dying to it, which I assume we're going to be needing to try and keep some of our defensives in the earlier packs to have them available for the boss.
Yeah, 100%. And I mean, Clicks also has the added extra pressure of needing to be the Dispeller on the boss as well, right? There's a lot of extra work that goes into that. It's something that a DPS player is not used to doing. Defensively dispelling your team? What's that? I mean, it's hard. It's hard to do, trust. But it's something that needs to be done on this key level to get it done. This is what happens when you get into this world first territory. So, if there's anyone that can get it down eventually, it's Vunderbar, and they've got the consistently hard part down, right? We keep talking about how in the MDI, in the TGP specific MDI, where you're pushing these super high keys, the best thing you can do for your consistency, for your progression, is to try to front load as much of the difficulty as possible. That's why we're seeing them go for this triple hired muscle pull. If they can get through that hard pull, it gives them a little bit more leeway throughout the rest of the key, a little bit of extra time, just in case things go wrong, so you can potentially get that key timed.
Absolutely is. We did see a quick death here on the tail end of the 17 for drive puck. Just a quick mention is also not going to be the +2 that they would of course hope to maybe catch up a little bit faster to some of the other teams, but still 3 minutes 28 seconds should be well enough to deal with Goldie Baron bottom here, despite that Bloodlust already having been used. They just cannot afford too many more oopsies, so something they will need to look out for. In comes the intermission, and they have a nicely cleared space here as well, so I think we're looking pretty good here for drive.
Yeah, super clean. 2 battle reses available, 1 more coming up in about a minute. They should be okay here. 3 minutes left on the timer. Boss is getting destroyed by the damage cooldowns, and Cordy's looking very healthy on the mana bar on that Resto Shaman, so they should be good to go. Just need to make sure they deal with these exploding barrels properly. Great cash cannon there, exploding 2 of them right off the bat. Cordy should have the healing needed here. Now, they don't have the Warlock Dispel available to them, which is pretty nice on this fight, but it looks like Cordy's got everything under control here.
That's right. He does. Everything is wonderful. I just quickly want to mention that while our players have access to Avoidance now, they don't have access to any other tertiary. So it's just Avoidance that they are running on their gear on the Tournament Realm. Anything else is still not available for them. And I just think it's been so cool to see what they can do now that they finally have access to Avoidance. All the seasons before that, that just wasn't a thing. So I feel like we've moved a little bit closer to how it is on live, because if you are ever inspecting some of the very high key pushers, you'll see a lot of Avoidance across their gear.
Yeah, to be clear, right, the gear on the Tournament Realm, when you buy it from the vendor, it just comes with the Avoidance preloaded onto it. There's no option to put Leech on it. Now, you can put the Leech enchants on your gear, but that's
right.
really a significant amount.
And it's the same as life. But here is that 17 finished for Drive. I'm curious where they're going next, because now they have all dungeons on that 17 done. And they could go anywhere. They could rerun the Cinderbrew. They could maybe venture back into the Rookery that cost them so much time, or take another hit at the Priory. We're going to be seeing how it all plays out for them. And interestingly enough, in the 17, 07 did Busby first, but in the 18, they're not doing Busby first. So a little bit of a variance in routing here for 07, whereas Vunderbar kept it that way all throughout their keys.
Yeah, when you go and look at the typical routes that most of the highest key pushers on live are doing, I'm thinking of some of the top Chinese teams. The one with Rare in it is my favorite to look at for routing. That guy is a routing god. They're pretty much doing what we saw Vunderbar do, right? They do the first section of this dungeon, kill the first boss, go to the right-hand side with Bink Busby, do the first big pull there, and then backtrack back to the left towards IPA. And all of that, like Titles has mentioned many times already, is to try to get your Bloodlust on the first big AoE pull once you get into the IPA room. You need that Bloodlust to make that pull work on the higher key levels. And 07, they tried doing it the other way on the 17. Maybe wasn't as clean as they wanted it to be, because, like we've seen, they didn't get the 2 chests, and that would have been pretty nice for them to get that. We saw Vunderbar get that. They went back to the normal routing here. I think they've known that as a route that they can do, and I think they've practiced that route. I'm not really sure why they decided to go the other way in the 17, but it cost them a little bit here.
Yeah, I'm curious if maybe they saw what Vunderbar was doing in their runs and just said, okay, let's just try it on the 17 because we know we have a bunch of leeway. Although, talking about how vital the +2 would have been, if you know you're really fast with your normal routing, I'm not sure I agree with trying the other one out in the 17, but of course we don't know if that wasn't what they had always planned, no matter what, so it's just a little bit of theory crafting on our end, and I am reporting in that Drive has opted to go back into the Priory in our top right.
Okay. Well, they had all of the options available to them for the 18s, and we saw how difficult the Priory was at the start of the day for them, so hopefully, we're a little more locked in now, a few hours into the day. And this 18 will go a little bit more smoothly than our first runs at the start of the day, as I'm rooting for them to get this done as quickly as possible. So we'll see how this Priory ends up going for them. I like the routing, actually, they went for at the start of the key here in order to skip past the night patrols. They're going for the nightless route, so no major bleeds are going to go out onto their players here initially. That's a pretty smart adaptation of the first pull.
It absolutely is. We also saw a crazy routing coming out of Vunderbar earlier today with basically skipping anything that's in the front there and then just pulling everything up instead. It's not exactly what Drive Puck is doing, but it is reminiscent of it, I would say. And we are getting another glimpse at Vunderbar's 20 here right now. So you can see that they drop these failed batches behind the Nook. The green marker comes down to make sure to say, hey, we're line of sighting right now. Failed batch does explode, and repeat from here on out. Really, really cool tech, as they don't have great damage for those failed batches and are just dealing with these by line of sighting them, saying, okay, what if we just ignored that mechanic and line of sighted it?
It's playing double duty, too, as well, because they can use that wall, that edge of the wall, to bait the charges from the Hobgoblins as well. And the Hobgoblin will just run into the banister, and they don't have to worry about, running across the room with it or anything. No one's ever going to get hit by it if you run it into that marker there. So yeah, this is just super, super smart gameplay here from Vunderbar. This team has been known for doing small things like this to make their keys better for the better part of the past 5 or 6 years, right? I mean, smart things like this, they make the key easier. You don't have to worry about swapping to the failed batches. You can just kill the trash pack faster. And I mean, again, it never ceases to amaze me how smart and innovative these guys are at making the dungeon just easier on a key level this high.
Absolutely. I quickly want to check in with their timers to give us a little bit of an idea. Of course, like we said earlier, there were 4 minutes and 34 seconds under the dungeon timer in the 19 that they did. So we know they have plenty of time. And their first boss split was 5:52 on Brewmaster, so we're now sitting at 6:41, not even a minute slower, which is pretty good. And we are seeing the same change in route that we saw on 07, going for IPA as second boss rather than bus, which they were still doing in the 19.
Yep, I also want to mention as well, Firmawand finally back from their break. They took the last 15 minutes of those breaks, about 20 minutes ago, and they're back. They're in the 18 Rookery, so we thought they were done with the Rookery. No, they were just done with the 17. We are right back into the 18 when we're already into a large trash pool here in the first section of the dungeon. And you can see, like I was saying, Demonology Warlock, the overall damage is quite good. It can really carry a lot of the overall. It might not have the peaks that Unholy DK has, but there really aren't any valleys in the Demo Warlock damage profile.
Yeah, I mean, I'm just happy to see our DPS DKs represented. It's always a grand time, whether it is Unholy or Frost. The only thing I don't like personally as much is Breath, but since we're not playing that, all is well and all is chill. We need to look out for what is happening for Vunderbar here now, because you can see they're once again trying to hide in that corner as the failed batches are going off. Everything is working out here, and in their previous attempt, it looked like they had something in the pull that they didn't want. So as if something got added and that caused them to then just not care about the CCs on the brood drops. We're going to be seeing how it works out for them this time around. Pack is added. This one is intended. And we are in fight with IPA once more to make sure we make on through in this 20 Cinder Brew.
Yeah, and obviously the extra adds, as we've talked about the entire weekend, any time that you can pull trash with the boss and cleave it down to gain efficiency, it's always good. This is an MDI staple for either format that we've had for the past several years. But with the Arcane Mage, you also gain so much added funnel. It's so useful to have extra mobs on top of the boss, especially during Surge. You get so much extra damage. Great use of the slappy hands there from the DK to get all of the mobs away from the boss on top of the brew drop so they can AoE them down and make sure they don't have a shield explode on everyone for a ton of damage. Clean first set of adds, but they're going to have to do that several more times over the course of this encounter mix.
They absolutely will have. It's going to take a while to deal with this boss. These are rate bosses at this point and key level. I just quickly want to mention that on Firmawand, unfortunately, the things have gone a little bit wrong. They had deaths, and they are resetting their attempt in the Rookery as of right now. On Drive, we're still working on that 18 Priory, whereas 07 is looking to be good on their timer to get the 18 done, so hopefully we'll see them catch up in the 19 rather soon. But Vunderbar has dealt with the extra adds here. Brood drops are slowly but surely dying, just making sure another knock does come down. And Tettles was calling it out earlier, but I want to mention it again. I love how much they're utilizing the world markers. That green world marker is just wherever it goes down, that's where your attention goes. And in comes the second pack that they're now going to be doing with IPA now.
Yeah, there was a great sigil of chains there from now to make sure the adds got gripped away from the boss, not on top of the boss. Sky, take notes. But the CC chain on the... It's okay, he's my guilty, I can make fun of him. The CC chain on the ads has been perfect here so far from Vunderbar. Another set of ads getting spawned here, but the boss is through, the brew drops are away, and we should be free to just AoE these down and check out the slow on these mobs as well. This is just clean execution here from Vunderbar.
Yeah, we're going to get another stun, making sure these brew drops are not speeding anywhere, and that is exactly what is happening. One was still alive, but they made quick process with it, and at the same time, most of the pack has also died off. We still have 2 pyros and 1 taste tester that they will need to deal with, but as of right now, Gingy is saying, thank you for that extra funnel. I am enjoying this very much. DPS numbers go big, and now they once again need to deal with these extra brew drops. They're one on the right-hand side, then a bunch on the left, but because they pulled that additional pack at the beginning and at the middle of the boss, they have some extra boss room to go now and just deal with it all.
Yeah, again, just making sure they do not let a single brew drop get anywhere near the boss. And with the 2-minute cooldowns coming out, it's going to be clean execution on the ads. From here on out, this Infernal's going to send them home for sure. Yeah, no issues whatsoever, and now they have this entire nook of the room left to deal with. It should be smooth sailing from here. The question for me, is there time left in the key for them? Obviously, they had plenty of time left in the 19, but the execution was super clean. I don't know. We'll have to see. You know, this exponential scaling of difficulty as you get higher and higher into keys, it makes it so much more hard to actually tell how far ahead of a timer a key is. But I don't even think they need to deal with this last set of brew drops. They aren't going to go in rage for another 30 seconds or so. They can probably Frost Nova them in place easily enough. Your Sigil's going to be great. Yeah, and they can just burn down the boss pretty easily here. This is going to be great for Vunderbar.
It is, and you were asking about timers. I have a 19 pulled up that was under time by 1:24, so 1.5 minutes roughly. And they finished out IPA at 16:24, which, if you're looking at Wunderbar, they're way faster than that. So I think in terms of timer, we are doing great here on the side of Wunderbar. They said, yeah, we were really fast when we did Busby second. Let's see how much faster we can get now that we do IPA second. And they're on their way to the next part of the dungeon, dealing with all of these bees. Now, the difficulty doesn't stop, right? It is going to be consistently, absolutely requiring them to hit every single interrupt, to plan out all of their CCs, and just making sure they can line whenever they want to, which is also why you're seeing them kind of stand where they are. They can just line that extra shoot that comes out from one of our Wranglers there.
Yeah. Now, if I remember correctly, those charges, they can't be line of sighted, but they can be outranged. So it's a little tough for the ranged DPS to deal with it. Like, Gigi can blink away and maybe be out of max range if he's able to, but I think it's not something you really need to worry about too much as a ranged DPS, right? As long as they have the cooldowns available for it, although we do see Clicks doing it here. Nice dodge there. As long as you have a personal cooldown up for it, it shouldn't be too big of an issue, but they're not taking any... They're not affording themselves any mistakes here. They want to save their personal cooldowns for something bigger later on, so it's good to see that the ranged DPS have the presence of mind to see, I can run away from this. I don't have to take the damage here. Yeah, Whippy even doing it there on the Priest, that's huge. We know how hard it is for Priests to run that far away. They want to just sit there and cast most of the time.
That. If you see a Priest running, it is serious. I can tell you that much. They do not like that. But on the way, we are one more to go. Just make sure he's not standing into that one as a grip does come in. We'll probably be hit by that one, but it will be fine, as well as they are making the big second pull. Gingy dropping very, very low. It is well protected by Whippy. Their newest addition to this team really has just been doing wonderful. I'm still incredibly impressed on what they did at Candle King in the Cleft, where they fell behind and somehow they were able to still recover it. So it's just been great to see them come together like this.
Yeah, I wonder what led them to play with Whippy, right? Because Whippy was part of the team that was pretty much everyone's favorite team last TGP, right? Cinema. I think we still have their remote in chat if you want to toss that in. That team was fantastic last time around. So we know that Whippy has the credibility and the gamer potential to be in a squad like this, but no fear, the guy's been playing insanely well all weekend.
It absolutely has been the case. I feel like for every single one of our players, unfortunately, some of them having some issues here and there, but every single time the MDI comes on, I'm just like, man, what a bunch of gamers. It's just been so great to see how they all do. We are getting another glimpse at Firmawand here, who have impressed us so much yesterday, and they're back at it, working away at that 18. It took at least one reset. Looking at the timer, I'm not sure if it might have not even been 2 resets, because we were very early into that dungeon once again. And a similar story is happening for Drive Puck, who have been resetting their 18 Priory as well.
I like how you can see as well that Adu is not sitting here just doing his damage rotation. You can see he had a Curse of Tongues on that Thunderer, making sure casts don't go off too often on their group. Kind of something you have to do as a Warlock when you bring a 30-second interrupt to your group. You need to afford your group the extra time to make sure they can get interrupts off, so that's pretty nice. Unfortunately, an interrupt is not going to prevent your Boomkin from getting meleeed to death, and unfortunately, I think we're going to see yet another reset for Firmawand. The struggles continue late into the day here for them, but we're back on board with Vunderbar here, cleaning up the last trash pull before the penultimate boss of the dungeon here, Bink Busby, which, teams have kind of started taking liberties with this boss, right? They're trying to pull as much trash on top of it as possible, which is kind of crazy considering the boss actually spawns a bunch of mobs too that you have to deal with during the encounter.
And some extra AoEs. So when you told the healers, what if we added something? They probably were very adamant about not doing that. I can't imagine is how those conversations went. Where it's like, I already have to do so much. You want me to deal with most of the beasts. You want me to heal the massive AoE that goes out. And now we're also adding some extra stuff. Good thing at least the Disc Priest doesn't come with an interrupt, so that's one thing that they won't need to look for, at least in the major sense of things. They could still be required to use some fears, of course, but Wunderbar is in fight with Bank Busby, and just quickly noting, they have access to a Bloodlust, but I assume we're going to be keeping that one for the final boss, seeing as we are probably fast enough, or are we just going to send it here once Coolies are ready?
They can use 2 of them within the remaining dungeon timer if they send this one right now. I mean, 5.5 minutes left on the 2 chest timer, which means you have more than that left on the 1 chest, so there's more than 11 minutes left in this key, so they could get full value of 2 lusts. Now, that's assuming they don't have any deaths, which would reduce the amount of time they have left in the key. But I guess they're assuming they don't need it right now? Or maybe potentially they're saving it just in case things start to go awry here. I mean, I'm not quite sure what the plan with these lusts are. Maybe they think also there's more valuable gained from the trash on top of the final boss as well, right? So that would make sense to save it specifically for that.
Yeah, I think it's kind of crazy that we're looking at a plus 20 boss fight and the Bloodlust is ready and it's not getting pressed. Just that alone is kind of wild to me, but we're going to be seeing what Wunderbar ends up doing with that Bloodlust. I do think they're using it on the upper platform because we saw them something similar doing in their 19, but it's crazy. Checking in with Firmawant, here's definitely where they use their Bloodlust, just going really big here at the beginning, which I think is the same as all of the life key routes are as well. You can just utilize that Bloodlust, get it on cooldown. If something goes wrong, you haven't wasted too much time. You can just quickly reset it, which is exactly what Drive Puck are doing as well. And just in case you're wondering, 07 are still on a break for around about 3 more minutes. So they will be the last team to take that break. No more breaks. After that, all of our teams have concluded their break timers. So all good on that front and just keys from here on out.
Yeah, just one final sprint at the end of the day with 1 hour and 15 minutes left once they all get back from their breaks, and we'll be in the keys until the clock strikes 0. Time left on the day. I don't know where I was going with that. Vunderbar, though, making fantastic progress here on Bank Busby, showing they really didn't need that loss. As long as they can keep these bees under control, make sure not too many shredding steam debuffs go out on the group, the AoE damage from the Fluttering Wing isn't that hard for them to heal through. Now, of course, the HP bars did drop quite a bit there, but it's nothing Whippy can't handle. I am seeing something that's a little concerning, though. That mana bar for Whippy is starting to fall quite a bit, so they need to get a move on and finish this boss off pretty soon here.
That's right. Our production is bringing up a great point. What if Jinju pressed Lust too early and the spell is on cooldown and no one brought drums because, of course, they have a mage? That happened, allegedly, self-admittedly, but to one of our other Bloodlust classes yesterday. And Jinji was in chat saying it happened to him before. So there is a world where maybe that is happening, but I like to think this is a power play. They're showing dominance.
Yeah, they would never make that mistake mid-competition. Not needed. Bank Busby will fall for Vunderbar, and the only thing standing between them and the world first plus 20 Cinderbrew metery is a little bit of trash in the BEO herself. Can they get it done here? They've got the Bloodlust ready to help augment this attempt. I think they can get it done.
It seems very likely, especially seeing their play today. They have just absolutely been bringing it, which is amazing. But we are going to be doing a caster swap here on the desk. So, Makes, I know you already ate dinner, but go enjoy your time. We will set you free until the end of the day.
Bye! See you later!
Bye! And we're going to be bringing Nagura back in. Nagura, I mean, we are looking at an incredible run here today. Obviously, a lot of plays that Vunderbar have been doing have just been impressing us so much, from their strategies to the tech they've shown to even this possible world first. So, watching this Cinder Brew, what have been your feelings coming in as we pick things up here and watch them continue towards the end?
I mean, all I know is that I'm just in time to jinx this run. There's
No. Cut the mic. Cut the mic.
Get her out. Bring Makes back. Bring Makes back. All right.
Absolutely fantastically. And I do think they have more than enough time. So as long as they execute it correctly, which I believe they can, then this is going to be that will first when the Cinder Brew coming in by Wunderbar. And I'm honestly, I mean, they really deserve getting this key done here. From what we've seen from them today, just absolutely stellar gameplay, just a perfect execution in all of the runs so far.
But, like, the thing is, they aren't just barely timing this key. They are obliterating it. This is not going to be even close by the time they actually get in combat with the boss. They're going to be a couple of minutes under the key level, and this wasn't even a perfect key from them. They can definitely go faster. So I'm going to echo what we saw from Tettles in the official Warcraft chat here. 21 possible? Maybe, perhaps?
Yeah, honestly, I think so. I mean, looking at the timer, it's just crazy, right? So, and with the Bloodlust thing, like, it is possible that we're saving it for this whole time, right? But it is also possible that I guess they were missing out on one whole usage. And if that is true, then it would mean that the 21 is even more likely. I don't know.
This is just smart execution here, making sure there are no issues with aggro here, as Vengeance Demon Hunters are known to have when it comes to pulls in mobs snapping up. They'll let now make sure he has established threat there, and we are off to the races here. The Bloodlust was saved specifically for this moment, just so Gingy could do this to the boss. Free funnel from these ads being pulled up to the boss. Arcane bursting for almost 20 million damage, most of that focused onto Goldie Baronbottom herself. And the burst is fantastic here from Vunderbar. They just have to make sure they aren't taking too much damage from these extra mobs, but they're already dead, Nagura. Just one taste tester left alive.
Yeah, who killed off all of these testers? Who killed off the funnel targets for Gingy? This is unacceptable. But the boss is already down to 72% after that Bloodlust burn. That's absolutely insane. I mean, not just Gingy with the funnel, right? Look at all of the damage coming out from Kush and Clicks here, who are trying their hardest not to AoE, obviously, because they're trying to get as much funnel onto the boss as possible. So if most of this is single target damage, and that's just absolutely crazy DPS coming in by the whole Vunderbar team. And we can also see now, of course, being the one dealing with all of those barrels. They actually get a triple barrel here. Oh, never mind. They only have a double. For a second, I thought they had a triple one, which would have been slightly dangerous. But they did get only that double stack. So that last barrel is still going to be done in just a moment. And yeah, 5 minutes left, which is obviously more than enough, considering that they're already down 60%. I like this 21 idea. I do think that before we would potentially see an attempt at 21, we would go to do some other keys first, right?
Yeah, 20 prior, we saw them do in time trials, albeit with a little different strategy that's no longer available to the teams anymore. Not sure about 20 Rookery, but I mean, Vunderbar started off the day in that gate, and they looked so fast. So if 20 Rookery is a possibility, they can definitely pull it off. So I think either of the other two keys are potential options for them. But again, gotta finish off the boss here first. 4.5 minutes left to do 45% of the boss's HP. It's looking fantastic. And again, the Warlock utility comes into play on this boss. Being able to imp spell one of these debuffs is so useful to reduce damage taken. Look at that. Just double dispel, both dots instantly gone, and Whippy can just happily DPS away, which is not something you normally see Disc Priests even think about doing on a boss like this.
Yeah, that's incredibly nice, and also makes it a lot easier, of course, on the incoming damage as well. It's a lot less risky when you don't have a dot to deal with at all. So very nice utility coming in from the Warlock. That's also why we see the Warlock being played in this dungeon by most teams. So that's really cool to see. A little bit of variety coming out. And it's not because of the spec rule that we added to the tournament.
Super clean. Another set of damage cooldowns going to be coming out here from Kush. Gingy just used the Surge. Clicks doesn't have Infernal for another minute or so, but that means the Malevolence would have just been pressed. One final damage push. It's all it's going to take from Vunderbar to finish off this and secure the first world first key of this season's MDI. One thing I want to mention as well, I think something Vunderbar is doing a great job of dealing with is, while now is using the cash cannons usually just to deal with the big barrels, Vunderbar isn't just letting these other debuffs run out most of the time. They're running out and clearing some of the smaller barrels to make sure that the room that they have to play in during the intermission is just a little bit safer to deal with. They do have one of those large barrels up for this phase, so they're going to get a damage dot as well during this Let It Hail cast, but this is something that they have plenty of cooldowns prepped for, and Whippy has the mana bar to make sure he can keep his team alive. And I think this is going to be it. Yeah, double PSUs just for safety, just to make sure nobody goes down.
Yeah, I mean, it is the end of the dungeon, so might as well use all of those cooldowns as the last PI is coming out as well on clicks, but not going to get that full duration as the boss is going down, and that's going to be that world first plus 20 here for Vunderbar. And I mean, what a performance. 1 death on the board, 2 minutes, 23 seconds over, or under the timer, which is just incredible.
What can you say about this team that hasn't already been said this weekend, but also for the past 6 years they've been a part of the competition at the top of the World of Warcraft competitive scene? These guys are absolutely insane. It looks like they haven't missed a beat. The only question is, where do they go next? We'll have to wait and see what the decision's going to be for them. In the meantime, let's take a look around the horn at what our other teams are dealing with currently. Firmawand still working on getting a good run in this 18 Rookery here. Looks like we've got a run that's sticking, though, as most of their other runs have kind of failed at the 2 or 3 minute mark. So we're finally onto a bit of a heater for them here. Driveplug working on the first pull of their Prior of the Sacred Flame, but 07 is a team we really need to focus on because they're a team that is most likely to be our second place team for the weekend here, and they really need to make sure they can have a clean end of the day here. And we're seeing them have a pretty solid run in this 19 Cinderbrew metery here, just now getting the first boss down after getting their 18 timed a little bit ago.
Yeah, we do also have Firmawand here on their 18 Rookery that they're still trying to get done. Of course, Firmawand having some issues here and there. Hopefully they can manage to get this 18 done now, as they also are playing that Demo Warlock in here as well, and that Frosty K. So also having to switch up their combo, of course, because of the spec rule. We already touched on that multiple times because of what they played Saturday and Friday, respectively. But yeah, Firmawand doing pretty good so far, still in those 0 deaths. And of course, did a pretty similar route. I don't think we have seen much variety when it comes to Rookery, right? Like, I think most of the teams have been kind of doing very similar routes.
Yeah. We do, yeah. The 20 Rookery does look like it's going to be the play here for Echo. And unfortunately, Nagura, the Warlock fun is done. Clicks is back on the Moonkin, back to providing the Mark of the Wild for the group. Unfortunate. But I think something that we can maybe take a look at whenever there's a little bit less action is we can talk about why the Warlock was so powerful in that Cinderbrew metery at some point. Destro Warlock in particular, just insane exponential AoE scaling based off the size of the pulls they're doing.
I do think Cinderbrew is probably the dungeon where you are doing the biggest pull, especially that first one, right? That first pull coming in with the muscles and Chewy. I do think it makes sense to bring the Warlock for that one. And then, of course, also this pull that 07 is gathering up here is also a crazy AoE pull coming in. You can see another big advantage for being arranged here is, of course, that you can outrange these B lines that are focused on the ranged players. You can see them all stand really far behind to make sure they're not getting hit by those. Still get charged by the bees, which I guess for efficiency, in theory, you'd want to stay closer to make sure the bees don't charge out too far, because then you're going to be losing a little bit of AoE damage onto them. But on a higher key level, you'd rather play safe than getting that extra AoE damage in. But yeah, 07 looking pretty strong. About to finish up this pull. Everyone dropping pretty low, as long as they're interrupting that volley, though. That's obviously the most interesting about this. And, of course, also making sure your tank stays alive. Make sure you're interrupting that final sting. And then on top of that, you also want to make sure that the bleeds don't stack up too high from these charges, as I mentioned earlier. Also can be pretty dangerous.
And I mean, you can see Shelly on the Warlock here. This is his damage without Infernal, keeping up with the Unholy Decay. We actually have a visual aid here. We have the breakdown for clicks and a Cinderbrew metery we can pull up for you guys to show why the Warlock is actually so powerful. And it really has to do with the added hero talents from this expansion, right? That Hellcaller hero talent that changes your Immolate to Wither instead. It provides so many extra resources on AoE and also ends up being your #1 damage source in keys as well. The way that Wither ability works is, yes, it does damage like Immolate used to do, gives you extra shards to cast more Rain of Fires and Chaos Bolts with, but every single time you cast an ability that consumes soul shards, it places stacks of damage on that wither that then get consumed to do the damage ability you see there, Blackened Soul. So when you start funneling more and more adds into pulls, you get more shards, which means you can cast more shard abilities, which means your wither gets to do more and more damage. So as you add more and more mobs into the pull, it becomes this sort of thought where, okay, can we make Destro work in this key? And with the size of the pulls in the Cinderbrew Meadery, Destro is just a fantastic spec to play for these AoE pulls.
Yeah, and you saw that spike being the damage spike being the highest at the very start of the dungeon, going up to that's a 20 million DPS, which is absolutely crazy for that insane pull that these teams do at the very, very start. On top of that, there's also not anything that you want Shadow Melt for, because we talked about the Warlock before in other dungeons, or the other classes that where they... Wait, is Warlock able to go Night Elf now?
Yeah, there you are.
Okay, they are able to go Night Elf now, yeah. They did not used to in the past, but they obviously changed some classes now being able to be all races, and Warlock is one of them. So if they needed that Shadow Melt for a specific dungeon, then they would be able to switch. But as I said, Cinderbrew, not really a dungeon where you'd want that. You'd rather want to go with that Dwarf racial for all of those debuffs you can get rid in that dungeon. But as I'm talking about, that everyone is having a full wipe, unfortunately, in their plus 18 Rookery here, halfway through the dungeon, 12 minutes in, losing quite a lot of time again, unfortunately. Man, it was looking so good for them too. That first boss area was done so nicely. But I do believe that they can do it this time around. Everyone, yeah, this huge pull right in front of the second boss, and in general, the trash between the first and the second boss can be just so deadly.
Yeah, I mean, the thing about this particular key, and I was worried about this dungeon for Firmawand and Drivepug in particular when we saw what their spec bans were coming into today, the fact that they didn't have the Arcane Mage available to them. That Arcane Mage is specifically so good for dealing with this first area, because they can pump all of their damage into those riders that do the AoE damage to the group. They can focus those mobs down so they don't have to worry about them later on into the pulls, and not having that Arcane Mage focus damage is really going to be a problem for them to deal with some of the pulls in this key. It's unfortunate that that's how the way it's working out for them, but they kind of made that bet for themselves with the comps they chose to play on their respective day ones, and they're paying the price for it now. You know, whenever you add a new rule or a new, a spec ban rule into the MDI or any competition, there's going to be teams that suffer for it or teams that really are better off for it. And unfortunately for Firmawand and Drivepug, the cracks are starting to show for them, and it kind of sucks because they played so well yesterday and on Friday.
Yeah, they really did. Another thing to mention, of course, is the way they practice for this tournament. Like, some teams are a little bit more time restricted in how much they can practice versus other teams, of course, because of other commitments they have in their lives. And obviously, if you are one of the lower seeded teams coming into your division day, so into your Friday or Saturday respectively, then you want to make sure that you put as much practice as possible into those dungeons that you're going to be playing on those days. And there's only going to be so much time left for you to practice those dungeons that are going to be part of Sunday. And the way the dungeons have been spaced out, none of the dungeons that are being played today have been played in the group stage, right? That means that they would have had to practice 6 dungeons in total each. And yeah, there's just a lot of dungeons to practice, especially with that spec rule on top, because then you also have to practice different comps as well. Not just the dungeons themselves. So what I think might have happened to some of the teams like Firmawand and Drivepug is that they just had to put in so much time and effort to practice those 3 dungeons on Friday and Saturday that the time that they put into the practice for Sunday dungeons was just put a little bit on the back foot, right? Considering that, they might have not even made it to Sunday, and then at that point, what's the point in practicing for it, right?
Yeah, exactly. And it's important to mention, these are staples of previous TGP competitions, but of course we've spent more time focusing on the new rules that have come into play and the new formats of the competition. We still do have to remember, right? A lot of old staples of the TGP format are still there. Things like, after the competition is over for the day, dungeons are closed on the Tournament Realm. There's no practice in between days on the Tournament Realm on a TGP / now MDI weekend. So they wouldn't have really been able to get practice in these keys if they hadn't practiced before this weekend, unless they somehow found a way to do some live keys. Maybe they have some resilient keys on live that they can practice too. But, that's definitely not quite as valuable to these teams as the Tournament Realm practice is. So, yeah, there's a lot of reasons as to why today could have gone worse for them, but unfortunately, it just doesn't seem like they were quite as prepared today as they were yesterday.
Yeah, unfortunately not. That's also going to be something that maybe the other teams for Group B and C are seeing now as well, and maybe reconsidering the way they're approaching their group stage, right? Now, obviously, for Firma 1 and DrivePod, making it to Sunday was already a huge success, and I'm sure they're happy with even making it here. It would have been a tall task for them to beat Vunderbar, first of all, and then also making it to globals. I think that would have been something that they maybe didn't even think about would be a possibility anyway. So I do think that Firma 1 and DrivePod, even making it to Sunday here, is already a really good sign, and I do expect great things for them in the future as well. They're definitely on a good way. But yeah, maybe for next time they can... This is the first time we play this format, right? So the way you approach practice and the way you deal with the spec rule, it's new to everyone. And I'm sure a lot of the teams have learned quite a lot from this first group here and see how they're going to be approaching this in the future.
Oh, absolutely, right? I mean, this is new format, but of course the teams were given a lot to be able to strategize around this, and it came to choices, right? Which I think is so interesting. But Firmawand and DrivePug have been doing amazingly, especially given that Firmawand in Season 1, right? We saw them come in, have this amazing positive attitude, become a favorite of everybody watching. And now in this season, their performance just straight up is a huge improvement, especially for a team that just started really competitively to tackle things here in Season 1, Season 2 of The War Within, which is incredible. And DrivePug, of course, they are retail players and they have just started to get into the competitive scene too. So again, it's so cool to see them. But this does bring up, I thought, Nagura, that was such a good point, right? This brings up a great sort of insight for other teams who now, in the coming weeks, are going to have to be taking stock of a lot of these specs, what they might get away with, what they might not. Is it really worth it to just wait for payoff on Sunday and hope you have the specs you need or otherwise? But chat actually was kind of curious about this too. Zyro, overall, with kind of looking at how teams approached things this weekend, what do you think about how the teams may adjust moving forward? But also, are there any specs you think we might see played that we haven't yet?
We have seen almost all of the specs that I would have considered to be really good played already. I think we're going to see more of those, things like the Marksmanship Hunter, things like the Ellie Shaman that we saw today. I personally kind of want to see 07 just get through this Cinerometery, so maybe we can see them go back to Priory and see Dr. Janius again on the Ellie Shaman. But there are definitely some solid specs. Enhanced Shaman, also powerful. We've seen a lot of Rogue this weekend. I think we're going to see the meta start to open up a lot next weekend as well, because there actually was an Unholy DK nerf literally yesterday, if I'm not mistaken, where the Blood is Life got cut in half. That huge Blood Beast explosion is not going to be quite as potent anymore, and overall damage in keys, it's anywhere from a 4 to a 7% nerf to your overall damage, which is pretty significant. So that might open up the possibility for some other specs to be played. We'll have to see how it goes. I think the next few weekends are going to be very exciting to see how teams, now with the added information of seeing how this spec rule played out this weekend, can start to craft their strategies for the next couple of weekends.
Yeah, 100%. I'm super excited to see what the other teams are going to be doing with all of this information here and the new rules. But Vunderbar, on their most dangerous pull of the whole dungeon, as they were using Bloodlust here as well, on all offensive and defensive cooldowns to get to this point, on their plus 20 Rookery that they're in right now. This is a pull we've seen so many teams wipe to today on the lower key levels, and this is a plus 20. You can see that Diffuser is still so high HP. All of these Crushers just constantly jumping around. You can see now getting knocked back, jumping around, making sure to use everything available to them. They have another AMC coming up to reduce the incoming damage a little bit, but these mobs need to die super quick to make sure that they're stopping that incoming barrage of damage that is happening onto their team. And there we go. Most of the dangerous mobs are done, as some of these Crushers are now left. They're going to be gathering up the rest of the Crushers that they hadn't pulled into this pack. and now they're going to be pulling those on top of the boss. All right, well, that was really nicely executed by Vunderbar.
Ooh, Shelly going down for 07 here. They do have the battle res. Unfortunately, Shelly doesn't look like he has... No, he doesn't have his fell domination yet because he had to despawn his pet for the skip down, and now he doesn't have a fell hunter available. He has to cast a 5-second pet cast, but in the meantime, because his pet is not there, he misses his kick. That kills off Dr. J, and now they just have completely wiped because of it. Oh man, what an unfortunate way to wipe for 07 there. That is just a series of unfortunate events for them. And the result is it's just 20 minutes gone for them. They're going to have to go again.
Yeah, how unfortunate for 07. I mean, they were so far into the dungeon as well. This is not ideal for them. Of course, looking at the time, so we have 53 minutes left of the day, which means they can still go back, time this, do another key afterwards as well, pretty nicely. They can even reset this key at least the first pull for a few times. So they're still fine. They can still get 2 dungeons in, probably. But it's going to be hard for them to beat Vunderbar at this point, right? If they want to take first spot off of Vunderbar, then at this point it's going to be a bit tough. They would require Vunderbar to not time this funny Rookery, and they would have to somehow beat them in like a tiebreaker, right? They would have to go in, time this 19, then do the 20 in any of the dungeons, doesn't matter which one. I guess they could also do the Rookery, and then somehow beat them in time tiebreakers. And again, Vunderbar can't time this Rookery or any other key for that matter. So I think it's going to be a bit tough, but technically still possible.
Technically possible is the best kind of possible, Nagura. But Vunderbar can very easily slam that door shut in their face by timing this Rookery, which, surprisingly enough, they've made it just look like every other Rookery they've done today. Super clean, super easy, super technical. Only the 2 deaths to speak of right now. Now, they don't have any battle reses, so that could be a problem as we make our way down to the Voidstone Monstrosity, as long as we're able to get through Stormguard Gorn here. But and Echo has just been clinical in their execution today.
Yeah, Vunderbar is just absolutely amazing at the... I mean, I keep saying it, and people probably think, oh my god, why are they only talking about Vunderbar? But honestly, I do think they deserve to be talked about today with this performance and just really, really showing up. And we've seen iterations of this team, like previously Echo, of course. They had some bad days here and there, right? And we've seen some inconsistencies and mistakes here and there. But today, none of that is happening, considering the fact that they switched up their comp a little bit, and obviously now playing under Vunderbar, you would have thought, maybe they need some time to like figure out this synergy, and maybe they'll have some mistakes here and there. But that's really just not happening for Vunderbar. They really are really at their top here, and just making sure that they're showing all of this tech. They're being as consistent as ever, and just really executing these super high keys so cleanly. As you said, this plus 20, it looks like a plus 17 or plus 18 from what they've done before, right? It looks so clean. And easy too. It's like, when you look at Vunderbar, it's like, how are the other teams wiping on a 17? Like, look at Vunderbar doing a 20. This looks easy.
Yeah, it really is a different caliber of team. And we shouldn't be too surprised. Every time this, default squad has made any changes to their comps in the past, as casters, we kept talking about it, right? Oh, they've swapped out this player. Is that going to make a difference? This player is no longer here. Maris is playing now instead of coaching. Is this going to be a problem for them? And it never was. It never really was a problem. It took until mandatory came up into their own to really start to have someone really start to challenge this squad. And once again, slight changes to the comp, but the default, the basic players are still there, right? You've got Now on the tank, you've got Gingy as a DPS, they've still got clicks there. One of the healer's different, one of the DPS is different, but they're able to make it work. And this 20 Rookery is going fantastically well for them. Once again, we're going to see this strategy here where once they finish off the Void Ascendant, they will Parasol down to the remainder of the trash. And Nagura, there's still 12 minutes left in this key. They can take it easy through this section of the dungeon and still have plenty of time left for the Voidstone Monstrosity. But the thing is, you have to remember, this is a boss that scales exponentially with key levels, similar to what we saw in Stone Vault with Stormrock, right? It's a boss where every single time you have to break a shield to give yourself that tiny little window of opportunity to do damage to the boss. Those shielding bosses scale ridiculously hard with key levels, so this boss could take a long, long time for them to get through.
That's true. I think this boss in general, even at lower key levels, just takes forever to die. And even with the tech that we've seen from Vunderbar, with pulling those civilians onto the boss to get the extra funnel, I still think that boss is going to take quite a while. So we'll see how long it's going to take them on a 20. Definitely going to keep an eye on when they pull the boss, just to see, so we can have a little bit of a comparison on how long a boss fight on a 20 can take for maybe future weekends as well. But yeah, I do think it's going to take a really, really long time. We did see that Parasol skip and Flap skip and Wraithwalk skip from Wunderbar coming in. No fails on their end. Perfect execution again by them. Now, of course, being the first one down to make sure that none of the other members are pulling anything first. That's something that happens sometimes, I guess, on my lives or Ricky's when you're doing the skip, is that maybe the tank isn't actually the fastest person to do the skip. And then you end up like in the middle of a pack and like, whoa, I don't want to be here, I guess. At least not first. But obviously Wunderbar not having any of those issues, as this Ascendant is casting one last Umbral wave and then it's going to go down and they're moving on. Of course, with this Ascendant, you can't really do any kind of chain pulls because it's just standing in the back casting orbs. I mean, you can, but then you're just obviously not getting any damage on it. And it's casting from the back and sending orbs out, which is not ideal. So always want to make sure that you finish that one off before you move on. Now we do have another Void Stone, which, by the way, like these mobs, they do a crazy amount of damage on a plus 20. I mean, look at the groups taking damage here on each tick.
I'm just sitting here holding my breath until I see how much this pulsing damage is going to do from the consuming Void Stone. See exactly how much damage every single pulse of that tick is going to do. You can see that is the focus target for them. They are trying to kill off that Void Stone as quickly as possible so that they don't have any overlaps of that debuff from the Void Ascendant on top of the Unleashed Darkness. You can see every single pulse of this AoE going to do upwards of half of everyone's HP, with a Feasting Void going out on top of it, instantly getting healed off by Whippy there. I think that was a quick master spell as well. That was just super clean execution from them here. A couple more ticks of the Unleashed Darkness going to go out, and they're going to be home free. But that's not the only one they have left to deal with here. There's still one in the corner over there they're going to have to kill off on its own. Fortunately, no Void Ascendant going to be pulled with that one.
Okay, so I honestly expected that to do a little bit more damage. Obviously, I do think that they had a lot of shields and defensives prepped for it. But I'm guessing the avoidance is going to help quite a lot for this AoE here as well, because of course we did change the items that they have available on Tournament Realm, which means that they now actually have avoidance on the gear, which they didn't have previously on these tournaments. So I do think that's definitely going to help them out a little bit here. But yeah, I also think that they were fully preparing all of their shields, defensives, DRs and whatnot for it, and that's why it looked like it was a little bit easier than it probably is. If any of us would be reaching this point for the first time on a plus 20.
I mean, again, what word can you use to describe the play from Vunderbar here other than clinical? Very, very few mistakes. That Battle Res is back and available should they have any mistakes on the Voidstone Monstrosity, but once this consuming Voidstone is dealt with, the majority of their trash count will be dealt with. The Unleashed Darkness still ticks for a lot of damage, even though there's no Void Ascendant here to put a healing debuff shield on the players. So Whippy's going to have to do a little bit of work to make sure he's topping the players in his squad up before every tick, but that's no issue for the Disc Priest player here, as they finished off the consuming Voidstone and now waste no time to pull the Voidstone Monstrosity, because even with well over 7 minutes left in the key, they want to make sure there is no chance that they deplete this key. They want to make sure they burn this boss down in between the shields as quickly as possible. The players now getting in position to deal with the shards that spawn throughout this encounter.
Wow, okay, so I'm actually a little bit surprised that now they pull the boss so fast. Either they think it actually is going to take that long, so around like 6 to 7 minutes, or, I mean, I guess it's also possible that they just want to stay in combat. I'm not sure if they're playing any Eye of Kazans, for example. Because that is something that we might see optimized as well on like hierarchies too, right? Just making sure you're staying in combat to not drop any of those stacks. But yeah, it looked like they kind of are in a hurry, so we'll see how long this boss is gonna take. I think they pulled the boss at around 21 40, like maybe a minute ago, right?
Right.
So we'll see how
Well,
long that's going to take.
Something that will be a good indicator of how long this boss is going to take is how much HP they can chunk off this boss in the first damage amp here. You can see everything is prepared. They did not pop a single damage cooldown to make sure that everything was available for this very first push here. And once that shield is gone, the Bloodlust is ready. Every single button is available, and they will be able to burn this boss down now. And here it is. The shield is gone. Just how low will this boss go in the first burn?
There we go. Bloodlust is running all cooldowns up. We do see that PI on Kush as well, and Gingy using that Arcane Surge, of course, too. And that boss is dropping very low. You can see more than 30% being removed off of the boss's HP. 64% on the boss. That is crazy, but that was all cooldowns, right? They're never going to be doing as much damage to the boss as they did on that first one. So we're definitely going to be seeing quite a lot more shield.
I think at a bare minimum, they're going to need 3 more damage amp phases in order to burn this boss down at this key level. And it's a matter of how long it takes them to burst through this shield with no cooldowns, because we just saw Genji probably sent the non-surge Touch of the Magi there. When this surge comes back off cooldown, he's not going to want to press that. He wants to save it for the damage amp burn. It's only a 20-second burn, which is a perfect timer for that arcane surge. I think the same is going to go for Clicks with the incarnation charges. He's going to want to save those for the damage amp, and also for the unholy DK. He's going to want to have those 1.5 minute cooldowns up for that as well. So these shields are going to take forever for them to chew through. But again, it's just about how much they can chunk off here. It was 36% of the boss's HP with the PI plus Lust push. How much can they do without those buttons here? The power infusion will not be available for this damage amp phase. They need to do 22%, I think, of the boss's HP for me to feel comfortable about them getting this down in 3 more phases. And let's see just how much they can do. All of the cooldowns I mentioned are back available. Unholy Assault, Arcane Surge, Incarnation charges there. We need to see this boss get to 42%, and I'll be comfortable with them cleaving through this boss. And it looks like they're just barely going to crest that gap with only a couple percent of leeway. It's not going to be easy, but I think with the added execute they'll get on the last couple of phases, I think they will just barely be able to just squeak it out.
Yeah, that was actually a crazy second push with those missing cooldowns as well. Being able to get 34, not 34, but oh my god, doing math on broadcast. I'll never do this again, I'm sorry. Where's Stratos when you need him? Yeah, I do think that they can do it as well as you said in 2 more damage amps. Looking at the timer, 3 minutes 15. I now understand why they pulled the ball so quickly. And Teddles also confirmed that we do have 2 Eye of Kazans right now equipped on the players in Vunderbar. It is now, actually, so the tank that is playing Eye of Kazan and Clicks on that Moonkin that is playing that Trinket. So they're trying to be in combat for as much as possible in this dungeon. And I think, thinking back on how their route is, I think they're only leaving combat probably twice, maybe 3 times. Once after the first pull, of course, to get to that platform. Then once after the first boss, and then once when they jump down to this boss's area, I think.
Oh no, when they jump down, they still have the 2 Void Crushers active in combat, so they don't actually drop combat there. Yeah, so they can have their 20-stack Eye of Kazans for almost the entire key. This is the 3rd burn here. The boss has now entered Execute, so they'll get through this next shield a little bit faster than they've gotten through the other ones. Look at the Execute damage coming out. It was only 20% of the boss's HP last time. This time they chewed through 27% of the boss's HP. And with 2 minutes left on the key, with the boss now in Execute, all Vunderbar have to do is break through this final shield and make sure they have the cooldowns available for one final push. And then they'll have not only gotten yet another 20 down, but they'll have acquired yet another world record tag.
Yep, they're going for the double world record. Well, technically, they could also do a 20 priority still, right? Because we still have 40 minutes left of the day if they finish off this key. Because, of course, they still have to get through that boss's health. They have to get this 13% done, which, looking at the cooldowns, they don't have PI for this one. They're a little bit lower on the cooldown side for sure compared to the first and the 3rd burn, but I do believe they can do it. 13% should be okay for them if they have everything else set up perfectly. You can see Click's actually using cooldowns here to be able to get through that shield a little bit quicker. And now we see all cooldowns being popped. Gingy also popping an arcane surge as the damage amp is going to come up in just a moment. Boss is down to 10%. I think they can do it. 1 minute left on the run, which is enough, and the boss is melting.
And there it is, one final burn phase for Vunderbar. They've one-shot the 20 Rookery, the dungeon they started off the day looking great on and having no issues here whatsoever. And there it is, yet another world record tag gained for the squad as they just have put on a dominant performance today. You know what? Why not go for a third? Let's see what they have in store. Although, to be honest, if there was any team that could sit there and rest on their laurels now, it could be Vunderbar right now. In the meantime, though, there are other teams in this competition. Yes, I know, we just watched a 7-minute Void Pound Monstrosity poll, but that was a world record key. We had to give it the due. It was deserved for the squad there. 07, though.
How long was the boss fight?
It was like 7 minutes, yeah. It was a long boss fight.
Crazy.
Here we go, 07, though. Fantastic progress in the 19 here after that heartbreaking wipe in the Bink Busby section of the dungeon here. No issues for them. We're back at it, and everything's been pretty clean so far. Couple deaths. They've used their battle reses, but you know that will only be a problem if they make any further mistakes. But I think the bigger story here, Firmawand, we saw them for a solid 45 minutes or so. They had issues in this 18 Rookery. Check out where they are now in the middle right-hand side of the screen. Let's put them on the full screen there. Firmawand deserves it. You know, where are my Firmawand copy pasta posters in the chat here? Parasoling down after the second boss in this 18 Rookery with plenty of time left to get this key on the board.
Yeah, this would be incredibly good for Firmawand because Drive Puck is actually pretty close behind them, right? They might... this is a race for third and fourth, of course, because Firmawand and Drive Puck won't be able to beat out 07 or Vunderbar anymore. But they're fighting each other for third and fourth place for prize money, of course, at this point. And Firmawand, if they time this, that would be incredibly good for them. Drive Puck only 1 point behind, and Drive Puck is currently attempting this 18 Priory. I don't know how the time tiebreakers look for them, in case they would have an equal score. But Firmawand, of course, looking really, really strong here. They do have, for sure, enough time. We've seen some devastating wipes here at the very end. But nothing like that is going to happen, of course, for Firmawand this time around, as they're still in that 0-death run and looking absolutely clean this time around.
This is beautiful. This is the Firmawand we saw yesterday. This is what we were hoping to see more of today, and they've shown up in the waning moments of the day here today. Super clean run in the 18 Rookery, and let's hope they can finish it off, because we saw in their 17 attempts, the last boss actually gave them quite a bit of issues sometimes, so let's hope they can keep it clean from here on out. Vunderbar aren't just happy with the 2 world record tags. Go for 2, might as well go for 3, and if there's anybody that has a strategy that can still time the 20, even after the changes to the dungeons after time trials, it is this team. And their Priory strat, as we've seen today, is absolutely insane. Pulling mobs that no one else even spares a glance at in this key.
Okay, hear me out. So, you know, at the very start, I was talking to Dratnos about the possibility of doing a 21 in one of the keys, and Dratnos said, you know what, they don't have enough time. Well, Vunderbar technically has the time to do this 20, and then do another 21 in one of the dungeons later. So, I'm just saying, we could see a 61 score from Vunderbar in theory. I do think that that's very unlikely, considering Vunderbar probably also wants to save some of their strategies for the global finals, since at this point they did already qualify. But yeah, the fact, I mean, they don't even have to do this 20, right? They are not in danger of losing their first spot, even if they don't time this 20, so they really only are doing this for content. Huge shout out for Vunderbar for providing some content here for us casters, and also for you viewers, of course.
Yeah, they already won. They don't have to do anything else. They're just doing this just to show that they can do it, show it's possible. And that's insane. That's the spirit of competition. That's what we all come to see. That's why we love this squad, and why they've been so successful throughout the years. We'll see how that 20 Priory shakes out for them, although the first pull already going pretty good for them, and fortunately, it looks like now is going to be able to hold on to that last resort as well. The cheat death will be in play here. We've seen teams like O7 have their tank cheat at the very last moment to that pull, and they've decided, you know what, let's reset and go again. But here, I mean, pulls like this, sections of the dungeon that I didn't even know were there.
Yeah,
They decide, you know what, we're going to light aside everything around the corner here. This is great. So many casters pulled in, Sigil of Chains used to stack everything up for that beam. And this is once again just insane execution of pulls from Vunderbar. This is fantastic to watch.
Yeah, there's just so much to watch out for on these pulls here as well. They have the light spawn fixates coming through. They have these sharpshooters that just do so much damage to your group. On top of that, you have to stack up to make sure the sharpshooters aren't jumping out. And one of the worst things about having to stack up here is the visibility of things going on when you do insane pulls like this, right? You have so much AoE abilities happening around the area. You have all of these traps that are actually really hard to see spawning as well. Like, you see Gingy actually getting hit by one of them, and just making sure they bury you through it. But yeah, just so much going on at the same time they have to watch out for here, while also, of course, pumping the damage too.
And they have to make sure they're using their CC on everything properly, right? There's CC that is used to make sure they're interrupting casts, but there's also CC that needs to be used to stop the defense from the Arathi footmen as well. You don't want to let those casts go off. It reduces the amount of damage everything takes in the AoE as well. But they just have everything down to a science there, and even on the added key level, with more HP and more damage coming out from these mobs, it is no issue on these first couple of pulls for Vunderbar here. It's important to mention, like you were talking about earlier though, with Firmawand and Drivebug, even though the main prize of the weekend, which is a berth to the global finals, is likely just gone for them at this point, the difference between 3rd and 4th place on the weekend is still a fair chunk of prize money, so there's a lot to play for there. And Firmawand being able to get through this Voidstone monstrosity and put an extra point in between them and Drivebug is still very, very relevant.
Yeah, definitely is. And you can see Firmawand now also engaging that last boss as well. So they are in a very good position to be able to get that 3rd spot here if they get another point on the board. They already have the Bloodlust running here at the very start, making sure they're going to get through the shield and hopefully through the damage race too. Interesting use of their Bloodlust for sure. But there we go. They are in the damage race and the Bloodlust is still on, so they just wanted to make sure they get it through shield and damage amp. Very nicely done. And look at the boss's HP. Definitely getting the boss a little bit lower. What we've seen from Vunderbar on that plus 20 Rookery, of course, everyone being 2 key levels lower though.
Still, I mean, the thing is, these keys are so impressive regardless of the key level at this point. Every single key at this point in this competition is very, very difficult to get done. We started at 17s today. I mean, listen, if you have resilient 17s on live, hats off to you. That's an accomplishment. That's crazy high keys. I think that's probably in like the top 0.1% of key pushers right now, so that's very impressive. And the fact that these teams are able to get it down without the default meta comp is insanely impressive.
Yep, I agree. It's an incredible feat by both Firmawand and Drivebug to be able to do keys like this. I mean, the key level, like the fact that we started 17, it just seems like, oh, they started 17, you know, like the lowest keys that they're doing. But obviously, when you think of live servers and the key level that people are doing on live, it's obviously, for most people at least, it's much lower than that. So absolutely crazy even to see the lowest keys done with the comps like this. So yeah, really, really nice performance still by Firmawand and Drivebug, as Vunderbar did now finish up that second mini-boss that they were fighting, and they're trying to finish it off as they did finish up the rest of the trash, and the double light spawn as well, which that's one of the craziest pulls in my opinion, where they have those 2 light spawns, just double purification beaming the whole group, and somehow surviving it all on this plus 20. It looks cleaner than their 19 even. It's crazy.
Yeah. Honestly, Vunderbar strats in this like entire run are so cool. I love seeing them in Priory. A lot of the tech we got to see today as well. But Nigura, just like you were saying, the fact that we just kind of go, oh, hey, yeah, maybe our bottom teams, oh, right, they started on a plus 17. Oh, man, they've been pushing these incredibly hard keys for hours today and have made so much progress. We just forget sometimes how impressive that is. And honestly, it's been an amazing showing from everybody today. It's been so exciting. Now, Nagura, we are going to be saying goodbye to you, but not just to you. We're going to also be saying goodbye to Zyronic as well. So we will see both of you next week. I'm sorry, Zyro.
The Warlock's off the desk. Ugh. Unbelievable.
You know,
Kenny.
production said too much Warlock talk, get him out. So now we're going to have to shuffle you off until next weekend, but we'll see you then, all right? Bye.
Bye.
Makes, Tettles, and Dratnos will be jumping in here for the end of our amazing Group A finals. I mean, this has been a pretty big, pretty incredible day here, and we've seen a lot of great things from the teams across the board, be it the specs that they kind of showcased today, or as well the incredible strats or tech. So, Tettles, as we're coming in here to the very end of it, what is fresh on your mind with what these teams excelled at today?
I mean, I think that this has been the Wunderbar show. I think that anything less than just giving them their flowers is just disingenuous to what's been happening. Wunderbar have put up world record runs, multiple, actually, 2 of them, in the Rookery and that Cinderbrew Meadery, and I think that this team has looked absolutely phenomenal. What have you guys been thinking, Makes and Dratnos, about like the rest of the teams so far today?
Yeah, I've been very impressed with all of our teams, but you're right. In the context of Vunderbar, it kind of looks ridiculous, right? It's like swimming against Michael Phelps back in the day or something like that, right? Where just everybody else seem so slow by comparison. They're 2 or 3 key levels behind Vunderbar, but absolutely, as Zyro and Naguro were saying, you got to remember these are incredibly impressive keys in their own right. Firmawand just putting that 18 on the board. Those would be near the very top of the leaderboards on the live servers right now. So extremely impressive runs from all of our teams.
I agree. It's just, when you look at the top, it's so hard to distinguish between what comes after and them, because those 20s look so dominating. But it's been absolutely incredible what all of our teams have been doing. And I kind of, I feel like we should do something I've been proposing for Olympia as well, where we just get one average Andy. We just get like one team of like chat to push with like our MDI teams to really establish how absolutely incredible all of these teams have been doing all weekend.
I mean, they're writing the playbook right here. This Priory of the Sacred Flame route that they've been innovating over the last 5 hours. Just the mobs that they're pulling, how they're pulling them, and like how they're like skipping chainmail and body pulling trash mobs, and then Gingy goes and body pulls this light spawn, and then they're polymorphing and understanding that this mob is not attached to the pat. Like the amount of time and effort that it takes to learn all of these individual mechanics in the dungeon for things that just aren't really that intuitive is very, very impressive, and it should not be overlooked.
Yeah, we're having a little bit of an incident that we unfortunately also can't overlook. Dratnos' tragedy unfolding for Drive.
This is actually really tough because most of our placements are pretty close to locked in at the end of our day here, but Drive Pug do technically still have a path to yoink third from Firmawand. Firmawand made that a lot harder by advancing to 53 points, but Drive Pug could still have finished this key and then started and timed another one to also get to 53 points. But now that they are fleeing this dungeon, I believe that is going to be it here. So we're going to watch Drive Pug as they go in and start this pull, but the start of the pull is the most dangerous time there. Even with a couple of CDs rolling, you could see Incarn wasn't quite ready yet, and so they go into that pull without a bunch of Iron First stacks, just with the Bark Skin, and Drive Pug end up depleting there. That means now Drive Pug can get to at most 52 points. Firmawand can get to at most 54 points. 07 can get to at most 58 points, which means all of our teams are far enough separated from each other that we know, for the first time in the history of this format, we actually know the placement before the end of the day, which is again an incredible testament to just how well our top teams have performed, creating such a gap between them and the other teams.
Talk about that gap a little bit. Makes, how are you feeling about 07 going into the global finals with Wunderbar, with how just dominant Wunderbar have looked today?
I mean, I think it's hard to kind of currently see them on the same level. I will say, though, in the time that we have known 07 as a team, of course, there's always been like some iterations on it. But ever since they have been playing in a similar constellation to this one, they have constantly been improving. Mm-hmm. And I think there might have also been, some calls on how the new spec ban rule works, and maybe their practice wasn't optimized to how we know dungeons this time around. So I truly believe that in the 3 weeks that are yet to come until global finals, there is still so much that could happen, and I would never count a team out. I still think O7 is a really, really good team by everything they've shown today. They need to maybe clear up especially some speed things when it comes to quote-unquote lower keys. I think that's where they lost the most amount of time. But I'm still really curious for the globals, and I don't think this is decided by any means just yet.
I do think I think that's a really good analysis. I do think they lost a lot of time missing 2 chests on 16s and 17s yesterday and today. And I think that could come back to hurt them in the global finals. But I think that's something that's easily, I feel like you could just put a decent amount of practice into that and then be a lot more consistent come globals.
Yeah, they also used strategies yesterday they just seemed a little slower in a lot of their dungeons too, right? Going into yesterday, they had really tragic time tiebreakers, and they were bailed out by succeeding at the end of the day, but they were almost eliminated on their time tiebreakers yesterday. So O7 definitely have a lot of work to do, but the end of the day is still vitally important for them, right? We could see the end of the day here being 60 for Vunderbar and 56 for O7, but if they put up this Cinder Brew and then they get another one after that, it could be 58 instead.
Champions.
Hold on, everybody! Pause!
All right.
That's not buffed. That's not buffed yet.
Demon Hunter.
So, yeah, there's 2 pre-buff specs in here. We've got the Guardian Druid and the Havoc DH both getting some large buffs on the weekly reset, but Drive Pug already playing them here. Maybe a harbinger of what's to come after those buffs come out. The thing about Havoc Demon Hunter as well is they look like okay, if you look at the damage readers right now, it doesn't seem great for the Havoc Demon Hunter, but first of all, you're comparing them to these incredible burst AoE powerhouses of the Unholy DK, of that Marksmanship Hunter. But second of all, Havoc Demon Hunters secretly have some of the best funnel in the game right now. We've talked a lot about Arcane Mage having this funnel, but Havoc DH this season, when they're playing the Aldrachi Reaver hero talent tree, they get this effect called Wounded Quarry, where some of the physical damage they do is replicated onto the target that they put their Reaver's Mark onto. That deals a huge amount of damage to whatever their primary target is. And it's sort of like the Assassination Rogues and the Arcane Mages, where just whatever you need to die first actually does die first in the pool, even if it's got more health than everything else, as long as you're Havoc DH. Make sure to put that Reaver's Mark on that target.
Dude, I
Listen,
feel like
that's not even all.
Oh, okay, what did you say? Sorry.
They're phenomenal at living. Havoc Demon Hunter has one of the craziest self-sustain in the game right now. Your healer basically doesn't even need to look at them for the most part, because they are healing themselves so much. And, of course, they bring great utility as well, because you might not have that Vengeance Demon Hunter, but you have a chatty Havoc DH in your group right now.
I think, prior to Arcane Mage receiving 15% of aura buffs on 3 patches in a row, Havoc Demon Hunter had a pretty solid case to actually be a meta specialization. But I think that whenever you have a specialization like the Arcane Mage that does what you do, does it slightly better, it's a little bit tougher to kind of fill that niche, because, kind of like Dratnos pointed out, it is going to be a little bit lower overall, but I call it a timer specialization. Versus the overall specializations. Things that positively impact your timer better are always going to be more valuable than things that can just pad on big AoE. But you need a really good balance. You can't just have only AoE specs or only single target specs. You have to have that balance, and that's why that Arcane Mage has seen so much play. But that Havoc Demon Hunter fills a similar role for sure.
Yeah, Havoc Demon Hunter can sometimes have a easier time. If you have awkward cooldown timings, it's pretty rough for Arcane Mage. If there are situations where you can get griefed on your surges, your Touch the Magi's by doing mechanics, whereas Havoc never really has to worry about that as well. So in some dungeons, it's at least a lot easier to play potentially, and in some cases it'll just be straight up better as well, because you just don't have to worry about missing your Touch of the Magi for 10 seconds and now you are just in tremendous pain. But a team that's not in pain here is O7, as they are going to succeed. They're going to put this 19 Cinder Brew on the board. That moves them up to 57 points, and they can go for 58 here. They can try and match Vunderbar in one of these 3 dungeons and also put a 20 on the board. That won't impact the scores at the end of the day, but it will impact the team's ability to think of themselves as being in the same tier as Vunderbar, because Vunderbar's showing this weekend has really started to make the argument that they might be in a tier of their own this MDI, and I think O7 and the teams we're going to see in the next few weekends really have to prove that that's not the case.
I'm still excited that there's a havoc on my screen. You know, I keep grinning, but I kind of want to make that a bigger point as well, because I think we were briefly talking about this earlier. With today, and this is day 3 of the MDI, we're still in Group A. This is like our first group weekend. We have already seen every single class, if I'm not mistaken, and we have seen a majority of the specs already, which is just so rare and so cool to have that happen. Yeah, of course we helped a little bit with that spec ban rule. Okay, I'm not going to pretend that isn't there, but it's just been awesome to see kind of the niche utility different classes can bring to different dungeons that players have been looking for.
Yeah, even though we have that spec variety rule, and you could say, oh, some of these specs we only saw because of that, both Vunderbar and 07 had full access to this meta comp today, and both teams used other specs in different situations, right? We saw 07 using the Elemental Shaman in Priory of the Sacred Flame. We saw both teams using a Destruction Warlock in Cinderbrew Meadery. Now, that's something you see in a lot of seasons, right, where there's like, oh, there's this spec in this dungeon. But the Ellie Shaman in Priory, I think, was really cool. Not to mention the Fire Mage for Vunderbar in Priory, too. So a lot of different decisions being made by these teams, even ignoring the spec variety rule, just based on dungeons and players and their own ideas of, actually, this is a good idea in this dungeon because there's a lot of different good stuff.
Class balance is really good right now. I think that's the main point, is class balance is good right now. Even if we didn't have the spec variety rule, you would still continue to see a large variety of specializations.
I don't know if you saw what I saw, Tettles, but 07, even though it might have been just briefly, I'm not sure if that's what we're getting, but I did see a DPS shaman on their group tag, so you might get your way after all, and you get to talk about Ellie Shaman.
God, I love Ellie Shaman. That spec owns. It's just fun to play.
Yeah. It's a blast. I actually, when I've been playing my Ellie Shaman, I was having fun doing some keys, and then I was having a lot of fun playing Farseer in Raid as well, which you don't play in keys as much, but I love that build too. I've always been a fan of the fire side of the build rather than the lightning side.
What I'm going to say is there is nothing that gives me more dopamine than hearing the thunder whenever you get an Ascendance proc from deeply rooted elements, and you know that you're just going to go sicko mode on the mobs for like the next 6 seconds. You're like, this is sick.
Absolutely, yeah. There are a lot of satisfying procs this season as well. For me, Hunter, when you get a lock and load proc at the right time, oh my goodness.
Blood is life. The blood is life.
The blood is life, yeah. You see your buddy spawn in there and be like, okay, we're going to store some damage into you, don't worry.
Do you think that's going to change next week? Are Unholy DKs gone after the nerf?
I'm curious about it because we've seen this entire time that there has been a lot of stuff that's close to Unholy DK, but Unholy DK has rarely been one of the specs that people have swapped out, right? It's been pretty dominant among all of our teams, right? The only reason teams aren't playing it is because they want to either save it for Sunday or they didn't save it for Sunday and they had to ban it, right?
Yeah.
So I think there's a couple of interesting factors when it comes to that, because Zyra was kind of mapping out that he looked into the locks earlier, and it's like between 4 to 8% in AoE nerf that they're basically receiving in keys. The DK Discord had some different numbers, but I think it's maybe a bit early to call all of this, but this is probably what we're going to be expecting. And then the question is something that also brings great utility, because of course it has AMZ, it has AMS, it has grip, like it's a lot of extra stuff that the DK brings that you wouldn't have otherwise. Is there another class that has similar utility and great damage? And the thing that I'm trying to kind of hint at is, with the buffs that are coming in, I am kind of hoping there's a world where we see Rat Paladins.
You hear that? It's the sound of the crusade.
Yeah, I mean, Rep Pally is getting some pretty sizable buffs next week, although they're mostly landing on the single target side of the spec,
good.
Which, yeah, when you think about M+, you often think about AoE, but it is worth noting that, you know, specs that have kind of weak-ish single target, even if they have pretty good AoE, buffing that single target actually really helps how they impact the timer, like you said, Tuttles.
It's one of those things that it's kind of sneaky how much of a Mythic Plus dungeon is truly single target. Whenever you start to math it out, it tends to be somewhere between 40-ish% of your dungeon is actually you hitting a boss. Now, not all bosses are single target. You know, some bosses end up being AoE, which means that boss isn't necessarily single target. But whenever you are spending 40% of your time, active time in a dungeon hitting a boss, single target is a very relevant profile for sure. And priority damage is also a hugely relevant profile. Red Paladin, kind of a patty spec, but if the Unholy DK, kind of like Mix was maybe alluding to, was the spec that ended up being removed, You're replacing one Patty spec for another. That's totally fine.
Yeah, Ret
Yeah,
Paladin bringing a little bit of group defense as well through Devotion Aura, right? So a little bit easier. You're sort of stacking. You've got the Mark of the Wild, you've got the Fortitude, and now you got Devo Aura as well, and you're really having an easier time living 1 key level up.
Turbocharged loot, too. Like, maybe you're going to go 1 key level higher, and maybe that defensive value on the group could be, like, a pretty big deal.
Yeah, I think, like, out of all of the classes, one of the short kick, high utility, as you were calling it, patty damage kind of profiles, Rhett would fit that if you do want to take the Unholy DK out. Now, I'm not 100% sure you do want to take the Unholy out in the first place, because, of course, they also got, like, a slight single target buff. So, we're going to need to wait for the actual numbers, but I have like this idea where maybe instead of playing Frosty K as alternative spec for group weekends in the coming, it might just be that Rat Paladin that will show up over the Frosty K.
Yeah, or Havoc DH. Havoc DH getting buffed. I actually think it's really not that outlandish of a prospect of playing the Havoc DH. Again, the challenge, as Tettles was saying, is like it does a lot of the same types of damage as Arcane Mage, and you usually don't need 2 copies of the same effect, right? You usually want like 1 big AoE specialist and 1 funnel specialist and 1, jack of all tradesy kind of damage dealer. That usually rounds out a comp pretty nicely.
Mm-hmm. Are we gonna see
Checking
triple
in
20s?
with Wunderbar.
Is this it? Is this the triple 20?
This 20 is looking good.
I got told earlier that there's no chance that we were gonna see triple 20s.
I mean, they're on pace
Who
right
said
now.
Somebody who's maybe on the desk.
They're on pace right now to not only time this 20, but then to be able to go and start another key if they wanted to. Go start a 21.
Wild.
If they
Yeah, we
wanted
have
to.
like 12 minutes, yeah.
I think they could time 21 meter. Okay. It would be insane to time 21 meter considering 20 was the world record key level. Whenever I say they could time 21 meter, I mean, I look at their timer and I'm like, yeah, they could maybe do 1 key level higher. Not damage intake, and there's like a bunch of other nonsense about going up an additional key level. Maybe they haven't practiced it on 21. There's a bunch of stuff that is attached to it. But in terms of their timer looked okay.
Yeah. Do you guys want to hear some crazy facts about Vunderbar's dominance today?
Okay, I'm listening.
Sure.
With just their score. Okay. You guys know how we have that rule where you have to take 20 minutes of breaks throughout the day?
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
That rule says, okay, if you don't take those 20 minutes of breaks, you will get a 5-point penalty, which has basically always meant that teams could never do that. You'd never consider taking a 5-point penalty. Wunderbar could take that 5-point penalty and still make it to global finals.
They're still in first.
They'd be in second behind 07. But yeah, they would still qualify to global finals. Another fact is, you could take their score from less than halfway through the day. They got to 55 points less than halfway through the day, and that would also still be good enough to qualify them to global finals. Wunderbar have just been playing on another level, but the light explosions from Risen Mages are proving me wrong here, as one explosion like that hits for more than 4 million damage on the group. That's going to take out 2 of their members, and just that time loss might actually be enough to push the timer in this Priory out of reach. That is such a huge penalty here.
I think their timer's close. You typically need like a 21-minute Baron Brawn Pike to be able to time the key. I actually think that their timer is likely to be okay, especially since they don't need to do one more trash pull here. I think that this route is optimal. I suspect that every team is about to just Control-C, Control-V this route for the future.
I mean, it's so technical, all the stuff they do at the start of the dungeon. It's going to take a long time to learn it.
Look at this lust.
I agree.
Look at this bloodlust. Sir Brawn Pike here. This is the last very difficult pull of the dungeon. They have all these footmen on top of the boss. They are basically just trying to burn down Sir Brawn Pike before he kills them off. Whippy is probably the person who is doing the most work here. The HPS check on this pull is insanely high, and if any of these footmen end up dying off at a really inopportune time while Sir Brawn Pike is AoEing you, you can completely wipe. So you have to have like perfect CC chains with things like Chaos Nova, Asphyxiate, you can Typhoon, Incapacitating Roar, DB, Gravity Lapse, I guess, just listing all the utility here at this point. You have to be able to have like basically a perfect CC setup on these footmen, otherwise this is going to be unhealable amounts of damage coming out in a second.
That's right.
Yeah, the
but
barrier,
we also have
and,
barrier
and the darkness, just in
everything.
case.
Link,
There's
Spirit
Chaos
Link.
Nova. Ooh, but Chaos Nova is not going to catch a lot of them. Asphyxiate caught one of them, but it actually didn't die in the Asphyxiate, but it dies while it's being knocked back by the Blast Nova, which also
No,
counts.
it's Typhoon. That was Typhoon. Put some
Typhoon,
respect on
okay,
Clicks.
yeah, nice work by Clicks. And Vunderbar have done a really good job there of not just overlaying all of those effects, but also using the defensives just in case, right? They just sent every defensive in the game just in case a few of those exploded. And that's so much better than slowing down, right? If you're ever slowing down damage, that is not good in a speedrun environment. So 5 minutes for Prioress Merprey. Will that work out? Is the question.
Yes.
5 minutes is not a lot of time for a boss in a +20.
I think
Without lust.
Okay, so I've only done this.
No lust.
I've only done this dungeon on 17 and 18, but it was only like 4:15 without lust on like a 17. I suspect that 5 minutes should be fine. They're in better gear than we are on live as well, and they're just much better players than me and the people that I play with. So I think that I think this should be within their time, but it's going to be a little bit close. They need to make sure that they don't get a bunch of waves of those neophyte ads at the very end, because that can actually cause them a lot of problems.
Yeah, they do have management for it, right? Like they can, if you get a second wave of neophytes, you just keep it away, and they have got a rotation of CC for that. I think at this level, it's going to be very hard to avoid a second spawn. You just have such a big shield you need to chew through.
I think so as well. I think we're definitely going to get the second one, but we'll see. Maybe they have cooldowns available. I'm just glancing across the board. It's around about 1 minute 15 until they come up, and like 30% on the boss, so might just be that it all aligns in a beautiful way where they can burst down this shield immediately. We'll have to wait and see how it all goes down. What they definitely cannot afford is another death. Like, if that happens, that's 15 seconds, and then it's going to be very questionable whether or not that timer remains intact.
So this is really subtle, but it's a really important thing that they're doing here. So you see that the turnaround ability, they also have the inner fire pulsing AoE. If you have the inner fire cast right before that turnaround ability happens, that creates this really, really bad overlap where you're taking a ton of damage while you have to basically face away from the boss. Then that allows you to kind of get like one shot by the boss, but with very specific spell lockout and kicks, or lack thereof in some instances, lack thereof kicks, that will allow the inner fire cast to happen after this blinding light, like you see Wunderbar happening right there.
It's overlapped.
Yeah,
they actually.
But they're going to get a reset at 50%, so they can get a reset here at 50%, and it's not a big of a deal. The first couple were set up properly, but it can be really dangerous. That's how you can have deaths on this fight for sure.
Well, we're hoping not to have any deaths, so Dratnos, don't curse them again, okay? You did one already. 2 players taken down earlier. Not again, okay? One more blinding light. Nice. They should be pushing. Let's see how quickly they can get this shield taken down here. We were hoping that maybe it's just one set of ad waves, but more likely it is the 2 on this +20. No Bloodlust available. Cooldowns are, though.
We got Bust.
The problem is the timer. The timer is getting so sketchy here, right? We pulled the boss with 5 minutes. We're now just down to 2 minutes, and we still have half of the health bar to go. Lust isn't coming to save us. I think this is going to be a close deplete here. I don't think they're going to have the damage to take it from 50 to 0 in just 2 minutes, even though those neophytes can be kept under control, although those neophytes are running at them. I think that the damage check here is just going to be so immense. There is one more set of cooldowns coming. Will that be enough to get them over the finish line is the question.
Yeah, we got one power infusion left. What do you press on the Mage's Combust, or are you pressing on this DK's Unholy Assault?
It's going to be the next Unholy Assault and Dark Transformation combo, which is coming up here in 3
seconds. Is that
seconds.
better than Mage?
Yeah,
single target?
Surely. Here it comes. Yeah, there's that power infusion. Lands on Kush. Big damage needs to come out here, but they are falling behind the check requirement. So 1 minute and 30 seconds. They have 90 seconds to do 35% of the boss's HP. So we need roughly 1% to disappear every 3 seconds here. That's kind of the pace that they need to hold here. So far, that's working out okay, but the cooldowns are going to expire soon here. Of course, the Mage Combustion is a little bit of an outlier in those, as it kind of just happens when it happens, but all the other ones are falling off now. There's going to be one more Incarn charge available for Clicks to press at his desire. They're a little bit ahead of the timer check now.
Yeah.
But the cooldowns have all
we
fallen off.
just used cooldowns.
Yeah.
I'm love watching.
We have another DT.
I'm believing.
I'm love watching. I think they can do it.
It's going to be so close here. 20% in 50 seconds is the amount of time and the health that they need to do here. Down to 16%.
Good bust
15% with 40 seconds. I mean, we're doing okay on damage again. Another Combust is back here. The pace is looking good still. The boss is in execute, which is not as big of a deal for these specs as it would be for an arcane mage, but there are still some nice interactions, being able to scorch on the move, for instance, for Gingy. Also, Unholy DK does get a little bit of damage
Oh, they
on
clear
low
this.
HP here. 5%.
The Kings
They're
are back.
definitely ahead of the check.
Triple
The blinding
20s.
light, they have to make sure to turn. And this is going to be it. They're actually ahead of this check.
Dude,
somehow,
they're doing it.
despite my prediction earlier, they've actually found the damage. 1%. They still need to kill it within the next 5 seconds.
Let's go.
It's so close, but they're going to do
Wow.
it with 5 seconds to spare. Wunderbar have accelerated their damage, and they have put the last plus 20 key on the board, and there's still 4 minutes left in the day for them to go and do a 21 if they want to.
The Kings are back 60 points on the leaderboard. And like you said, they could go for 61, but I don't even think they need to. Firm handshakes all around to Wunderbar. That is an excellent day for them. Holy.
That is crazy. That is absolutely crazy. We were talking about like the mythical 60-pointer on day 1 where we had a dungeon like Dark Flame Cleft, which notably is one of the easier dungeons to push up higher in our dungeon rotation. Today, the story is a very different one. We're looking at Priory, we're looking at Rookery, we're looking at Cinderbrew Meadery, and all of these dungeons being timed on a 20 is absolute insane from Team Wunderbar.
Yeah, incredibly impressive showing
Wait.
from Vunderbar all day.
It looks like
What is it, Tettles?
Gingy's logged off or is out of the group. What's going on now?
Maybe swapping? Maybe swapping to Arcane Mage character if it's a different character?
Oh, that's a good point. Maybe, yeah, swapping it.
2 minutes left to start a key. Let's see if they can get it in. Roybin goes down 407. And that's going to lead to, I think, a reset here at the start of their 20 Priory. Yep. They're running in and dying. So 07 can get one more shot at putting this plus 20 on the board. We can also see Drivepug and Firmawand both at the start of their Cinderbrews. It looks like Drivepug are just in a 17. Going for a timer improvement here, possibly. Or just doing some fun,
it's a
just doing
vibe
stuff for
run,
chat.
I
Yeah,
think,
playing
yeah.
that Havoc DH for vibes. Love
The
it.
good
Playing
vibrations
that
runs.
Hunter as well. Yeah, you do it for the vibes. You enjoy the day, you know. You and the boys had a great time at the MDI. Probably wasn't enough to qualify, but they're enjoying it. They're definitely showing off once more. I like it.
Yeah, so this could still be a big run for 07, right? If they can do this Priory, they might be able to do a faster Priory than Wunderbar if they can get it with more than 5 seconds left at the end of the run. That could be big for, showing that they are in the same league as Vunderbar. So this is probably going to be their last attempt at this dungeon. Starting off now. Got that Elemental Shaman that we talked about a little bit, but very fun, very cool choice for this dungeon. It's interesting because this is not really a dungeon people have been playing a lot of Arcane Mage in, right? The teams that haven't played Arcane Mage have often been playing the Fire Mage.
Yeah.
But 07 deciding to instead play the Elemental Shaman.
Most dungeons, the Arcane Mage is preferred because having that insane funnel single target combo is like a really big deal. But, this is a dungeon where a lot of your damage is really heavily AoE. Like, whenever you're talking about the dungeons that the Blood Beast nerf that's gonna come to Unholy DK, like, what dungeon would that impact the most? Priory of the Sacred Flame and Operation Floodgate are probably the two biggest ones, which it makes sense that the Ellie Shaman will also do wonders in this place. You're just looking for a ton of AoE in this dungeon.
Well, we are getting a word that all runs are locked in. These are final. That also means there is no 21 attempt for funsies, or maybe they're just not showing it because they know they can do it and they have some extra secret tech, which is what I will decide to believe. But we have 3 teams that literally just started a dungeon, and we'll see how far they can take these, whether or not they can put another point on the board, because as soon as these dungeon runs are depleted or for some other reason uncompletable, so if they have a team wide and just know they cannot time it, that is where it's going to end. They cannot start another one.
The slots are locked up, right? Like the placements are all locked up. Okay.
I am very sad that Firmawand aren't in an 18 Priory. If they did an 18 Priory, we could have first place with all 20s, second place with all 19s, third place with all 18s, and fourth place with all 17s. Think about how beautiful that would look on our leaderboard.
True.
But Firmawand are instead trying to do a 19 Cinderbrew instead of an 18 Priory, which, We were so close.
They're getting practice for live.
That's true, yeah. And this is a fun key. I actually, if I had to choose one of these keys to run as like an overtime key, I would definitely choose a Cinder Brew, because that first pull is just so fun with all the mobs you can pull all at once.
Can we just like respect once more that Firmawand came into this tournament team 21st out of 24, made it to day 2, to the Sunday, and is now taking a 3rd place on that day. Yeah, they didn't qualify, but I feel like they played crazy well for where they were kind of expected to come in.
Ooh, Drive Pug having some deaths here in their Cinder Brew. They've finished off the first boss, but they're now in this trash section with these careless hobgoblins and the taste testers.
Guys.
And bang! The hobgoblin goes into the wall, and the group goes into the graveyard. I think there's not really much they can do to recover this one. This might be the last hurrah of Drive Pug. They're going to be town portaling out, so now there are 2 teams still in Keystones. It is 07 going for that 20, going to prove that they can do at least one of these dungeons at the same level as Vunderbar, and Firmawand in a 19 Cinder Brew as well. Neither of these runs will change the outcome, but here's a replay of that tough wipe here. So you can see a lot of just damage coming out, those Boiling Flames casts uninterrupted, a few of those circles cast out as well, added on to the group damage from that reckless delivery smashing into the wall. There's a lot of hobgoblins in this pull. There's 2 of them here. That is a lot of danger.
Yeah, that actually it
3 of
looks
them.
like
There's 3 of them. They pulled the patrol into this pull. Okay, yeah, that's a strategy.
Not one that I would recommend.
I'm not sure it's one that works as the key level goes up that high. It's so scary. Those hobgoblins crashing into the wall just do so much damage. And each time they do, they spawn brew drops as well, which can very quickly overwhelm you.
That's right. We did see some mishaps with the brew drops earlier on for Wunderbar as well, but it looked like that might have just been to also additionally accidentally pulling something on top. Now 2 teams remain in their dungeon runs as Drive Pug unfortunately lay down their weapons. Firmawand remaining in that 19 Cinder Brew, and 07 working away on maybe getting 120 on the board here, but he does go down.
All right, this is
That's okay.
No one saw that. Quick on.
No, we got on.
It's not okay.
We don't have Ascendance.
We lost Ascendance
over.
and Storm Alley. This is the DK pull normally, where your DK 100 to 0 is the pack as well, and it looks like casual DK. Blood is Life. Hold on, we have Blood Beast. Hold on, we're ramping. Winnable.
Here comes the damage.
Yeah, Blood Beast
Also
pulls us
darkness.
ahead of the tank. But yeah, this is going to be worrying because Jay died on all his CDs. You can see just doing absolutely no damage to this pull, taking so long to rebuild those resources, and no cooldowns anywhere in sight. Going to be losing to the tank on this pull and getting hit by a fireball as well. No Ankh available for this one, and now Drogo's going to die as well. This pull just living for so long as a result of that. Gonna be the end of this run.
It was supposed to be the DK pull, but how they were setting it up is it was their Ellie Shaman pull is basically what it was, and then their Ellie Shaman no longer existed with their cooldown, so it was the pull has won, not us.
All right,
07
one run is still
07.
underway. It's Firmawand versus 19 Cinder Brew meadery here. Now, things look okay so far. There are 3 deaths on the board, but another variable that you need to look out for as well is our tank is missing Last Resort. Last Resort has procced, so there is a lot of danger, at least in my experience, when I'm playing Vengeance CH in this dungeon. These next couple of trash bowls without Last Resort feels so scary.
You know what's funny? You can actually spell block the Final Sting. Did you know that?
Yeah, the Final Sting it's fire damage.
It's insane because I've come in here with the Vengeance Demon Hunter tank, and it's exactly what you say, where the Final Sting happens, and if they're synced up, my tank dies, and then I come in here with a Prot Warrior, and they're like, yeah, just let those go off, that's fine. And I'm just like, wait, what do you mean that's fine? Like, hold on. Hold on. I thought those were tank killers. Maybe Warrior is good.
Yeah,
To be honest, it is.
The fact that it's a big magic damage hit as well, like most of the reasons tanks die in most dungeons, when we've been seeing them this weekend, it's been like auto attacks, right? You're dying to physical damage.
Yeah.
And Vengeance CH is pretty good against living that with when they're in their meta, when they've got their fiery brands out. But they had a little bit less value, all that meta armor and stuff not helping against that fire damage of the worker bees. Specs like Prop Paladin actually also really good. If you have a bunch of those synced up, as long as you're in your Consecration and you can block that spell damage, it is really quite good. But here comes a death on the healer from that Shredding Sting. That's part of the reason this pull is so hard. You just get so many of those stings out. Looks like we're going to be able to maybe keep it going so far, but more stings do land. 2 stacks on the DK.
Oh no, he's alive. He's alive. Okay. I thought he was getting hit with a bazooka.
Yeah, another bazooka here on the Druid, but outrangeable. Always a nice piece of tech. Anytime you get targeted by that bazooka, just run as far away as you can, and it won't hit you. You only need to get like 40 yards away, or 30 even. And
30, yeah. I think 30 is plenty. Like, you can keep hitting the mobs while being at max range.
All right, so they have survived this pull.
Yeah, they recovered that pretty well, given that their healer was the one that went down, and from all the looks, it wasn't an Ankh, so he actually had to walk back. It was quite a couple of seconds the team was without. And now we're seeing what you were alluding to, Tettles, which was kind of what we expected from most teams. Killing the boss, going right to the pack, and then moving towards IPA to then have Bloodlust ready at a great timing. So that is what they're hoping to do in a couple of minutes. But for now, we're grabbing everything that is in this hallway and trying to line it up on the sides here.
Yeah, and guys, I don't want to be a buzzkill, but I think their first boss split is not great. Looking at the timer, an 8-11 first boss. You tend to want like a 7:15, maybe like a 7:30. So we're already in some hot water here.
Yeah, it is looking very tenuous for Firmawand, but they are definitely not out of it just yet, at least within this dungeon. This is a pretty conservative pull as well that they're going for here, which is, I think, smart, although that might exacerbate the timer woes that they're looking at here. And they don't have the echo tech of just line of sighting all of the abilities in this and not having to switch and kill those batches as they spawn.
They also don't have the echo tech of unspeakable damn.
Yeah, that's the damage is not bad though on this pull.
No,
I will require you call it correctly and say the Wunderbar tech. Okay.
True.
As of right now, they're called Wunderbar.
The team formerly known as Echo.
That's right.
Good comms. Gonna be hard to stop saying Echo for sure.
We'll have to ask them about that. I believe we are trying to get an interview underway once all the keys have finished. So for anybody that's interested in some extra lore and some extra insights from our players, that is coming up.
Nice.
All right, so this pull is finished. Let's see what they go for next. It's Sigil of Misery. It's pulling the Hobgoblin to the side. But is our tank going to be able to live this for the duration? No, they're not. And now that means combat has landed.
Oh, it's over. Okay, this is over.
Okay, wait. It's not over. We're not in combat. Oh, wait, it is over.
It is over.
It's over.
It is so over.
All right, it's over.
Well, thank you, Firmawand. You've been fantastic. I really think this is a team that absolutely performed way over what was expected. So thank you so much for showing up here and getting that 3rd place.
Couldn't agree more. Wonderful to see them and all of our teams today, but of course that does mean that Vunderbar are your Group A champions. They showed off fantastic routes and clever tech while making world record keys look easy, and following them in second are 07, who brought together highly skilled players into a team that took on off-meta and meta specs boldly to open their way to the global finals. Speaking of which, you can see here as well the sort of general roadmap that we have for the MDI. So of course, both Vunderbar and 07 will be continuing on here into the global finals, but we also have Group B and Group C, as well as our CN regions who will be competing. I mean, this is amazing. It's been a great, incredible weekend, honestly, to kick things off, and a lot of what we saw from Vunderbar and our other teams were just spectacular. I mean, Dranos, what was some of the tech or some of the highlights or standout moments for you this weekend?
Yeah, I mean, what Vunderbar did in Priory was incredible. The strategy kind of on a macro level, how they attacked that dungeon and how they grouped all the mobs up and how they portioned those pulls out. There's a lot of stuff that had never been done before by anybody until Vunderbar did it in that Priory. But I was also really impressed with the micro level play in Cinderbrew Meadery, where there was so much tech that they used to make some really difficult pulls a lot more reliable and a lot easier for them to handle.
Definitely. I mean, it was incredible to see. Gosh, and this is like literally, I keep reminding myself, this is just group finals because we have so many other groups ahead and even more tech undoubtedly over the course of all 3 days in the global finals weekend. But I mean, with how things shook out makes did you feel like this was pretty much what we were going to see here from the group, or, were there any surprises for you this time around?
I think the fact how dominating Team Wunderbar came in after like a couple of seasons break was definitely a surprise to me. I know you should never count them out, you only make that mistake once, but I definitely still think it was a very, very dominating performance all throughout this weekend. And I was also surprised how some of these teams decided to approach the spec ban rule, which I'm curious on how that is going to unfold going forward.
Right. I keep thinking any of the teams that were like, maybe we just won't play the, off meta and we'll just do this. I have to imagine that after this weekend, they must be going, okay, hold on. Can we change that maybe? Can we maybe strategize a little more? Can we swap something in, right? Because this weekend was a very interesting showing as these fantastic first teams sort of jumped in to prove some of their strats. But I mean, Tuttles, you kind of said a few times, is it going to be possible for Vunderbar to get these plus 20s? Is it going to happen? And now that we've seen them actually do it, do you think that this makes them the team, you said the team that could maybe take it all?
Well, they were the number 1 seed in time trials, and I think that they pretty convincingly proved why they were the number 1 seed in time trials. I think that we have a lot of teams, particularly, like mandatory missed count, some of the other teams that are in Group B and C. I feel like there's going to be a holy method as well. There's going to be a lot of really stiff competition. I'm really interested in seeing how Groups B and C kind of play out. Obviously, the first weekend is the weekend where kind of the most interesting strats kind of show up for the first time, and you're like, oh. But then, as the weekends go on, the teams kind of start copying each other's homework, and they take the best things out of each other's routes, and then eventually that kind of, the execution check is that global finals. It's really, really heavily emphasized on execution check.
Yeah, I mean, at that point, it comes down to so many different factors, but you are up against teams where the competition is so incredibly hard that you have to be able to perform better, even if you are running some of the same strats that you've picked up and things like that, right? And I mean, this opening weekend is really just where the waters get tested as we see many of these other groups kind of pan out. I mean, makes looking ahead or thinking ahead a little bit, right? How do you think these teams are going to stand up against everybody else as they look ahead to the global finals?
Oh, I think we'll get an absolute crazy global final. Titles was already mentioning, Holy Method is a team I'm looking forward to. Obviously, Mandatory, who are the current title winners. We're hoping to see them there as well. They'll still need to win their group, so I'm kind of putting a small asterisk on it, but Dude. I would be quite shocked if that doesn't happen.
Is somebody going to get heavily upset out of their group stage, by the way? During day 1 or day 2? 07 literally almost got knocked out, of their group stage. Yeah. Yesterday.
I'd say it's a big risk.
Specifically, Group B looks kind of crazy when it comes to the team. So
that is the group
next
of death.
Weekend. I'm just saying, it's a crazy group. Don't miss that.
I agree. I know as we were looking ahead to Group B, and of course we will talk a little bit more about them before we let you all go today, of course. But that's definitely one where we've been going, I think this has the chance for some of the biggest upsets or the biggest swings or things that we're just not expecting. For sure. I mean, okay, all right. We're going to have an interview here in just a second, everybody, but sit tight. We're not quite there yet. But if they are able to, of course, we want you to be able to hear from our winners here, our top 2 yourselves. But again, thank you all so much. It's been an amazing, amazing day and weekend overall. And I mean, Duratno, so we touched a little on the spec rules, right? Do you think that this has shaped the competition the way that you anticipated it would, or do you feel like some of the strats or your mentality has changed on it?
Yeah, I mean, I was surprised by some of what I saw with the spec variety rule, but I was also pleasantly surprised by a lot of it. I really liked a lot of the specs that people chose to bring, and it was really cool to see the different variety that we had with all of that. So I'm excited to see next weekend and the weekend after, though, because I think that the answers that our teams today and yesterday showed are going to be different than what the future weekends have, especially because we've got class tuning coming in, which might change that up even further.
That's true, honestly. The class tuning is something that will be interesting to see if that causes some shifts, or if we get to see some specs shine even in this variety spec that we haven't anticipated yet. But it looks like our interview here is going to be coming in, and we have a couple fantastic players who've been playing hard all weekend here. Gingy coming in from our winning team, Vunderbar, and Shelly coming in from 07. Well done, both of you. Amazing weekend. Hey.
Thank you, guys. What's up?
Hey. I mean, we have a ton of questions to throw at you. We loved seeing all of you play this weekend. It was amazing. I think we'll kick things off here, Gingy, because we've been just saying it left and right. Obviously, people know many of you under the name Echo, right? But you're back with some new players and a new name. So to just sort of preface things, what do you want people to think when they hear this new name, Vunderbar?
I mean, Wunderbar's won MDI before already. This is the second time we go in the MDI with this name, so.
Oh, bringing it back. All right. Well, okay, yeah. Bringing it back even better. So everybody remember that this is a new legacy that you're all setting, starting off with that first time in and bringing it back now. Love it. Absolutely. Well, we also had, of course, 07, and it was great to see the plays this weekend. And we're so excited to see you moving on to global finals. And, Shelly, we've seen the team kind of grow and evolve year on year, and it feels like this is one of the strongest versions so far, honestly, even with some of the shifts, some of the other teams, or places that people have been. So do you think that this is the year that you're going to make big waves in the global finals?
I mean, I feel like we're ramping, like this is like a freight train going forward. Most people don't know the details because we haven't really talked about it. But Drogo joined our team 2 hours before the signups closed. As a result of our previous tank not wanting to play and focus more on real life stuff. So and he has not before that he had not touched Vengeance Demon Hunter. So if we can do this now, I feel like we're definitely a tier below what Wunderbar and Gingy and them have been able to do. There's no denying that, but I feel like we're ramping.
Okay,
got a month.
So I had a question for Gingy. Gingy, so tech-wise in Priory of the Sacred Flame, obviously we saw the weird dual maul skip where you guys were pulling and melding and then re-pulling it. Obviously there was the insane opening pull. You were body pulling some mobs to make sure that the light spawn got tagged, and then you were polymorphing mobs to unlink them. What are you the most proud of in Priory of the Sacred Flame? And honestly, how did you cook up all those strats?
Well, it all comes from experience, right? From previous seasons. All of these things, if you go back and you look at Brackenhide and stuff like that, you see similar tech there as well, with a lot of patrols. So that's just the standard way of when you look at a routing, you have all of these things from the past as part of your, it's just a catalog of tech that you have. So whenever you're oh, we need a little bit of count here, well, maybe this is an option. And then you think about these things, right? Because we've done it so many times before. So most of this tech comes from just knowing it from the past.
Shelly, I have a question for you, which is, so the spec variety rule, it's new. There's been some MDIs in the past where you've been the only person playing a warlock in some dungeon, and it's looked super cool. But this season around, there's a huge incentive to actually do that, to play a different spec, a different comp, and particularly you guys yesterday, the assassination rogue demo lock comp that you were running looked really smooth in a lot of dungeons. But then you almost didn't qualify through to today because you guys were maybe partially from doing that level of cooking. What was the thought process like for you guys with playing around that spec variety rule?
I mean, we know that assassination of rogue is really strong, and both demo and destruction are good. I favor demo. I know Clicks favor destro in their day one, but I feel like the biggest reason why we almost failed to qualify to the Sunday is just the practice time. We overspent time on the Sunday compared to the Saturday. In hindsight, considering what the other teams were planning to do, so. It's more of it's not really undercooking, overcooking, more like a practice time allocation.
Yeah, that makes sense. I have a question for you, Gingy, because, of course, you guys took a little break. You guys have a little bit of a new composition as players. Whippy joined the team. There's been a change with how Miris takes care of the team. How has that been for you as a team that has so much history to look back on, to kind of have all of this new influx come in?
Yeah, so I mean, we played with Kush before. We kind of knew where we had him, and we know that we can trust him to like pretty much play any spec at like the highest level. So he's been a great addition. Maris is still a part of the team, right? He was just too busy with like a lot of things that he's doing for Echo behind the scene. We've got a lot of new trials and stuff like that, and so he's been working on that. That's why he stepped out for this season. And yeah, Whippy was a little bit of a wild card, so it could have gone either way. But thankfully, without making him get too big of an ego, he's been doing great, and he's been a great addition to the team.
We were
For sure.
we were absolutely astonished in that Dark Flame Cleft on Candle King when you guys fell behind there and you were managing to get that back together.
Yep.
We were like sitting there like, oh my god, he did that.
Yeah, it was a good play. It was a good play from him. You know, I think he earned his keep there. So, but overall, honestly, amazing play. It was really great to see. And Shelly, I have another one for you here before we, you know, maybe do some final ones. Shelly, you know, you went all in running that off meta on sort of that day 2, although day 1 for you technically, right? To free up your spec so that you could play the meta on Sunday. So we were just interested, you know, how did that spec variety rule kind of change things up for you this time around? How did you find it?
Well, the only thing, I think it could be good, but it feels a little bit frustrating when teams are like fairly even in skill, or like a tier below, a tier ahead, or whatever you want to call it, and then a team can absolutely screw over their chances of getting through to globals by full sending Saturday or Friday, like they're day 1. That feels a little off. But apart from that, it's really good to see teams bring out a lot of different specs and classes, and maybe it's how it should be. Like you could argue that it should be the way that you are able to play a lot in order to qualify.
Speaking about playing a lot, is there, Gingy, do you think there's anything that's going to be changing meta comp wise with the class tuning that's hitting on this reset?
Yeah, I mean, augmentation buff. Maybe it's time. Off back.
Chat's gonna lose it.
This is it. We're back.
Nah, I'm just joking. That spec is still shit. But yeah, I mean, it depends if the Blood Beast nerfs are big enough. You know, maybe it could mean maybe DK not in every dungeon. Who knows? We'll see. Need to test it. That spec is still really, really broken. So and it has a lot of defensive utility and grips and whatnot. So maybe you're still gonna play it even with the nerf. Yeah, we're definitely gonna test a few things, right? With all the new item level upgrades, all the corruption and all of that things. Maybe it changes some stuff, but I don't know 100% yet.
I guess we'll all find out as we continue on with MDI, see what pops up again, right? But good thoughts, Gingy. You heard it all here. Gavoker's back. All other specs are dead. So, no, I mean, honestly, we know you both have to be exhausted from the weekend, and you are probably wanting to look ahead to Global Finals, too. But before you do, we'll ask you both if you want to do any shout-outs. So, Shelley, any shout-outs you want to do, anything you want to say before we let you go rest?
Shout out to Drogo, our tank, for stepping in and tanking on Demon Hunter, and really like improving day by day with the little experience on the class beforehand. And shout out to my girlfriend Robin, because I love her.
Oh, that's so sweet. Honestly,
She
we love
owns.
it. She is amazing.
owns.
We're all like a
Yeah.
little in love with Roy, but I'm not gonna lie. But like, no, she's such an inspiration. You all are, and honestly, amazing play. We can't wait to see everything in store for you later on. And we will also toss this over to you, Gingy. Any shout outs you want to do before we wrap?
Yeah, I mean, of course, shout out to my team. You know, we've been playing together for a long time, and they always show up when it matters. So thanks to them. And yeah, I mean, he can't shout out his girlfriend without me shouting out my fiance as well. I love you too.
This is like we have a separate MDI going that's just like who can do the best
no.
shout out for their partner or relevant people. Yeah, 100%. No, honestly, it takes a lot of people, a lot of support, a lot of love in our lives. So big shout out to all those people that make it happen. But a big shout out to both of you too. You made it happen this weekend and you're going to be heading to the global finals. So thank you so much for the interview and we can't wait to see you play some more. Bye.
Thanks so much, guys.
Well, there we have it. I mean, amazing to hear from them. We got to see so many things today. It's always great to hear from the players directly. But of course, we have even more players next weekend when our Group B comes in. Anybody that makes it through Group B is going to have to face Vunderbar and 07 in the global finals, but we have to determine who that's going to be. So taking a look here at our Group B teams, I mean, Tettles, what do they have in store for us, do you think?
I mean, this is about to be the group of death. I think that Miscount and Holy Method, these are teams that you probably should be familiar with, a lot of the names that are on these teams. The Physical God comp, we talk about NA Pride. I am stoked. Basically, this is a team that 100% of the time, they play Bear Druid, Mistweaver Monk, one flavor of Hunter, mostly marksmanship, one flavor of Rogue, most of the time they play Outlaw, but they're playing Assassination this tier, and then Warrior DPS, and that's the comp that they play. How are they going to navigate the spec variety rule? I have absolutely no clue. Like, genuinely no idea what they're about to do about the spec variety rule, but I think that they could play major underdog. Like, I think that there's a world where they upset one of the top seeds in this group.
Yeah, definitely. I mean, these teams, it's like we said, this is one of the most stacked weekends, it feels like, where at least every single one of them, I'm like, man, they could really bring it. We could have an upset. They could absolutely come in here. I know chat's been yelling for Polish Mountain since we started. Missed Count. I mean, Holy Method coming back now under the new additional sponsored name, Holy Method. Love it. And of course, a lot of amazing other teams that are going to be proving their stuff. I really love Happy Little Clouds. I like their icon a lot. That's very good. Very good logo. Love that.
I was going to say I love your. I can't wait to say that a whole weekend long. Exactly.
Love it.
Your.
Thank you. Yes. Oh man, and Physical God comp. I mean, we know their name itself says it, but there's a very good chance you might be seeing some things that are right in line with that next weekend. Modicum of Skill, I think they should give themselves more credit, of course, but RCG, they're going to bring that fight too. Everybody here, it's a big group, and I'm really looking forward to seeing it. I know we all are, but you will all have to keep an eye out next weekend to see their competition go down, because the Group A weekend has been decided with our champions Vunderbar and 07 moving on to the global finals, but next week those fresh teams are going to put their own strats to the test. The MDI returns next Friday at 10 a.m. PT, 7 p.m. CET with a pre-show beforehand, so come hang out with us. And Group B, it's stacked with teams who are all looking to push their keys to the limits, so be back Friday to witness how high they climb. Bye.
Bye.
Bye.